Chapter 45-40. In the eyes of Jian Wushuang, countless gods flow. He could see the countless opportunities and fortunes of the void universe, all rushing towards the void. Is it possible that the battle of havoc has begun? Jian Wushuang's heart shook. Immediately afterwards, a message from the of the earth was connected to the sword unparalleled. Master God, has the war of catastrophes begun? Jian Wushuang took a deep breath and asked. Yes, the virtual has completely awakened and led the army of the virtual universe into the magical universe. The god of tone has never had a heavy tone. So, what should I do? Jian Wushuang asked. The god of the god groaned for a moment, and then said, Swords are unparalleled. You must stop moving, wait until the people in the virtual universe completely relax their vigilance, and enter the magical universe. After that, the old man will contact you, and you will close Fengtian insert in the forbidden area of the void and block their way. At that time, your task is completed, the old man will do his best to kill them as much as possible. As soon as this voice came down, even if it was just a messenger, Jian Wushuang could feel the killing intention in the tone of Zhou God. Silent for a while, Jian said without double emphasis. It is good. Although what Jian Wushuang wants to do now is to return to the extraterritorial battlefield to kill the quartet in order to express his depression, but he knows that what he is carrying is more important now. On the external battlefield, he can be one less sword unparalleled, and it will not affect the battle situation. But what he is going to do next will be able to settle the issue to a large extent, and thoroughly establish the life and death victory between the two universes. Well, Jian Wushuang, the situation is urgent. The old man will not tell you more. When you need to set up Fengtian banner, the old man will naturally contact you. After speaking, the of the sky hung up the news. Soon after the hang-up, the 5 elders such as Elder Moose, Elder Boss, and Elder Bian Shan, all stood up to the sky and stood next to Jian Wushuang. They looked up, and they all caught the invisible air machine that was constantly flowing towards the void. The elders, Dustbone, Lanyu, and Jinya, all saw the excitement in their eyes. Elder Moose alone sighed softly. The catastrophe is about to happen. How we win, how we lose, we will all pay a painful price, and how hard it will be. After speaking, Elder Moose sighed softly. He is in the virtual universe, and it is rare that he is not the main faction. Jian Wushuang and Elder Ban Shan did not speak, and looked at each other. The two knew each other, a stop that would change the fate of the two universes. At the same time, leaving aside the extraterrestrial battlefield, the of the universe borrowed the list of sword unparalleled, and has already set up various coping schemes for the 34 virtual honors to fight with him. In the divine universe, because of the outbreak of the Holocaust War, the divine universe is the main battlefield. Therefore, the magnificence of the divine universe is almost several times more horrible than the virtual universe. On this day, the entire magical power of the universe roared, the road wailed, and the sky was gray, and it poured heavy rain. The heavy rain covered the world, covering the entire universe of divine power. Countless thunders exploded, and the silver snake danced like electricity. The entire divine power universe seems to be caught in the stormy end times. Countless monks stared into the sky in horror, exuding divine power but perceiving abnormalities. But no matter how they thought about it, they couldn't think of anything. And the top-level ancestral gates of the divine force universe, like Jyoti Pavilion, Diwu Temple, and Life Temple, all received the news of the cosmic god at the first time. As a result, those ancient powers that fell asleep awoke. Temple of Life. After tens of thousands of years of rest and recuperation, the Temple of Life finally took a breath. Not only that, the Supreme of Blood wave also went a step further, breaking through the trance and breaking into a half-step invincible state of supremacy. In today's Life Shrine, it is regarded as the first person to be cultivated. The Great Axe is the original injury that has been completely recovered. It is like the reformed body. It becomes more powerful than before. If it is allowed to grow, it will not take long for it to break through the half-step invincible supreme. In addition, the ordinary Supreme who had fallen the most in the battlefield of Life Shrine at that time has also made up a lot in these years. For example, the magic wind that once had conflicts with Jian Wushuang dominated the expectations a while ago. The breakthrough reached the elementary extreme. And perhaps because of the same great vitality and busy recuperating in the Diwu Temple, the Shrine of Life has poured a lot of fresh blood. Although there is no such perfect level of life as Jian Wushuang, and King of the Ninth Calamity, the special life at the level of creation has broken through the number of hands. It can be expected that the future Shrine of Life will be full of vitality, and all kinds of rookie will emerge like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. By then, the Temple of Life will reach a new peak. At the same time as the Second War of the Holocaust broke out, the Supreme Masters, such as Bloodwave and Giant Axe, which were under negotiation, changed their faces, leaping out of shape, and came outside the empty hall. I saw 9 days, countless air blows, violent thunder constantly exploded, crackling booming, electric snakes shuttled and danced in the dark gray clouds, emitting incandescent electric light. The wind was like a giant beast, he growled, as if roaring in his ears. Bloodwave Supreme and others suddenly turned wild. Several of them were strong men who had participated in the Holocaust. Although they were still weak at the time, they played the role of waving flags in the Holocaust, but they were too familiar with this scene. This is precisely because of the collision between the laws of the two universes, the emergence of cosmic fluctuations, resulting in a scene. Big Axe Heaven, you two are responsible for guarding the Temple of Life, so as not to trespass into the vein. I will take a look at the extraterritorial battlefield. Bloodwave Supreme took a deep breath and said. The Supreme Axe and the Heavenly Supreme heard the words, looked at each other, and nodded solemnly. The battle of catastrophe is about the survival of the universe. If it is not for the Shrine of Life, it is necessary to send someone to guard it. Why don't they want to go to the extraterritorial battlefield? Okay, then I'll go. Bloodwave Supreme has a heavy expression. As soon as he steps on it, it will turn into a streamer. Before he rushed out, an ancient expanse, meanwhile, gently dragged him down. Next moment, a vicissitudes of voice sounded softly in their ears. Bloodwave, you also stay at the Temple of Life, the old man can go. Hearing this voice, the faces of the 3 Supreme Bloodwaves, the Great Axe Supreme, and the Heavenly Supreme were all mistaken for a moment, and then immediately a surge of joy appeared and looked back. Master Gav? Chapter 45-41. Master Gav? Supreme Bloodwomen, Great Axe Supreme, Heavenly Supreme, the 3 Chief Supremes all looked back. I saw an old man with an old spot on his face and turbid eyes, stepping out of the deep Temple of Life step by step. Hundreds of thousands of years of deep sleep, the rotten atmosphere of Gava Supreme has become stronger, his body is dry, his eyes are deep, and his bones are emaciated. But his appearance, like the Dinghaitian needle that calmed the storm, instantly calmed the 3 Supreme 3 people who were impatient. From the time they joined the Shrine of Life, in fact, the years that the Supreme Lord Gaveo spent with them far surpassed the Master of the Shrine of Life. In their hearts, Gavro had long regarded him as an elder. Master Gav. Several people in Bloodwave Supreme walked in a few steps, reached out, and supported some of the wind-worn candles. Seeing this, Gavro could not help but waved his hand with a smile, and said, My husband is not old yet, so I want you to come to help. Bloodwave Supreme and others heard that the nose was sore. At that time, what kind of spirit of Supreme was against him? And as a result of the war of the Holocaust, several ancient 6-marked virtual honors were slammed, resulting in serious injuries and destruction of life. Originally, if Gav Supreme retreated directly at the time, these injuries would have been over. However, at that time, the main news of the Palace of Life was that Gav Supreme could only suppress the injury, and stood out from the Palace of Life to guard the 100,000 chaos of the Palace of Life G, not subject to the crime of Chiohao. Finally, it was even when the 6-party forces besieged the Temple of Life that, for the sake of sword unparalleledness, they would fall into a deep sleep with their own bodies and fight against the dragons. It can be said that the Life Shrine Palace owner created the Life Shrine, but the person who really made the life shrine stand forever is the Gap Supreme. Gave Supreme paid his life for the Temple of Life. Let the entire Palace of Life revere. What about Jian Wushuang? Gav asked with a smile. Master Gao Fu, Jian Wushuang went to the extraterritorial battlefield nearly 10,000 years ago. Bloodwave Supreme replied. Oh? Isn't the extraterrestrial battlefield going only to the Supreme? This little guy has broken the Supreme? Gavri raised a brow lightly, wondering. Yes, after the end of the universe race, Jian Wushuang broke through the Supreme, and has swept through the 6 forces with his own strength. In addition to the Dragon and Diwu Temple still exist, other Big Sun Fuckingdom, etc. has all been destroyed. Bloodwave Supreme nodded and said, when it comes to Jian Wushuang, his face involuntarily pride. Sword Unparalleled is the Temple of Life he brought into. He is really proud of Jian Wushuang's current achievements. After hearing a few moments of silence, Gaffa Supreme said a word. It is good. This word is very simple, but it is full of incomparable gratification, and the recognition of Sword Unparalleled. After speaking, Gaffa Supreme lost his hand, looked up to the sky, and said to himself with a smile on his mouth. Since then, the old man can be completely assured. As long as he survives this catastrophe, the life shrine will be led by the Sword Unparalleled, and it will definitely shine in heat, like the sky. The words of this sentence fell down, and no one noticed that there was already a trace of death in Gaze's eyes. His body, he knows the situation best. It has long been unable to return to the sky. And now, he only wants to use his own body to make the most brilliant blow for the magical universe. Huh! As soon as he stepped on, Gaffa Supreme suddenly rose to the sky and blasted towards the extraterrestrial battlefield. Supreme Bloodwave, Great Axe, etc., looked at each other face to face, then sighed. At the same time, in the divine universe, the glacier is forbidden. This is where the patriarchs live. Glacier Forbidden Area, under a magnificent glacier. An old man with a naked torso, muscles knotted, and self-defeating, full of overbearingness, was sitting cross-legged. He seemed to be a furnace fireball, and the extremely cold glaciers could not approach him for half a minute. The bitter cold had eroded before and was melted by the old man. Is that junk of alien universe jumping again? Whispered from the mouth of the patriarch. Immediately, he slowly opened his eyes, and a blazing golden light burst out from his eyes. That fool's escaped from the old man's life. This time, he couldn't escape. The shoulder trembled slightly. Click! Click! In an instant, the manganese glacier, like a glass mirror that had died, began to crawl through cracks, and then shattered. A fierce and domineering figure, like the sun, soared into the sky, and flew towards the outer battlefield. A mortal planet in a lonely star field. The streets were bustling with countless mortals walking around. The door of an inn. An old beggar in ragged clothes, faintly visible as a star robe, leaning on the threshold of the inn, holding a dusty wine gourd in his hands, drinking with his head up, and half-drunkenly groaned softly. 3,000 years old, what year is it tonight? The passers-by who passed by often looked at the wine lunatic with disgust. Even the young children, when they smelled the smell of wine on the old beggar, hurried away. Hey, you drunk old beggar, lie down and lie down, don't stop our family from doing business. The inn, covering his nose, kicked the old beggar. Hey, let's go. Laukier opened his dim and drunk eyes, glanced at the shop's area, grinned, and revealed a mouth missing a front tooth. Immediately, he stepped out and rushed into the sky for 9 days. This. Passers-by passing around, and the second-looking shop their expressions were dull. Fairy! Suddenly, countless people fell on their knees and bowed their heads. And the old beggar stepped out the second step. Today, he re-enters the invincible supreme realm. In the heart of the universe. A sword mountain is suspended, under the gate of Jianshan Mountain, on a plaque, with gold hook and iron painting. The pen corner sharply writes 4 big characters. Starry Sword Sect. On this day, 13 flying swords came out of the mountain, like a flat boat, driving into the stars. On top of this flying sword, 13 strong men fluttered in clothes, showed the sword fairy style. And standing on the first flying sword, standing with his hands on his shoulders, stood a tall woman wearing a red scapula, with her hair curled up, stuck in a wooden hoe. She is Wu Jianxian and the first person in the world of Kendo. The sky is full of swordsmanship, and the starry sky is divided into two halves as if divided by the sea. This scene, similar to the above, is constantly happening in the divine universe. This day, regardless of whether it is the Supreme Gawa who awakened from his deep sleep, or the old beggar who asked the world with a drunk eye, and asked, "What is the age of 3,000 years old?" Supreme Wu Jianxian. Their destination is the same place. That is, the extraterrestrial battlefield. Chapter 45-42. On this day, there was a turmoil in the universe. Hundreds of thousands of miles of cosmic starry sky, from time to time, among the major star domains, the legend of the immortal appears from time to time. These so-called immortals may not like to pull out gangs and form forces in weekdays, but like solo travelers, they travel in all directions in the universe, measure the earth with their feet, and perceive all minds with divine hearts. They usually don't care about everything in the universe, they are indifferent, but now, for the safety of the universe, they are all showing their true body and helping the extraterrestrial battlefield. Patriarch ancestors white apes, Laokier cucurbits, Emperor Ling Tian, star ancestors. One name used to be arbitrary and dominated the ancient power of an era. They have recovered, stepped out of the universe, step by step, and entered the extraterritorial battlefield. Beyond that, once the three hegemons of the universe, the dragon tribe headed by the scales, the unicorn tribe headed by the beasts, and the phoenix headed by birds, were among the three ancestors of their three tribes. The same strong ones stepped out and shocked the world. At the beginning of the universe, chaos had just opened, and the three dragon and phoenix unicorns fought for the identity of the cosmic hegemony. They suffered heavy casualties, and then the catastrophe war broke out again shortly afterwards. Following the fallen Fingzhu and King Kirin before, they also died in the battle of catastrophe. The three dragon and phoenix unicorns are completely declining, and each of them finds a forbidden retreat and rests. The of the universe then rose and won the battle of catastrophe, becoming the true master of the universe. Now, the war of catastrophe is reopened. Even if the dragons, phoenixes, and unicorns no longer want to contribute, under the call of the gods of the universe, they have to pinch their noses and forcibly wake up a few sleeping ancestors in the clan and rush to the battlefield outside the territory. Countless ordinary monks who don't know the inside story, although they don't know what happened, they are also a puppet in their hearts. It's going to be another day. This is a brilliant world like never before. And at the moment, in the virtual universe, there are also countless powers to awaken and recover. But instead of rushing to the void for the first time like the divine universe, they wait quietly for the dispatch of the virtual god. At the same time, in the refining deities, the Lord's dormitory, Jian Wushuang and Ban Shan sat cross-legged. "Jian Wushuang, what shall we do next?" Elder Ban Shan asked with some concern. He spent tens of thousands of chaotic periods in the virtual universe, knowing the strength of the virtual universe. The top combat power of the virtual universe, if measured by the number of people, is not much more than the magic power universe, but according to the actual combat power, it is stronger than the magic power universe. For example, the zombie who dominated the universe while the virtual was asleep was no worse than the virtual god. What's more, there is a heterogeneous existence of the phage organization in the virtual universe. "Hold your soldiers and wait for dispatch." Jian Wushuang's expression was flat, and he said 8 words. Elder Ban Shan heard the words, and he couldn't help but hesitated, and said in amazement, "Let's do nothing?" "Yes, you can't stand the big picture." Jian Wushuang nodded. Before this second cataclysmic war broke out, he was nervous and uneasy. However, after this cataclysmic battle really broke out, Jian Wushuang found that his mood was calmed down instead. There is a saying for mortals that there is no room for 2 tigers, and there are fightings when there are rivers and lakes. This sentence is equally valid in the universe. From the moment the two universes were opened, the two universes were doomed to be in between, and would only end with a complete victory on one side. Okay. Banshan shook his head with a bitter smile. At the same time, he looked at the swordless sword of Wujing on his face, and he couldn't help expressing his emotions. The sword is so young without both sides. Shinshi Kung Fu has reached such a deep level, the universe war broke out, and he can remain rational and calm and think freely. This made him feel a little bit ashamed. Jian Wushuang, then the old man will leave first. If there is any situation, please inform me the first time, and I will retreat first during this time. Banshan took a deep breath and said, It is good. Jian Wushuang nodded his head. He knew that Banshan was not calm in his heart now, and he would not be able to maintain rational and calm thinking. Once he could not keep calm and rational thinking, it was only a matter of time to reveal the flaws. Therefore, it is currently the best practice for Banshan to choose retreat. After Banshan left, Jian Wushuang sat quietly on the seat with his knees crossed, his eyes blinking constantly. He knew that what he had to do now was only one word, and that was wait. Early this morning, he talked to Zhoushan. Zeus told him that the battle between the two universes is not yet a confrontation, and they are still in the process of trial and friction with each other. Zeus does not intend to expose their strength and directly start a life and death duel with the virtual universe. Today's god of the earth is like a hunter who is carefully setting up a trap, constantly laying down on the virtual universe, waiting for the people of the virtual universe to fall into the trap step by step. After that, the sword Wushuang came to close the net. After pondering for a while, Jian Wushuang and Luo Ming, the head of the Red Whale gang, obtained a message. Little Lord. Luo Ming's respectful voice came. He had been paying attention to the Forbidden Land in the past, and vaguely guessed about this catastrophe. It is estimated from this that the identity of Jian Wushuang naturally emerged. Although he understood in his heart, he didn't break it. From the moment Jian Wushuang planted a ban in the source of life that day, he knew that his life no longer belongs to this universe, or even to himself. Only belong to one person, that is Jian Wushuang. He will be under the sword warriors. The fiercest dog will only serve sword warriors. Okay. Jian Wushuang nodded his head, and then said, Luo Ming, from now on, all the gangs of the Red Whale will be reduced to 0 and all will be dispersed. They will withdraw from the top forces in the void, and the Red Whales should not exist. Only the core personnel who had been banned dived underground and changed their names. Now that the war of catastrophe has begun, at this critical juncture, Jian Wushuang must find a way to close all his tales. Dissolved? Luo Ming heard the words for a moment, then nodded without hesitation, and replied, Master, I see. What's the name of another name? Jian Wushuang thought about it, and now Luo Ming and others are playing his eyes in the virtual universe. That being the case, let us do this. You will call it left ear. Serve me for 10 million years. After 10 million years, I will lift the ban and return you to freedom. Jian Wushuang said faintly, presumably 10 million years later, the catastrophe between the two universes has ended, and then they will be free. It is good. Luo Ming raised her fist and was slightly agitated. Well, I'll contact you again if something happens. Jian Wushuang cut off the communication with Luo Ming, got up and walked out of the Lord's Hall, came to the railing, and could overlook the entire Lianshan zone. The sky became drowsy, snow falling from the sky, and the white snow covered the Lianshan zone. A snowflake fell on Jiancha's shoulder. Jian Wushuang tightened his lord's concubine tightly, looking at the dim sky, murmured to himself, The winter is here, and the night is coming. Chapter 45-43. Time passed, and 3 days passed. For monks, 3 days is just a blink of an eye, but for today's virtual universe and divine universe, it is extremely slow. Although there are major top-level existences in the divine universe, and they went to battlefields outside the region to help the gods of the universe, but the gods of the universe did not choose to directly engage in a decisive battle with the virtual universe, but instead deterred backwards. The virtual universe is pressing harder and closer, compressing the living space of the gods such as the gods. At this moment, in the extraterrestrial battlefield of the divine universe, the voids of the void universe have camped and completely occupied them. A tent in the middle of the camp. Surrounded by endless black mist, the of innocence of physical appearance was sitting on a large chair. On his sides there are left and right vanities, and under him are 34 vanities. They are negotiating the next battle plan. A vanity with countless tentacles walked in quickly from outside the camp, kneeling at the feet of the Su, and said in a deep voice, "Master Xianxin, the people of the divine universe still do not face us, but retreat with one blow, and continue to shrink the line of defense." The virtual sat in the main seat and did not speak, but raised his head and narrowed his eyes, making it hard to understand what he was thinking. The right-hand messenger standing next to him was a thin-skinned old man wearing a shaman's hat. He heard the words softly and said, "Master Xian, there must be demon in abnormal things. This magical universe does not confront us, but instead it is constantly backing away. I'm afraid that there is any conspiracy." As soon as this word came to an end, other virtual respects also frowned and said, "Yes, Lord Shushan, this magical universe is obviously a strategy to seduce the enemy deeply. It is estimated that there is an ambush not far away." There was a lot of talk in the camp tent. Su Shan gave them a faint glance, full of magical sounds from his mouth. "How about an ambush? What's the plan? It's just a matter of 10 minutes. After that, he shook his head and waved forward. "Come down, and now see the people in the divine universe, no longer stay tempted and kill them directly. The people in the divine universe don't want to start a war with us, we will start a war with them. The initiative is never in their hands but in our hands." The words were bland, but in the middle of the words, they were full of horror and domineering not to put anything in their eyes. "If you want 3,000 tricks and 100,000 calculations, I will try my best to drop 10 sessions. Strong crush. Divine power within the universe." The house was full of false men, and they all took the keel boat and slowly evacuated. The Zhou stood on the deck of a keel boat, stood with his hands up, and looked up at the starry sky in the distance. There is a sense between the strong and the strong. He can sense that before the 100,000 virtual eras, the existence of the virtual universe was not far from him, looking at him from a distance. False god. His old enemy. "Master Zeus, the people of the virtual universe seem to notice that we are hanging them, and in the last few attacks, they no longer rush to kill." Captain of the 8th team, the Supreme Master Sisi who breathed Sanqing into the universe with supernatural power, stood beside the of the universe, and said softly. In his eyes there was a rush of worry. Just as the virtual said, their magical universe has laid out countless killing arrays of the of extermination in the base camp tens of thousands of miles away from the battlefield outside the territory. Each of these killing arrays is not only powerful, but also the god used the list of combat power given to him by the sword unparalleled. Each of them has a targeted restraint attribute. Once the people of the virtual universe enter, then what is waiting for them is a thunderstorm like a storm. Anyway, I understand the character of Shushan, who always advocates supremacy of strength and pushes invincibly. You can rest assured that he will not shrink back, but will increase the offensive," Zeus said with a smile. "For this old enemy who has been entangled in 100,000 chaos ages, the of the universe has long been familiar with the virtual god. Not to mention, the countless killing battles are just a guise for the gods of the universe to attract their attention. The real killing trick is Jian Shuang's sword. As long as Jian Wushuang inserted the Feng Tianqi into the void, and cut off the back of the void universe, so that they could not get supplies, even if the countless killing battles did not work, he could slowly grind the alien dead. However, these plans did not tell anyone. "Okay, I hope so." The 8th team captain Shishi took a deep breath and said. 3 days later. "Master Zeus, as you expected, the virtual soldiers of the virtual universe launched a fierce attack." The 8th team captain Sun Shi hurried over and said with a look of excitement. In the case of countless killings, the current divine power universe is not afraid of the virtual universe being reckless, it is afraid of the virtual universe being careful. Now the virtual universe has launched a fierce onslaught, and they are chasing after them, just hitting them. Okay, don't fight with them, drag them into the battlefield. The god of the Nod nodded, and then waved his hand to let Sushi Supreme leave, and opened a communication with Sword Unparalleled. Refining Shinzone. The sword sat cross-legged and was practicing. Sword Unparalleled. The words of the universe sounded in Jian Wushuang's mind. Jian Wushuang opened his eyes, and there was a flash of magic in his eyes. Sir Master, are you planning to start? Yes, the sword is unparalleled. You can now rush to the void and set up the sky banner. Zeus nodded, then took a deep breath. His expression became serious. Sword Unparalleled, this time your mission is very important. You can only succeed and not fail. It is good. Jian Wushuang nodded. A flash of firmness flashed in his eyes. Even if you die here, you will not regret it. At last. The Zhou paused, his tone softened, and he said deeply, Jian Wushuang, after finishing this, come back alive, the old man is waiting for you in the universe. Jian Wushuang smiled at the words and said, Relax, I will come back alive. Later, Jian Wushuang hung up the communication with the universe. The Lord's dormitory became quiet. Jian Wushuang got up and stood up, his eyes were as plain as water, and he stepped out of the sovereign hall. Some cold wind blows Jian Wushuang's black hair. It's windy. Jian Wushuang looked up at the sky and murmured to himself. Next moment, the Sword Unparalleled stepped out, already outside the astral area where the refining God Zone was located. Standing in the starry sky, Jian Wushuang has put on a wide black robe. He glanced down at the refining Shin Zone, and realized in his heart that he would never come here again. Goodbye. Shaking his head, Jian Wushuang reached out to pull on the wide hood that was attached to the black robe, and pulled down the hood's brim to reveal only one chin. Huh! Swordless twins turned into a thunder, blasting towards the void. The recent plot is the biggest climax, and the most important part of the top of the universe. It is related to the end of the top of the universe volume, so it takes more time and effort. In order to achieve the best results, constantly scrutinizing the plot, resulting in late updates every day, I apologize to everyone. I will find time later to make up for it. Chapter 45-44. The Vast Universe of Stars. A figure was bursting towards the Void Forbidden. Refining Shinzong is not far from the Void Forbidden ground, so it doesn't take long for Jian Wushuang to reach the Void. When it came to the Void, it was much tougher than the previous defense. There are traces of vanity everywhere, guarding the entrances. These levels of virtual respect are not high, and most of them are second and third marks. They were drawn by the elders of the top sects, and they were unable to participate in the Holocaust, and were responsible for guarding the Void. Who is coming? A scolding sound came, and a middle-aged man with a shining light in his eyes and a halo of avenues appeared on his back, staring at Jian Wushuang. Sir, this is Luo Ming. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly, reached down and pushed down the hood on his head, exposing a face exactly like Luo Ming. At the same time, a faint glow passed across the Ethereum token on his waist, making his breath impenetrable. Luo Ming? The middle-aged man sitting cross-legged, suppressing the entrance, raised his eyebrows. He had heard the name Luo Ming. It is the infamous red whale leader in the universe, who has always made a living by killing homes. Although his strength is not weak, his reputation in the universe is not good. He often does things that are deceptive and hard-working. In the eyes of this middle-aged man, Luo Ming is just a small character who can't get on the stage. What did this guy come here all of a sudden? Shaking his head, the middle-aged man's mouth appeared to be ridiculous, playing with taste. Luo Ming, you are not staying with your Red Whale gang, why come here? There are no people you can rob. Jian Wushuang heard the words, and glared at him with a pretense of annoyance, and snorted. What are you talking about? Is this the only thing you can do that doesn't work? Ha ha, isn't it? The middle-aged man grinned narrowly, and the taunt on his face was even stronger. Well, Luo Ming, this is not where you should come. Wherever you come from, go back. He waved his hand, and the middle-aged man said impatiently that he wanted to send the sword Wishwang to leave. Go away, what are you? This void is forbidden to open your house. If you let me go, just leave. Jian Wishwang glared at the middle-aged man, and said something viciously. Long before entering the forbidden area of the void, Jian Wishwang had already figured out his plan, which was fake Luo Ming. This person, Luo Ming, has a good reputation in the virtual universe, but because of his status, he doesn't have many friends he really knows. In addition, Luo Ming's impression to the public is that the image of the unreliable Demon King, even if he did something extraordinary, in the eyes of everyone, it is reasonable and consistent with his personality. These are the labels on Luo Ming. Therefore, this is the most suitable identity for Jian Wishwang to enter the void. As for the risk of breaking in too much, if not until the last moment, Jian Wishwang does not want to do so. You guy, you really have a bad breath. The middle-aged man changed his face slightly when he heard the words, and there was a coldness in his eyes. This seat lets you leave. This is not where you should come. Don't you understand? While talking, the middle-aged man stood up while standing. The mighty coercion belonging to the four-level virtual respect emanated from him. Although he cultivates the same realm as Luo Ming, he is confident that he, who is from the front door, is definitely not the same as Luo Ming. If Luo Ming dared to say a word, he doesn't mind teaching the infamous red whale the big head. What? You want to fight? Jian Wishwang sneered and looked at the middle-aged man without fear. With the status of Luo Ming, Jian Wishwang has no worries about his seemingly insane performance, which will cause any doubt. Court death! The middle-aged man flashed coldly in his eyes and said coldly, Luo Ming, you usually do anything wrong, even if you don't cause a major event, now dare to challenge this seat. Do you think this seat is your usual soft persimmon? Wow! A black bone knife was pulled out of the body by a middle-aged man. A surge of imaginary force burst from him. Jian Wishwang looked at this scene, his pupils shrunk slightly, but his face did not change at all, stepped out, and stared directly at the middle-aged man. The eyes of the two men collided in the air, hitting countless invisible sparks. Pinpoint to Mei Mong. Just when the two were about to start, an unexpected voice suddenly came from a distance. Luo Ming? Why are you here? Immediately afterwards he saw an old man in a red robe. After seeing Jian Wishwang, he first looked at him, and then a happy expression came out on his face, and he quickly greeted him. Ah, Lord Black Knife, Luo Ming, why are you two on the bar? When the old man in the red robe approached, he saw that the atmosphere between Jian Wishwang and the middle-aged man was not right, and his heart suddenly made a bad noise. He and Luo Ming are best friends, and he knows Luo Ming's temperament best. I'm afraid it's my friend who caused something. With a bitter smile in his heart, the old man in the red robe immediately became a peacemaker. The middle-aged man obviously also knew the old man in the red robe. He snorted coldly, and his face was still not very good. Red Buddha, if you ask this person, shut your mouth and let the seat get out of the way. I don't kill him, it's already a good temper. Jian Wishwang heard the thoughts in his mind, and the old man in the red robe was afraid of being the real Luo Ming. He was one of the few friends in the universe. When the meeting still has to find a chance, ask Luo Ming to find out the situation of the old man in the red robe, otherwise it is very likely to reveal stuffing. There are many thoughts in his heart, but on the surface, Jian Wishwang stared at him, pretending to be angry. Red Buddha, this guy let me go away first. This guy is just a gatekeeper. If he is really a of false gods, everyone is in the same realm. Why did he order me? Luo Ming. What is the gatekeeper? This seat is the last line of defense for Lord Shushan. You must not talk nonsense. The middle-aged man's anger came again. You really put gold on your face. Jian Wishwang disdain sneered whispered. Between these two words, Jian Wishwang and this middle-aged man have another rhythm that they want to fight. Seeing this, the old man in the red robe only felt that the first two were big, and he couldn't help but stop the unstoppable Jian Wushuang, and smiled bitterly. Well, give me a face, just a few words. The words fell, and the old man in the red robe saw that the two had slightly tempered their tempers and stopped, and he could not help but sigh of relief, then turned to look at Jian Wushuang and asked, Yes, Luo Ming, why did you come here suddenly? He remembered that Luo Ming did not know about the Holocaust. Chapter 45-45 Things of the Holocaust. In the divine universe, it is a secret that only spreads in the top combat power, and the same is true in the virtual universe. In theory, with Luo Ming's strength, he is qualified to know the Holocaust, but Luo Ming's popularity is too poor, and he has always been at odds with those top ancestors who know the news. Therefore, no one will naturally tell him. The old man in red robes knows this. Therefore, he was also quite surprised how Luo Ming knew about the Holocaust. In this regard, of course, Jian Wushuang's heart already has the answer. When I saw his eyebrows raised, he deliberately made a careless look and poked his lips and said, Why? Only you know? There are so many children in the Red Whale gang, and I have already told this to him. The old man in the red robe heard the words and nodded bitterly with a smile. Although the Red Whale gang are some shrimp soldiers and crabs, few of them can play a major role, but there are indeed many personnel. It is not difficult to inquire about a piece of news. Luo Ming, tens of millions of years have gone. You still speak with a gun and a stick, the old man in the red robe said with emotion. Before waiting for Wushuang's answer, the middle-aged man, Black Sword Lord, sneered and replied, What do you know? What do you want to do when you know it? Do you want to succeed or not to participate in the Holocaust? Jian Wushuang also replied with a sneer. It is not up to you to decide whether or not to participate in this catastrophe. This seat sees that you are a dog and a mouse, and you are nosy. You. His Majesty the Black Knife heard the words, and immediately became extremely angry. When the old man in the red robe saw that they were in a position to quarrel again, he quickly said, Well, be quiet. Jian Wushuang and His Majesty the Black Knife stared at each other, then hummed at the same time and stopped talking. Taking a deep breath, the old man in the red robe said, Now when I wait for the use of the virtual universe, Luo Ming's decision to participate in the Holocaust is not up to you or me. You are here a little wait. Let me first ask the 8 desolate lords who are responsible for guarding the camp this time. After that, the old man in the red robe took a look at them and strode into the void forbidden area. After the old man in the red robe left, Jian Wushuang's mind relaxed slightly. Now that the acting is done, there is no need to go on, just wait quietly for the result. Therefore, he closed his eyes slightly, eyes and noses and hearts, and turned a blind eye to the spitting fire of His Holiness. The void in the forbidden area, the 87th crack, has been completely blocked. It's like a hive. Among the dense palaces, there is a side hall with a few oil lamps. Although the first main forces of the virtual universe have all followed the gods of the universe, they have broken into the magical universe. However, there is still a strong man who is responsible for suppressing the base camp in case of emergency. A middle-aged man in a white robe sat cross-legged on a futon and practiced quietly. Behind him, the endless corpse gas emerged automatically, forming a scene of corpses and blood. He is the 8th desolate emperor, the last sovereign of the refining god sect, and the one responsible for staying in the camp this time. Bada man. The old man in the red robe walked in quickly, and firstly whispered respectfully, Don't look at the 8 desolate worship ranked lower than the 34 deity worship. That's because these 34 deity worship are all recovering from the ancient peak of the strong, but for those who do not enter the 6 marks, 8 desolations still has great prestige. Red Buddha, what's the matter? Bahuang Shizun slowly opened his eyes and looked at the old man in the red robe. His tone was kind. Although the old man in the red robe did not enter the 6 marks, in the realm of the 5 marks, he had been immersed in tens of thousands of virtual disciplines. As far as the practice time is concerned, it is far longer than the 8 desolate respect. However, along the way, we don't use strength to determine strength and strength. Let's go back to the 8 Wastelands. Red Whale helps Luo Ming to vote, and wants to play a part in this catastrophe. The old man in the red robe said with respect. Luo Ming? But the star robber who is famous in the universe? Bahuang Shizhuang asked slightly. Yes, this is the man. Lord Yaoang, this Luo Ming has known me for hundreds of times. Although sometimes the mentality is bad, but the strength is not weak, and the nature is not bad. The old man in the red robe said. Is that so? Yaoang Shizhuan touched his chin, then smiled and said, The Red Buddha, you decide for yourself, let him see where there are cracks to be guarded, then send him to guard. For Bahuang Shizhuan, it is not a big deal to arrange a Luo Ming, and the old man in the red robe just said that he and Luo Ming were good, so let him give him a favor. Yes. The old man in the red robe was a little happy, and grateful Chao Xian honored his hand. In this hidden battle of the void universe, countless people have called it the Battle of Gods. Because once this battle is won, it will be rewarded by the Lord God. This is a rare opportunity. Luo Ming is one of his best friends, and the old man in the red robe naturally hopes that this friend can also share such an opportunity. After arching back, the old man in red robe returned to the void outside the forbidden area. Luo Ming, come with me, Lord Badan has agreed to your request. They'll take you to familiarize yourself with the void forbidden area first, and then find a weak defense to get you on top. The old man in red robe said with a smile. Ha ha ha, Red Buddha, how are you? Jian Wushuang laughed loudly, and didn't say any polite words, but reached out his hand and struck the old man in the red robe heavily. Although he did not know the real relationship between Luo Ming and the Red Buddha, the relationship would not be bad if he wanted to come. If he spoke some polite words, it would be abnormal. Gladly glancing at the scary middle-aged man with a dark face, Jian Wushuang followed the old man in the red robe and strode into the void. The villain Digi, the middle-aged man, snorted with a bitter hatred, and then sat down again, closed his eyes, and started practicing. No one found that Jian Wushuang, who was closely following the old man in the red robe, opened a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. A small black flag slipped from his cuff, inserted into the void, then disappeared and disappeared. Only Jian Wushuang can sense that all the nearby voids have been suppressed by Feng Tianqi. As long as Jian Wushuang's thoughts move, that Feng Tianqi can be fully urged to block everything and form a Jedi. Luo Ming, let me familiarize you with the Forbidden Land first, and tell you by the way, what is the situation of this catastrophe. The old man in the red robe walked ahead and said. Jian Wushuang originally had this intention. At this moment, when he heard the old man in the red robe said this, his heart moved and he nodded. It is good. Chapter 45-46. Time passes slowly. The old man in red robes with sword unparalleled began to become familiar with the void. Luo Ming, there are void cracks everywhere in the void space, and the magnetic field is chaotic. Our false consciousness often cannot be spread out completely, or it will convey some wrong information. Therefore, we need to measure by inch by foot and be familiar with the terrain. The old man in the red robe walked forward and said patiently. Jian Wushuang followed, not talking, but constantly looking at the void. As the sentence says, the paper is finally shallow. Although Jian Wushuang has a detailed map of the void forbidden area drawn by the Red Whale Gang, and is already familiar with it, it is still a little different from his own observation. As he walked, Jian Wushuang quietly laid the Fengtianzhen banner. A few hours later, Void Forbidden Land had already traveled to most. And Feng Tianqi in the sword has no hands, and there is not much left. The entire Void Forbidden area is almost under his control. At this moment, the old man in the red robe stepped. Luo Ming, if you want to come to this catastrophe battle, you only know about it, but I don't know the details. Today I will tell you about this catastrophe battle carefully. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes upon hearing the words, and to be honest, he didn't know much about the battle of catastrophe. He believes that the virtual universe is so continually moving forward and attacking the divine universe at the expense of casualties. In addition to the ambition of the virtual god, there must be important reasons that he does not know. Come on, don't sell. Jian Wushuang urged on his mouth, in line with Luo Ming's personality label. Luo Ming, do you know the existence of Qi Yun? The old man in red robe looked back and smiled at Jian Wushuang. Luck? Jian Wushuang heard the word for a moment, and he really heard it for the first time. Yes, luck. The old man in red robe nodded his head and replied. Luo Ming, you are still 4-marked, and you don't have a deep understanding of luck. After you reach the level of 5 marks, you will find the importance of luck. After a pause, the old man in the red robe continued. In the universe, Wuchen-level virtual respect is not uncommon. In general, as long as there is no death in the middle after breaking through the mark, after a long baptism, as long as the talent is not too weak, you can reach the 5-mark virtual status respect. However, the 5-marked virtual respect and the 6-marked virtual respect seem to be just a small realm, but the actual situation is completely different, and it is not an exaggeration to say that the nature of the gods. From ancient times to the present, our virtual universe does not know how many 5-mark virtual honors have been accumulated, but there are very few 6-mark virtual honors. If you want to break through the 6-mark virtual honor, you not only need top talent, understanding, but also the most critical factor, and that is luck. Every 6-marked vanity is said to be the son of heaven, and their own luck has been linked to this universe. Therefore, almost no one has ever been able to defeat the 6-marked virtual lords without entering the 6-marked virtual lords. The old man in the red robe flashed his eyes, and then sighed with a sigh of relief. The old man has been immersed in tens of thousands of virtual periods in the 5-mark virtual respect. According to the years of practice, many 6-mark virtual honors have to rank behind the old man. But as he practiced along the way, the masters always acted as teachers. The old man has practiced for so long, but he is not as good as them. He is really ashamed. Jian Wushuang heard the word and did not answer, but continued to think about the word fortune that the old man in the red robe just said. Not only does the 5-mark virtual honor of the virtual universe break through the 6-mark difficulty, in the divine universe, the half-step Invincible Supreme and the Invincible Supreme seem to be only 2 words apart, but they are also very different. There are not many top-level Supremes and half-step Invincible Extremes in the universe, but Invincible Extremes are few and poor. People such as Blue Wave Supreme, Giant Axe Supreme, etc., are all talented and superior in the universe, but there is a barrier after all to break through the Invincible Supreme. I'm afraid the word Qiyun is also missing. Luo Ming, the word Qi is important. It's not just that. For us, wanting to break from a 5-mark virtual honor to a 6-mark virtual honor. Although it requires luck, but throughout the ages it also has a person who can break through the realm, but the 6-marked vanity wants to take that vital step. Without luck, it is absolutely impossible. Which step does the 6-mark class have? Jian Wushuang heard a word of silence, and his eyes flashed instantly. If he didn't guess wrong, it should be the realm of the virtual, or the cosmic god. If this is the case, then everything can be explained clearly. Why those ancient existences born of chaos with 6-marked vain respect? Why spare no effort to attack the divine universe? I'm afraid it's because the universe has limited luck. If you say that the fortunes of one universe are divided into 10 fights, and the virtual alone has already occupied 7 fights, then the only option for others to reach the level of virtual gods is to capture another universe. At that step, what is it called? Jian Wushuang asked. This is not what I have access to. The specific situation can only be understood after breaking through to a 6-mark virtual honor. The old man in the red robe shook his head and said, Let's go, I'll take you to your guard first. It is good. Jian Wushuang nodded, and no longer asked. After an hour, a huge basin appeared before the sword without double sides. The old man in red robe said, Luo Ming, you are responsible for guarding here. After a pause, the old man in the red robe patted Jian Wushuang's shoulders and said with a smile, Generally speaking, nothing major will happen. You just need to be here and wait for Lord Shushan to return triumphantly. A few more words were ordered, and the old man in the red robe left. Jian Wushuang looked around, sitting cross-legged, a Fengtian flag slid from his sleeve, inserted into the void, and then disappeared. Open! With a light sip, among the dark golden eyes of Jian Wushuang, countless road flashes. An invisible map emerged in his eyes. This map is truly a void in the void. I saw that Feng Tianqi was almost full in the void, and with only a single move of Jian Wushuang's mind, he could instantly start the formation and block the void. It's still the last place. This big battle is complete. Jian Wu's eyes looked at the 87th crack, whispered to himself. It is necessary to hurry up and insert the 87th crack in Feng Tian banner. The next day, Jian Wushuang stood up, seemingly bored with the boring, sitting and guarding his work, and swaggered towards the surrounding. In this regard, many defenders were suspicious at first, but when they knew it was Luo Ming, they suddenly hummed and said nothing. In their opinion, Luo Ming is a soiled bun that does not understand the rules, and it is normal to do so. After wandering around for a while, Jian Wushuang saw the time was ripe, and immediately walked towards the 87th crack. 3 sides of the sky banner quietly appeared in his hands. Chapter 45-47. Inside the Void. In an attic, the old man in red robe was holding the railing with both hands, listening to the return from his subordinates. Luo Ming could not help crying and laughing and shook his head. My old friend, when I am really out of temper, I will, knowing that he would not be so peaceful. It really took a day or two to sit still. After a pause, the old man in the red robe turned his head and asked, Where is Luo Ming now? Master Red Buddha, Luo Ming should now go to the 87th crack. His Majesty said with an arched hand. Okay. The old man in Tang Hongpo nodded his head, and then groaned for a while and said, This is no better than other places. They'll go and see him. Don't cause any trouble. The words of the cymbals fell, and the old man in the red robe stepped on his feet and walked towards the 87th crack. The 87th crack, the guard is more severe than other places. Far apart, Jian Wushuang saw a huge building like a honeycomb hovering quietly in the air. Behind this building, a crack about the size of 10 feet was constantly twisted. This crack is the 87th crack that connects the virtual universe and the divine universe. This is also the most critical place to block the void and to break the advanced forces in the divine universe. Therefore, no 2 sides of the sword have to insert 3 Feng Tian flags here. Noisy. The first seal of the sky banner slipped from the sword without hands, overcast in the void. Immediately, the sword Wushuang swayed towards the 87th crack. Stop coming! Before I approached, I saw 2 weird men with long necks wearing weird robes, blocking Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang glanced at them, scratched his head, and grinned. Hey, 2 brothers, I was recently responsible for guarding the void and letting me in. The 2 long-necked weirds glanced at each other, and then frowned, and said, You must not be ordered to call here, you must not enter here. Jian Shuang heard that his pupils shrank slightly. Bad 8? Is the person responsible for staying in the void forbidden land and 8 desolate respect? The thoughts in Jian Shuang's heart turned sharply, but on the surface he murmured, Would you like to inform the 8 wastelands? The 2 long-necked weirds said, Master Yahuang is talking to Lord Shushan and will not accept the announcement. You quickly return to your hometown. Is that so? Jian Wushuang bowed his head. He just talked to the of the universe just now. The of the universe informed him that the war between the divine universe and the virtual universe had broken out, and it was imperative that they would be delayed after breaking them. It seems that you can only use strong. Jianso silently whispered to himself. Next moment. Huh! Jianwu stepped forward without waiting for the 2 long-necked monsters in charge of the guard to return. The whole person has turned into a streamer, and rushed towards the 87th crack. Bold! Presumptuous! The 2 long-necked weirds returned to their hearts and suddenly became furious, running weak, and chasing towards the sword unparalleled. Don't look at these 2 long-necked weirdos. They are just responsible for guarding, but at the moment, it is also an Urshian Shizuan under the repair of an outbreak. I saw that their necks, like rubber, suddenly stretched and turned into pythons. Go away! Jian's eyes flashed, and he reached out with both hands, grabbing the necks of the two long-necked monsters. Holding in his hands, countless storms surged. I saw Man's eyes twinkling in his eyes, and he stirred his hands to tie the two long-necked monsters rubber-like necks to a knot, and then slapped them with a slap. "Come here! Someone breaks through the crack!" Suddenly, the two long-necked weirds roared loudly, and a harsh sirens rang out throughout the void. And Sword Unparalleled has stepped in front of the void crack. The thrilling wind came out from the fissure of the 87th, revealing the familiar breath of Jian Wuxuang. The last two Fengtian flags slipped from the sword without hands and inserted into the void crack. In a short time, all the closed heavens sensed each other, and they were completely integrated into one, and the void forbidden dungeon was suppressed and blocked. Immediately, Jian Wuxuang opened a message with the of the universe. "Master God, Feng Tianqi has all been installed. You can start the formation at any time." Longer from the 87th crack. The old man in the red robe was stepping forward. Before he could reach the 87th crack, a sharp alarm sounded, and it blew loudly in the sky. "What's the situation?" The old man in Tang Hongpo changed his face and instantly thought of the incident when Luo Xing reported to him that Luo Ming had gone to the 87th crack. Suddenly his eyelids jumped, and a bad premonition filled his heart. "Isn't it something Luo Ming did?" Boom! Suddenly the old man in the red robe stepped a little faster. Hive Palace Group. Su Bahuang Xuanzang is communicating with Xushen. Suddenly, a sharp alarm sounded. "Okay?" He Bahuang Zhuangzhuang frowned, pleaded guilty to Xushen, cut off the communication, and immediately opened up. "Come here, what happened outside?" A subordinate hurried in, kneeling and saying, "Bada man, someone broke into the 87th crack." "What?" The face of Su Bahuang Zun's face changed, and his expression suddenly became gloomy. He asked coldly, "Who stormed the 87th crack?" "Let's go back to the 8 Wastelands. It's Luo Ming of the Red Whale Gang." "Luo Ming? He is so brave!" He Bahuang Suzing snorted coldly, then strode out of the camp and walked towards the crack. The 87th crack door. "Sword Unparalleled, start Feng Tianqi immediately," Wu Zhoushan said in a deep voice. "Yes." Wu Jianwuxuang nodded, took a deep breath. 99 Feng Tian banner evolved in his eyes. "Kai!" The next moment, Jian Wuxuang spit out a word softly. Rumble. The heavens and earth changed in an instant, countless gale winds roared, and the whole void was forbidden, making a roaring muffled sound, like an earthquake, and the earth began to shake violently. Countless dusts have risen, and slap cracks have spread. Snapped. A flash of lightning, like a thunderbolt blasted on a sunny day. The entire void in the void was quickly evacuated by an invisible force. Countless black chains emerged out of thin air, closing the boundless land. What happened? The old man in red robe and the 8 desolate emperor who had just arrived in front of the fissure had changed their faces. Looking up at the fissure in the void, his sword was calm and unparalleled. "Luo Ming! What have you done? Stop it! Are you looking for death?" The old man in the red robe looked at Jian Wuxuang, and was shocked and angry. At the same time, a sense of anxiety erupted in his heart. I do not know why, he looked at Jian Wuxuang with a calm face, and suddenly felt an extremely strange feeling. Latest URL. Chapter 45-48. Huh! When the old man in the red robe was so anxious and yelled at him, the 8 desolate emperor had turned into a streamer, and quickly grabbed at the sword Unparalleled. Wu Jianshou looked back at the two and gave a sneer at the corners of his mouth. He did not sneer with the two, but at the moment when the Fengtian formation started, the whole person stepped into the void crack. Dead? He Bahuang Suzun grabbed his right hand severely, but what he caught was just an afterimage. Suddenly, Bahuang Sun's face was ugly. Old man in red robe rushed to the side at this time. His expression was shocked and angry. He had thought that relying on Luo Ming's temperament would inevitably cause some wrongs, but he did not expect that he would make such a terrible disaster. I looked at the expression of Taiching from Bahuang Suzun, and the old man in red robe said with guilt, "I'm sorry, but I don't know Luo Ming would do such a thing." He didn't wait for him to finish, and saw Bahuang Xuan looked at him coldly, and said, "Red Buddha, you can't see yet, isn't this person Luo Ming?" "What?" The old man in Tanghongpo was shocked, and then thought back carefully. At first thought, he suddenly thought of countless clues. When he took Jian Wushuang to visit the void, he talked with Jian Wushuang several times and the funny thing between them, but he was inadvertently obscured by Jian Wushuang. I didn't think about it in the first place. He hadn't found anything yet. Looking back at the moment, I couldn't help but think, isn't this the exposed flaw of this person, afraid to be seen by himself? Who is this person? The old man in the red robe asked with a heartbeat. It is not important who he is now. Red Buddha, this person is a void forbidden area brought by you, and you will wait for Lord Shushin to return for accountability. Bahuang Suzun snorted coldly. If in the past, relying on the seniority of the old man in the red robe, he is quite polite, but in these major events, the aid desolate respect will naturally not be as usual. At the same time, he could not help thinking of the black-robed man who had stepped into the void crack from the divine universe and entered the void universe. From the divine universe? Bahuang Suzun narrowed his eyes and murmured to himself. Immediately, Bahuang Shuzun no longer thought about it, but planned to connect with Shushin to report the situation. However, as soon as he was about to send a message to Sushin, his face changed suddenly. He actually found out that the line of communication between him and Shushin was like being cut by an invisible scissors, and he could not communicate with Shushin at all. Something is coming! Yao Huang's heart sank. Since the communication could not be communicated, he tried to step into the void of the void, enter the magical universe, and talk to the virtual in person. However, taking this step made his heart completely cold. I saw that before the 87th crack, there seemed to be an invisible barrier, which completely blocked the way to the divine universe. The passage between the two universes is sealed. What does this mean? 8 Wastelanders know that since they can't go by, then the virtual gods and others in the divine power universe can't come back naturally. This makes Bahuang Xuanzhuang like a falling ice cellar, chilling all over. Red Buddha, you should confess your death. Bahuang Suzun turned his head, staring at the old man in red robes, squeezing out the words from his teeth. Extraterrestrial battlefield. Jian's unparalleled body constantly condenses from transparency to substance, and finally reveals his figure completely. Who? Jian Wushuang breathed out a sigh of relief, and with the successful launch of Fengtian formation, the heavy stone that had been pressed on his heart finally fell completely. I glanced around, and it was originally an extraterrestrial battlefield that was heavily occupied by soldiers. At this moment, there was only an empty space, leaving only a wave of battle between Supreme and Void, and countless broken limbs. Bang bang bang. There was a sound of collision roar coming from a long distance ahead. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes and looked forward, and the dark golden eyes suddenly burst into countless bloodshots. His eyes directly penetrated through the void of tens of thousands of miles, and saw the two-party universe that was really at war in the base of divine universe. It's my turn. Wu Jianshou twisted his neck, and his eyes shot with turbulent warfare like a fire burning. There was a strong desire to fight, surging in his chest. Huh! Next moment, with his right foot stepped, Jian Wu turned directly into a thunder, blasting quickly towards the battlefield. Divine Power Universe Base Camp. The men and women on both sides of the universe are here, and finally a real war breaks out. Countless killing battles have begun, strangling 34 Xianzun and 2 left and right envoys under the seat of the Colossus, as well as more 4 Mark, 5 Mark Sun, and so on. Irai Lake rises to the bright moon, the immortal king comes to the 9th day, the 9-star Rinju line. One vision after another emerged in this starry sky. When the two universes fought, they went directly to the hottest time. The shouting sounds were loud, and countless spells collided together. Each spell had the power to destroy the stars and cut off the galaxy. In terms of overall advantages, although the divine universe has the blessing of battling the battlefield, it still cannot beat the virtual universe. The fighting on both sides is in a tit-for-tat form. I will not mention the battle between the 9 team members under the cosmic throne and the 6 marked virtual respect brought by the virtual god. The scenes of the battle between Invincible Supreme and 6 mark Void are really terrifying and terrifying. As early as the beginning of the battle, the 2 gods Su Sun and Zhou gods split the space and went straight into another dimension duel. Therefore, what really shocks people and plays a decisive role on the battlefield is the battle of 6 marked Vanity and Invincible Supremacy. Awakening from the Manjiang Glacier, the power of the flesh overwhelming the ancestral patriarch White Ape, right against the Right Ambassador, one of the strongest combat forces under the virtual seat www. Novel. Com Shinzong has a one-sided white-haired burly old man. I saw the tyrant's ancestor punching out, as if pushing around a fierce sun, sending out magnificent golden light, blasting the void into the air, drawing numerous air away, and smashing on the right virtual body. Suddenly, that right-handed messenger also erupted an unbelievable level of terror. I saw the 2 thunderballs in his hands, directly exploded, and turned into a sea of thousands of miles. Like the ancient thunder who ruled the rule of thunder in the world, the thunderous thunder smashed down one after another, facing the hegemon of the hegemon. Torrential blast. Each of these thunders is enough to kill half-step Invincible Supreme. At this moment, millions of such powerful thunderbolts are bombarded on the Patriarch's ancestors, and their power can hardly be described. The same man who once also extinct the ancient times, and then concealed the playful world, laughed and asked the big dream of 3,000 years old, and the age of the wine lunatic Laukier, who was fighting with Swishusher. He saw that the lid of the wine gourd in the hands of the wine lunatic was torn open by him, and a stream of chaotic water was pouring out like a river, flooding the mantis-like left emptiness. Chapter 45-49. Weak and weak. Weak and weak. Too weak. It seems that you haven't made progress in these 100,000 chaos periods. The ancestors of the tyrant's robbed minds shook the electric light hard, and each punch was enough to explode hundreds of suns. The force was sinking to the extreme and the domineering to the extreme. 3,000 and 6,000 drunks, with the era of sorrow. As a drunken man like an old beggar, he directly turned a galaxy into a field of sunflower water, and the sound of waves crashed. Fights like this are constantly happening in the stars. Whether it is the Invincible Supreme of the Divine Universe or the 6 marked Virtual Supreme of the Void Universe, each of them is the pinnacle of the era that has dominated the era. At this moment, these ancient powers are all awake from their deep sleep, and they can be described as extremely powerful. Someone pointed at the starbursts, someone broke the galaxy, and others incarnate billions of feet, swallowing thousands of miles of starry sky. In the aftermath of the encounter between them, as if there were countless big worlds destroyed, chaos would boil and restart, and heaven and earth would break apart. He said it was extinct. The strong men of the 3 dragons, and phoenixes also showed their ability to dominate the universe. An 8-clawed evil dragon directly swallowed a group of bright galaxies, turned it into the purest energy, and shot out a breath of destruction. With a colorful phoenix, Qiming rose into the sky behind him, burning countless avenues of magical fire around his body, turning millions of stars into a raging sea of fire, directly cracking the void and burning. A 5-marked virtual honor fell into this endless flame of fire, and it disappeared without any residue. The tribe of Kirin is even more horrible. A 3-headed unicorn, at each step, stamps out a flame mark in the void, exuding the power of an endless king, and can't help but bow his head and worship. The opponents of the 3 of them are from Tianyao Holy Land, the first and second ancestors of Tianyao who have slept from ancient times to the present, and an old monster that is not weaker than them. In the face of these 3 people, the strong players of the 3 dragon and phoenix unicorns did not have a half-point victory. Sword comes. Divine Power Universe Wu Jianxian, the first person of Kendo in the world, under one sword, overturned millions of stars and rivers, staring at the sky. Han-man flickered in her eyes. Although she was a woman, she was not inferior to anyone in the audience. Sometimes she opened the gate to the sky, and sometimes she rushed to the sky. Her strength has already unknowingly reached the level of Tai Luo Supreme, perhaps not reached. There are also several major captain-level figures, such as Taishu Emperor, Zero Wood Supreme, Lucy Supreme, and Hiyuan Supreme, etc., which also burst into an extremely bright light. This kind of battle is simply unprecedented. In this kind of battle, who dares to call invincible, which dare to say undefeated? A name is invincible and supreme, with 6 marks of virtual respect, each showing his magical power, shocking the world. For a while, they could even kill them. After all, at their level, in fact, they were not too much in terms of combat power. Each had its own killer at the bottom of the box, which was difficult to separate in a short time. Winning and losing. The battle between some ordinary trace-level virtual lords and supreme lords is much more intense. A name placed in the universe can be regarded as the scary Vayne and supreme lord of the big man. In this battle, it can be said that the ants' cannon fodder is not exaggerated. From time to time, the supreme strong person falls down and wails. The casualties between them are almost straight up. The worst thing is that the situation between these ordinary supreme and virtual lords has begun to tilt towards the virtual universe. All this comes from a monster with a dog head and a huge axe. He was wearing a broken suit of molten armor, surrounded by faint blue light, no pupils in his eyes, only a blue one, staring at his eyes, as if staring into the abyss. The 5 long marks on the left shoulder where he was not covered by the slurry, so that he was barely exposed, were dazzling to the extreme. In the battlefield, he is simply a war machine, of death returned from hell. No one can stop. I saw that he was holding a giant axe like a pharaoh's scepter in both hands, and the blue light around him formed a halo, which was severely knocked down. It was a half-step invincible supremacy of the divine universe. What's even more weird is that after the half-step invincible supreme was beheaded by the monster with this dog-head's body, it turned into a long string of blood beads, which was automatically dropped into the monster's mouth and swallowed by him. And this dog-headed human monster had a slight injury, but he recovered instantly, and his body skyrocketed. I'm afraid that when he kills some more people, he can reach the level of threatening invincibility. We can say that this dog-headed monster has affected the whole battle. Not only has his injury recovered, but his strength has increased by 1 point. What kind of monster is this? The dragon's scales turned out all over, and the wolf reached the extreme long chin. He looked at the dog-headed monster with a look of horror. There was no more majesty in his eyes, but he was terrified to the extreme. He is half-step invincible and supreme, and he can be regarded as a strong person in this realm. He would not be directly slashed by an axe, but it is not much better. He was directly slashed by this dog-headed monster, and the horn was cut off. In one section, the entire body has a huge and deep wound. He was far away, and Zhou Jiawang's face was also gloomy to the extreme. He is not an opponent of this dog-head monster. If he is in the same realm with this dog-headed monster, he is confident that he can defeat this beast-headed monster, even beheaded. However, his cultivation status is too low, and he is still a distance from the Supreme. Go on like this, the ordinary Supreme in the entire universe will be beheaded and killed by this person, and will become a nourishment to increase his strength. At that time, once this person grows up, the invincible Supreme and the 6-mark Vignity, the short-term balance maintained between them will also be broken. At that time, it is very likely that all games will be lost. What to do now? How to deal with him? Who can be his opponent? At this moment, the arrogant king of Jiokai, who is always arrogant, also feels bitter in his mouth and despair in his heart. Junks from the divine universe, quickly submit to my fucking! The monster walking the head of the dog laughed wildly and looked at the eyes of King Jiojia and Long Qing, full of contempt and disdain. Is this the strength of the divine universe? It is really scary to be weak. The dog-headed monster shook his head, and immediately put out his tongue and licked his lips, showing greed and cruelty in his eyes. As long as all the people on the other side are beheaded and turned into their own nourishment, if they want to come, they will be enough to break through to the 6 marks level, right? Thinking of this, the dog-headed monster chuckled, holding a giant axe, and walked towards the ordinary supreme in the divine universe again. He raised his huge axe high, ready to split. Beneath his giant axe, several high-ranking, top-ranking supreme, despairing, ashamed. I haven't waited for him to chop. Ding! A dazzling sword light, as if Tianhe rolled down and swept across the sky, suddenly came from far away across thousands of miles. Chapter 45-50. Okay? Holding a giant axe, the dog-headed monster that was about to be slashed, feeling the icy sword that locked him and sprinting at him quickly, could not help but stagnate his hands, and slowly looked back. Suddenly the dog-headed monster whispered, and his pupils could not help shrinking. At the same time, Long Qing and King Nine Calamities, including many people who are fighting, all stopped in their hands and looked up at the bright sword light that struck the sky and split the yin and yang. This is Sword Warriors. Jian Wushuang is back. Suddenly, countless people in the divine universe were shaken, all exclaimed. During the 5,000-year battle of Jian Wushuang in the sword, he has already conquered countless people with his own strength, and gained great fame. Boom! In a blink of an eye, this sword light rushed to the ground, fiercely chopping on the monster with a dog head. Weak trash. When the dog-headed monster saw this, he was not afraid to laugh, and the long axe in his hand swept away, and he collided with the Taro Excalibur in the swordless hands. Ding! A sharp, extremely explosive sound exploded, and then, a huge shock wave spread out in a fan shape from the encounter between the two, and its mixed terrorist power directly shattered countless voids, setting off a cloud of smoke. Rewind! The numerous monks and fictitious monks who were fighting all around changed their looks and quickly retreated. Immediately afterwards, everyone saw that the monster with a huge dog head who called himself Hell King was like being hit by a heavy hammer. The whole person crossed a line of arcs and shot backwards from the sky, with his legs, and there were 2 long marks in the void. Gradually, smoke and dust gradually spread, revealing a figure of a young man in black. This young man with black hair has a cold and indifferent face. Among the pair of pale golden pupils, there is no emotion, and the purple Chuan word is bright and charming. Hold the 5 knuckle fingers in his hand and hold the Taro Excalibur. The strong sword pressure forms the substance, spreading around him as the center, and arrogant in all directions. Sure enough, it is the sword unparalleled. Jian Wushuang, this guy is stronger. Medium Supreme. Jian Wushuang even broke through the Medium Supreme. A fast practice speed. Suddenly, countless people shrank their pupils. They can feel that Jian Wushuang is more powerful than before, not only the strength of cultivation, but also the feeling leaked out by the whole person. The current sword is unparalleled, just like the peerless sacred sword that tore for 9 days, with a look full of great coercion, which makes people dare not look straight. Wu Jian's eyes were indifferent. Looking around, he immediately saw countless familiar faces. King of the 9 Kings, Overlord, Morua Yengu, Long Qing. Too many people who have been entangled with him, at this moment are all wounded, and extremely miserable. I am back. Su took a deep breath, and Jian Wu's eyes shot intently. This battlefield is where he should stay. Immediately afterwards, Jian Wushuang bowed his head slightly and looked towards the fucking. I saw that although the fucking was split and flew by the sword Wushuangjiai sword, the whole Botus breath was not attenuated. The deep visible bone sword cut on his chest was regrown at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a few breaths, it resumed as before. Weak trash, do you know that you are provoking a great being? Hell King smiled and spoke, a more terrifying breath came out of him. I felt this breath, and everyone around me changed his face, like a fucking with a dog head, turned into an abyss of death. Noise. Wu Jian glanced at him with no expression on both sides, and then the whole person turned into dawning golden light, and killed the fucking again. Hanan's sword intentions poured out from Jian Wushuang's hands. In an instant, Jian Wushuang disappeared, and Tai Luo's Excalibur also disappeared. Among the heavens and the earth, there is only the breaking dawn sword that breaks all darkness and brings dawn to earth. He is overbearing, fierce, and sharp, and cannot use any words to describe this horrible sword. With this sword, Amami is at an extreme. Life is part of the cycle, and your part is over. Death strike! The fucking roared, the endless blue ons, all condensed on the axe of his axe, fiercely chopped at the sword Wushuang. This blow is much stronger than before. It can be said that it has stood at the peak of the invincible supreme. Boom! Under the clash of the two, the world suddenly shook, as if there were countless big worlds falling apart. A larger shock wave spread instantly, enough to annihilate 100 stars in an instant. The two cosmic people who were fighting around him relapsed again. A 3-mark vanity, whose speed was only 1 step slower, was hanged by the sword of Wushuang and Hell, and became smashed into powder. Qi Jian Wushuang's right hand holding the sword, the tiger's mouth trembled. The power of this axe was enough to blast the sun. Rao is a chaotic domineering body, and then felt a little hard. But this is not the most critical. The most important thing is that the axe of Hell King seems to have the power of devouring. At the moment of the fight, he wants to devour the sword's vitality. Fortunately, Jian Wushuang is a super-perfect chaotic life. With only a slight movement of divine power, this swallowing power is suppressed. Oh? Actually blocked it. It seems you are better than those ants. Hell's eyes narrowed, and a slight surprise appeared on his face. But the next moment, there was a smirk in his lips. However, in front of me, it is just a slightly stronger ant, cannot change your weak nature. Death strike! Countless blue ons, once again gathered on the axe blade of the axe in the fucking's hand, chopping fiercely towards the sword unparalleled. You are too slow. Jian Wushuang sneered, directly urging dragon blood mystery, and the speed soared tenfold in a sudden. After just a flash, he appeared behind the Hell King, and the Terra sword in his hand exploded, tilting towards the head of the Hell King. Leaving. Open the sky! Annoying rubbish, can it only sneak attack? The fucking frowned, and speed was indeed his weakness. Alas, he also has a solution. Huh! He first raised the long axe in his hand to block the sword, and then stepped forward to distance himself from the sword. Finally, he raised his right hand, aimed at Jian Wushuang, and said, Imagination, withering rhythm! The words of the symbol fell, and innumerable blue lights burst out in the void, densely converging towards his palm, forming a blue vortex. The next moment, these blue lights burst out from his palm and penetrated into Jian Wushuang's body. In a short time, the speed of Jian Wushuang became slow, and the breath of the whole body began to fall and decay, like the flowers and bones in the autumn wind, and gradually withered. Chapter 45-51. The outbreak of a battle. Bang! Bang! Just as the red-robed elder was about to scold Jian Wushuang, Void Master Ba Huan had already turned into a streak of flowing light, and reached out to grab Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang looked back at the two of them, and sneered. He did not waste time talking to them. The moment the Feng Tian formation was activated, he stepped into the crack in the void. Die! Void Master Ba Huang's right hand reached out, but what he caught was only an afterimage. Instantly, Void Master Ba Huang's face turned extremely ugly. The red-robed old man rushed to the side, his expression shocked and angry. He had thought that with Luo Ming's temperament, he would definitely cause some trouble, but he did not expect that he would cause such a great disaster. Looking at the ashen expression of Void Master Ba Huang, the red-robed elder said guiltily, Void Master Ba Huang, I'm sorry. I didn't know Luo Ming would do such a thing. Before he could finish, Void Master Ba Huang looked at him coldly and said, Han Fo, can't you tell that this man is not Luo Ming? What? The red-robed old man was startled upon hearing this, and he immediately began to carefully recall. As he thought about it, he immediately thought of countless clues. When he showed Jian Wushuang around the void forbidden land, he talked to Jian Wushuang several times about the interesting things that happened between them, but Jian Wushuang brushed him off with vague words. At first, he did not think in this direction, so he did not notice anything. Now that he thought about it, he could not help but think, that person must be afraid that he would be exposed. Then who is this person? The red-robed old man's heart skipped a beat as he asked. Humph, it doesn't matter who he is now. Hongfo, you were the one who brought this person into the Void Forbidden Land. Just wait for Lord Void God to come back and question you. Void Master Ba Huang snorted. In the past, given the red-robed elder's years of cultivation experience, he would still be rather polite. However, on such a major event, Void Master Ba Huang would naturally not act as usual. At the same time, he could not help but think of the image of the sky spider old monster. He had seen the black-robed man step into the crack in the void from the Divine Power Universe and entered the Void Universe. From the Divine Power Universe? Void Master Ba Huang squinted his eyes and muttered to himself. Immediately, Void Master Ba Huang stopped thinking and planned to contact Void God to inform him of the situation. However, just as he was about to send a message to Void God, his expression changed drastically. He realized that the communication line between him and Void God seemed to have been cut off by an invisible pair of scissors. He could not communicate with Void God at all. Something big is going to happen! Void Master Ba Huang's heart sank. Since he could not communicate with Void God, he tried to step into the crack in the void and enter the Divine Power Universe to talk to Void God face to face. However, the moment he took that step, his heart turned cold. There seemed to be an invisible barrier in front of the 87th crack, which completely blocked the path to the Divine Power Universe. The channel between the two universes had been sealed. Void Master Ba Huang understood what this meant. Since he could not go over, Void God and the others in the Divine Power Universe would naturally not be able to return. This made Ba Huang feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, and his body shivered. Hongfo, you should atone for your sins with your death. Void Master Ba Huang turned around and stared at the red-robed elder. Off-world battlefield. Jian Wushuang's body turned from transparent to solid and finally, he was completely revealed. Phew! Jian Wushuang heaved a sigh of relief. With the successful activation of the Fengtian formation, the heavy stone that had been weighing on his heart was finally lifted. He looked around and saw that the off-world battlefield, which was originally an important place for militarists, was now empty. Only the shockwaves from the battle between the supreme martial artists and the Void Masters and countless broken limbs were left. Boom, boom, boom! Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes and looked forward. His dark golden eyes were bloodshot. His eyes pierced through thousands of miles of void space and saw the base camp of the Divine Power Universe, where the two universes were fighting. It's my turn. Jian Wushuang twisted his neck and his eyes were burning with fighting intent. A strong desire to fight surged in his chest. Bang! The next moment, Jian Wushuang stomped his right foot and turned into a thunderbolt, shooting toward the battlefield. In the base camp of the Divine Power Universe, the people from both universes finally started a real war here, clashing with their weapons. Countless killing formations were activated, killing the 34 Void Masters and the 2 Void Emissaries under Cosmic God, as well as the other Void Masters with 4 and 5 scars. The moon rose from the sea, the celestial king descended from the 9 heavens, and the 9 stars were connected. One after another, strange phenomena appeared in the starry sky. The moment the two universes clashed, it was the time when they were at their most white and hot. The sound of killing filled the sky as countless spells collided. Each of them had the power to destroy stars and cut the Milky Way. In terms of overall advantage, although the Divine Power Universe had the support of the Killing Formation, it still could not win against the Void Universe. The battle between the two sides was in a tit-for-tat situation. Not to mention the 9 teams under the command of Cosmos God and the battle between the Void Masters under the 6th scar level brought by Void God. The scene of the fight between the Invincible Supremes and the 6th scar Void Masters was extremely terrifying. The moment the battle started, Void God and Cosmos God had already split open space and entered another dimension to fight. Therefore, what really shocked people and played a decisive role on the battlefield was the battle between a six-scar Void Master and an invincible Supreme. The Overlord Patriarch, White Ape, who had awakened from the glacier and unparalleled physical strength, was fighting against one of the strongest fighting powers under Void God, the Right Void Emissary, who was also the white-haired, burly old man that Jian Wushuang had met once in the God-refining sect. They watched as Overlord Patriarch punched out. It was as if he was pushing a blazing sun. It emitted a golden light that caused the void to explode. Countless air was drawn out and smashed onto the body of the Right Void Emissary. As for the emissary, he had also exploded with unbelievable and terrifying strength. The two thunder balls in his hands exploded and turned into a sea of thunder. It was as if the ancient thunder god who controlled the thunder laws of the world had descended to the world. Terrifying thunderbolts came crashing down one after another toward Overlord Patriarch like a violent storm. Every single bolt of lightning was more than enough to annihilate a half-invincible Supreme. At this moment, millions of tribulation lightning bolts of this level of power struck the body of the Overlord Patriarch. The power of this was simply indescribable. The crazy alcoholic old beggar, who had also dominated the ancient era and later hid in the mortal world, was fighting with the left Void Emissary. The crazy alcoholic pulled open the lid of the wine gourd, and a stream of primal chaos sunflower water gushed out like a river, submerging the left Void Emissary, who looked like a mantis. Chapter 45-52 Boom! Instantly, all three forces fell on the fucking. The hell-bodied body of the fucking was suddenly soaring with blood. Thousands of swords smashed his thin bones like a blood rain. The two cosmic people around me looked at this scene, their hearts were shocked to the extreme. Medium Supreme, such a mighty outbreak! It has never been done before. Too strong! Scalp! This sword of Wushuang is horrible to burst! Countless people marveled. And sword unparalleled, with the eyes indifferent, the body gradually rises to the sky. Taro's sword code, 4th style, 4 seasons. Winter to spring, spring to summer. The chanting voice dropped. Behind Jian Wushuang, a huge round of flaming sun emerged. The area of this big sun is larger than the ordinary 10 suns. The hot high temperature is burning all this, and a piece of red light that maps the universe is burning the blazing flame on the surface of the big sun, as if it were 10. The sun was a big fireball, horrifying beyond description. Next moment. Burning! Wu Jianchu's hands quickly stamped, pressing down towards Hell King. Instantly, this huge fireball rolled down towards the fucking of the dog head. In the void, there was a roar. Hell King looked up at this scene, and finally couldn't keep his face calm anymore, but roared out. Break me! Incarnation of death! As soon as I said this, I saw that something terrifying to many people had happened. Huh! Countless blue flames surged from Hell King's skin to form thick flame armor. His body, at a speed visible to the naked eye, began to skyrocket, and in other places, thousands of miles away, it was absorbed by it, and turned into nutrients for his growth. He stands proudly, holds a long axe, and burns blue blazing flames all over his body. At the same time, the cosmic starry sky starts to wither at the same time as death. Broken! There was a flash of insanity in his eyes. First, he raised the long axe in his hand and slashed it down to smash the dusk pit under his feet. Immediately, he opened his mouth again and directed it toward the falling sun. Make a roar that shakes for 9 days and 10 places. Explosive! Huh! I saw him burning blue flames all gathered in his open dog mouth, forming a huge blue ball with thunderous thunder and lightning shuttle. As soon as this blue ball appeared, it suddenly exudes surging power of extinction, far exceeding all his previous moves. This fucking was forced to perform a virtual explosion. It seems that he has been forced by the sword unparalleled to the point that he must take out the killer. As long as Jian Wushuang survives this move, the fucking will surely die. Suddenly, the Supreme Master of countless divine powers clenched his fists, and a heart reached his throat. Boom! I saw this blue ball, turning it into a thick beam of light in the mouth of the bull, and it spewed out of Hell King's mouth instantly, and was bombarded in the falling syrup big sun. For a moment, the world lost its voice. The dazzling and brilliant light emanated from the two. The next moment, everyone saw the round of syrup, which was directly penetrated by the fucking's exploding blue ball from the middle and scattered around. Good job! Wu Jian's eyes were narrowed, and his face was not panic-stricken, but the flames of war were burning in his eyes. The turbulent warfare, straight into the Shaohan, shocked for 9 days. Taro's sword code, 5th style, Taro! Yan Jian Wushuang uttered this word coldly. Suddenly, a round of FA phase appeared behind Jian Wushuang. A handsome young man holding a hip flask in his left hand and dancing a sword with his right hand, but with an endlessly chic figure, appeared behind the sword Wushuang. I am not someone else, it is the one who asks the world with a smile during the peak period. Before the sword Wushuang, the 5th power of the Tailuo sword code has not yet been fully used, but now, after the sword Wushuang breaks through the medium supreme, the power of this sword is no less powerful than the true hit. With the movement of Jian Wushuang slowly raising the Taro Excalibur, the Titan's supreme facial phase behind the sword Wushuang also raised the Taro Excalibur. Cut! Jian Wushuang's eyebrows were cold, and he spit out the word coldly. Suddenly, Taro's supreme and sword warriors are integrated. A sword like Changhong like a dragon was instantly chopped out by the Tai Luo Excalibur, splitting the world and running through the sun and the moon. Before this sword, it has surpassed the half-step invincible supreme realm. After the sword was cut out, everything looked bleak across the sky, leaving only the glory of the sword. Even the many invincible and 6-marked supreme fighting in the distance couldn't help looking at his head slightly, and looked towards Jian Wushuang. Is this guy so accomplished in kendo? The captain of the 7th team, once the first person in the universe to knife the path, Supreme Heiyuan sighed. The little guy is becoming more and more shadowy. Wu Wuxian Immortal flashed in the same beautiful eyes. Just now, she actually felt the glorious and heroic attitude of Jian Wushuang. This could not help her, my heart beat. Hell King defeated. In the void, the place where the tissue stands. He wore a red mask, rubbed a golden card in his hand, and shook his head indifferently. Next moment, he capped the action of playing golden cards. When this son grows up, it will become a trump card in Xian Yi's hands. Let's take him back for transformation. Boom! It was like Long Jianhong, and finally collided with Hell King's exploding ball. This sword can be Pingshan, reclamation. Almost instantaneously, the Yu Kan Shu www.Bakanshu. Calm that overwhelming and exploding virtual ball, showing a destructive and rotten posture, is like a knife-cut tofu, and it is beveled by this sword. At your fingertips, this sword splits the thorns and chops again, towards the fucking. Do not! The fucking's face changed greatly, and a look of horror appeared in his eyes. He just woke up from his deep sleep, he still has to show his talents in the universe, and he has countless great things to do. How can he die here? Strangled in the hands of what he considers a garbage ant? As soon as he turned to escape, he saw that the heavens and the earth were turned into a line, and the most glorious sword was cut diagonally on the fucking's body. Tear it! Suddenly, a sword mark appeared on the magnificent body of Hell King, from his left shoulder to his right waist. Soon. Boom! Hell King's body was separated, and he was split into two by this sword. Alas! Immediately, the body of the fucking was constantly struggling and twisting, trying to reorganize and resurrect, but the fierce and domineering sword energy was repeatedly crushed and killed. The life of the fucking quickly dissipated. Just 10 breaths later, the fucking completely turned into a pile of black ash, and with the anger of the sword, it turned into nothingness. With a sword, the fucking is dead. Chapter 45-53. Hell King fell. Stinging his body, he quickly collapsed and disintegrated, turned into countless black ash, was stirred by the strong wind of the air, and then completely dissipated in the air. Due to the vacuum belt created by the battle between Hell King and Sword Wushuang, only Sword Wushuang is left, standing with a sword, his face is proud, and a black robe does not stick to the earth, as if he was shooting the fairy, and it is like the peerless sword Ling Qin. Everyone is staring at Jian Wushuang. They did not expect that this battle would end so quickly. They had expected that Jian Wushuang would win, but they did not expect that they had just used the virtual Hell King, and between the hands, they were directly suppressed by Jian Wushuang's sharp sword. This victory came so fast that they couldn't react. Sword Wushuang so winning? The 9 kings of calamity, the Overlord, and the Supreme Master of countless divine powers all stared at each other, and the shock on their faces couldn't stop. For a moment, the audience was dead. After 3 breaths, the whole universe is boiling. God bless the universe! An old-fashioned top-level extreme clenched his fists. His whole body was too excited, and shivered with excitement. God bless my magical universe! Sword Wushuang is so proud of the evil! I think at the beginning, the 6 top forces, such as the Taishu Temple, the Dragon Clan, and the Diwu Temple, also had to hang and kill Jian Wushuang. Fortunately, Jian Wushuang stood up, otherwise this time, I will wait for danger. Jian Wushuang is the treasure of our universe, but also the hope of the future of our universe. We must never have half-minded thinking about him. Countless people are excited. Then the several supreme masters who were about to be killed under the axe of Hell King were rushed by Jian Wushuang to rescue them, and they even stared at Long Qing, who was shrinking aside, saying with a sense, Jian Wushuang is my lifeguard of the iron fence, old monster. From now on, my ironhound old man is the sword of Wushuang only, yes. If there is no sword warrior, my heavenly side has died in the hands of that dog-head monster. If anyone dares to say that sword warrior is not good in the future, he will be my enemy. So is Lao Tzu. Jian Wushuang, I give you this life. If you have any orders from now on, you say hello, Shang shall be false to Huang Quan. I am afraid to say no to Jui. I will thunder. Don't die! These people started talking. Sun Longqing flinched aside, looking at Jian Wushuang with complex eyes, and there was a touch of fear in his eyes. The sword of Wushuang's sword splits the heavens and the earth, separates chaos, and runs through the sun, moon, and star river, which is too terrifying. He asked himself that he could never take the sword. How can this guy's strength improve so fast? Chen Longqing murmured to himself. He practiced 130 chaos eras, and reached a half-step invincible supremacy. From the perspective of the universe, it is an incredible existence. Even if it is placed in the dragon family, it can also be included in history, but it is the leader of the 4 generations of the dragon family. The sword is unparalleled, so far less than 1,000,000 years of practice, he has surpassed him in combat power. The gap was so big that he felt hopeless. In the void. As Jian Wushuang slashed Hell King, the morale of the entire divine universe increased by a few points. On the contrary, it was the person of the virtual universe. If his face was ashes, his body would tremble like a sieve. Kill! Jian Wushuang's black hair flew up, standing proudly in the void, coldly spitting out this sentence. The utterance of the words fell, and the sword unparalleled stepped forward, and once again turned into a sword rainbow running through the sun and the moon, and beheaded towards the camp of the virtual universe. Behind him, the supreme of the divine power universe roared in response. Kill! 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 Kill, 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 kill! Numerous medium, high top, and even half-step invincible supremes are headed by Jian Wushuang, with a terrific murderous outburst, killing towards the camp of the virtual universe. They are like a sharp knife, fiercely inserted into the virtual soldiers of the virtual universe, and Sword Wushuang is the sharpest point of this sharp knife. Cut stars! Wu Jian's eyes were cold and cold, flashing cold, raised the Tai Luo Excalibur, and severely chopped off. Suddenly, a moment of Buddha groaned, and the trembling voice of the devil's cry cried out from the Taro Excalibur. The blade of the sacred sword suddenly trembled tens of thousands of times, forming a long silver sword rainbow. This sword, across Tianhe, dominates the starry sky, among the faint, as if there are 9 heavenly immortals. Boom! Take a sword and kill more than 100 virtual respects. The entire virtual universe camp is filled with sorrow and sorrow. Even if there is a strong one, he did not die on this sword, but he was caught up and killed by the king of 9 robbers, Iron Fence Boss, and Overlord, who were closely followed by Jian Wushuang. After a while, not to mention the battle between Su Xing and the Cosmic God, nor the battle between the Invincible Supreme and the 6 Marks, and the triumphant nature of the war between the ordinary Supreme and the ordinary Su Zun gradually leaned towards the side of the divine universe. Come. In the void, where the organization is. Bite one, aren't we shot yet? Wu Yan said with a frown. I heard the words covered by the red mask on my face, and did not rush to answer, but just the right eye that was exposed, watching Jian Wushuang. In the waveless gaze of Gujing, he flickered slightly. Hunichi has a good hand. I seemed to sigh, and sighed slightly. Immediately, taking up the golden card in his hand, he threw it in the direction of the sword unparalleled. After a while, this golden card spins out of his hand. Go ahead. On the battlefield, Jian Wushuang was slashing with his sword. Suddenly, he seemed to perceive something, and suddenly looked up and looked in the direction of the void. A flash of astonishment flashed in his eyes. The hair was upright, and now. Next moment, I saw a golden card, jumping out of the void, and constantly dilated pupils in Jian Wu's eyes. A great terror between life and death surged in Jian Wushuang's heart, a chill, straight from his back to the top of his head. This card has a sense of danger like never before. This is? Jian Wushuang's expression was shocked. However, he hasn't waited for his feet to rise. Take a weird force and blast it off this golden card. Suddenly, a force of folded spacetime was uploaded from the golden card, and the entire universe of starry sky began to tremble quickly. Next moment, horrible things happened. As if 3-dimensional spacetime has become 2-dimensional spacetime, whether it is Jian Wushuang, or the starry sky in the universe, or the other 2 cosmic personnel who are fighting, all the movements stop and become a painting. Wu Jian, Wushuang and so on, including countless stars, all disappeared. There is only one painting left, floating down in the void. The swordsman and others were all in the painting. This is dimensional reduction blow. Chapter 45-54. What is dimensionality reduction? If we say that the universe is formed into a 3-dimensional space, and everyone is a 3-dimensional existence, then 2-dimensional is a very different existence from 3-dimensional space. For example, the patterns on the drawings, the characters in the villain's book, etc., it is flat, rigid, without any vitality. This golden card actually folds the space directly at 360 degrees without dead angles in all directions, making it one of the 3 dimensions of the universe, and wirelessly compresses it to collapse. All of this is really terrifying. Jian Wushuang couldn't even make room for struggling, so he felt like he was falling into a trance, and he couldn't move at all. In the distance, some people in the 2 universes, which were not within the scope of the dimensionality reduction, suddenly took a breath of air, and were shocked. What kind of ghost and means? They looked at each other with a fierce disbelief in their eyes. This method is far beyond the scope of their understanding. Even if he is invincible, he just throws his hands up, blasts millions of stars, breaks the galaxy, and swallows the sun. This is the power generated by real strength. They have never heard of it. A small card can directly change the structure of the universe in silence. I only have some old-fashioned virtual universes and honors. After flashing my eyes, I seem to remember something, and I can't help but feel shocked. Tissue Eater! Here is the Tissue Eater! The ancestors of the Red Leaf, ancestors of the Manchu, ancestors at that time tens of thousands of disciples, because they offended the phagocytized tissue, and the phagocytized tissue was directly struck with dimensionality reduction to instantly destroy it. Only these lunatics have such terrible and weird means. They looked around in a panic, apparently the phagocytic organization was with them as a virtual universe. But they faced the phagocyte without any joy at all, but panic to the extreme. It is impossible to speculate on tissues with common sense. They are mysterious, weird, and powerful, just like a bottomless ocean, which is impossible to see through. Even the false gods, in 2 cataclysmic wars, never mentioned the phagocytic organization, let alone force the phagocytic organization to shoot. The background is horrifying. Sure enough, after their words fell, the 7 figures in black robes stepped out of the void step by step. They are all dressed in loose black robes, with different appearances. There are explosive women who look enchanting and smirk between sentient beings. There are wolf-headed men holding black long swords and tall monsters full of weird tattoos. They are like meatballs. The obese giant who walked first was a person with a thin figure and a red mask on his face, showing only one eye. He is one of the most mysterious beings, even in the tissues. Even the other people in the tissues don't know much about him. It really is them. The numerous vain esteems of the imaginary universe shrank their pupils, and quickly avoided them. Those who were far away from these 7 people did not dare to block their way. I swallowed an expression of indifference, stepping into the universe step by step. He reached out and grabbed the golden card reflecting the bright starry sky, and Sword Wushwang and others, a spin, and flew into his hand again. Huh! This golden card is about to fall into the hands of one bite. An old Optimus giant hand full of age spots suddenly emerged from the void. When this golden card was about to reach one hand, he grabbed the golden card first, and then fiercely moved to the next one. Pulled it into the void. Oh! Glittering, his eyelids were raised slightly, and his gaze looked towards the void with which the giant hand retracted. I saw there an old man with dim eyes, aging spots on his face, and an old man full of decay, walking through the void step by step. This old man is no one else, but he is the Gava Supreme of the 5 Chief Supremes of the Palace of Life. The Supreme Silence of Gaifu was silent, but his back was straight, holding a golden card in his hand, and looked at the 7 people in a peaceful expression. At a glance, the golden card was taken away by Gaffa Supreme, and his expression was equally flat, but there was a slight surprise in his eyes, and he said, "Oh? Is this universe approaching people at this level?" After the words fell, he shook his head, as if regretful, and then said to himself, "But unfortunately, the source of life is too severely damaged. I am afraid that it has not been a few years to live a good life. It is impossible to really go beyond this step and reach another level." When people around me heard this, they could not help scratching their heads. Take this step? At this level? What does mean? Shigaifu heard that there were no waves in his turbid eyes, but he said lightly, "There is an old man, Jian Wushwang, you can't take it today." After he finished speaking, a red flame emerged from Gavro's hand, burning the golden card. This golden card suddenly burst into smoke and began to twist. After a few breaths, Xian Dagon was hit by dimensionality reduction, and Jian Wushwang et al., who was sealed in another dimension, jumped out of the void. Wu Jian's expression was pale, and his forehead was covered with bean sweat beads. He first looked at the 7 people who had eaten the tissues, and there was a deep fear in his eyes. This dimensionality reduction strikes to the extreme. In the face of this dimensionality reduction blow, he didn't have any resistance, and was directly suppressed by the seal, a magical power that could not show any trace. Even if he was rescued by Gava Supreme at this moment, he couldn't bear anger in his heart. At the same time, a flash of enlightenment flashed through his heart. He finally understood that why the billions of souls in the kingdom of Tai Luo, which Tai Luo Supreme had opened up, were all killed in an instant. As soon as Gu Yen heard the words of Supreme Gav, there was no anger on his face, but he took a deep look at Jian Wushwang and immediately said, "Trust me, we will meet again." The words of the crickets dropped, and a black water stain appeared under the feet of the 7 people headed by Bit 1. The 7 of them sink gradually and disappear into this starry sky. Until they left completely, Jian Wushwang finally let out a long sigh of relief, and then looked at Supreme Gafu, with some surprises, but more grateful to say, Gaifu, thank you for your help. He paused. Wu Jianshuang asked, Are you okay? Ji Gaofu nodded his head, and just about to speak, a flash of flushing appeared on the old face, and his mouth spit out the dark blood. With the spit of this blood, Gaifu Supreme's already decaying breath became even more debilitating. Gaifu Senior! When Jian saw this, he couldn't help but change his face. He quickly reached out his hand and went to help Gaifu Supreme. Chapter 45-55. I don't care about the husband. After waiting for Jian Wushuang to reach out to support Gaifu Supreme, he saw that Gaifu Supreme waved his hand toward Jian Wushuang, signaling that he was okay. Jian Wushuang saw this, and had to stop his movements, but his heart was sinking. I covered the supreme body. Am afraid it won't be long. Seeing the expression of Jian Wushuang, Supreme could not help but force a stubborn smile on his face, and said comfortingly, Jian Wushuang, you don't have to worry about it, you don't have to worry about it. Life and death are just the norm in the world. The old man saw you have what you have today. I am also at ease, even if the old man really left this time, and I want to have you in the future to take care of the life shrine. The life shrine will definitely come better than under my leadership. After he finished speaking, he raised his head and looked up at the battlefield of Invincible Supreme and 6 Mark Void. For the Divine Universe, the situation is not optimistic. Although in the war between Ordinary Supreme and Trace-level Vanity, due to the addition of Jian Wushuang, the victory has basically been locked. But if you really want to reverse the decision between the two universes, you still have to look at the invincible supremacy between them. Fighting and the battle between the gods of the gods and the gods of the universe. The power of the divine power universe is aided by 8 parties. The number of invincible supremes is not much worse than these 34 virtual honors, but in terms of combat power, it is a bit worse. The old ancestor of the Ba, the white ape, was fierce and overbearing. Each punch had the power of a starburst. He opened the bow from side to side, and under a wild bombardment, he immediately overwhelmed the right virtual envoys in charge of thunder and lightning. But except for him, almost all the invincible supremes are at a disadvantage. Wu Yuan was still the invincible Wu Jianxian. After fighting against Gu Heng, he immediately fell into a disadvantage. Gu Heng Su Zun, who once dominated the era in the virtual universe, in terms of his years of practice, he is an ancient figure who is several times the number of Wu Jianxian. Various killing magical powers emerge from his hands, forcing Wu Jianxian to do nothing. Parry without a fight back. The most important thing is that Gu Heng has a pair of copper rings in his hands. This pair of copper rings is indestructible, strong and abnormal, and has the ability to zoom in and out. The 2 copper rings are horns of each other, and they are pulled to the left and right, which is really tricky. Photo! Gu Heng Su Zun folded his hands and suddenly drank a drink. In a short time, a yellow light surged on the pair of copper rings, which actually stretched out like a rope. One of the copper rings was a magic sword that pierced Wu Jianxian first, so that a copper ring was from Wu Jianxian. Put it on your body, and then tighten sharply, binding Wu Jianxian also. Wu Jianxian's face changed, and she wanted to break free. However, this copper ring was like the 5 elements mountain suppressing sun monkey. Wu Jianxian became larger and it became larger. Wu Jianxian became smaller, and it did not give her a chance to escape. Ha 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 ha, little maiden skin, let's get hold of it. This seat looks good to you. As long as you are willing to be a girl under this seat is worth your life, even if you are obedient. Taking down this universe, you can even ask the Lord God for a color, and it is not impossible to make you the master of the astral domain. Su Guxian laughed loudly, but there was no sympathy in his hands. On the copper ring that bound Wu Jianxian to death, he sharply pierced a circle of short blades with the length of his fingers in order to hang Wu Jianxian directly. Look for death! Wu Jianxian heard the words, and suddenly a pair of beautiful eyes flickered with coldness, and the murderous intensity was extremely extreme. Supernatural power, changed shape. Wu Wuxian spit out this sentence coldly. After the voice fell, I saw a flash of light flashing on her. Not far from her, a figure exactly like her suddenly appeared. Huh! Suddenly, Wu Jianxian, who was bound by a copper ring, was completely hanged by the copper ring and turned into a shadow. Kill! Wu Wuxian Xianqiu's face flashed pale for a moment, then took a deep breath, and once again raised the sword to kill Gu Hingxuan. The other side of the battlefield. One has a 6-marked virtual honor with double wings on his back and a waist around his waist, and his knees are hanging down. Then, his hands twisted for a while, and turned into 2 narrow sharp swords. Dragon? I ate you! The 6-marked Su Zun stepped on his feet and suddenly jumped, like a flying mantis, towards a 3-generation dragon clan. His hands, which turned into sharp knives, flashed a severe cold light in the air, enough to split the stars and the moon. Roar! The 3 generations of the purple dragon, who saw the whole body in purple, saw panic in their eyes, opened their mouths, and spit out a star-sized purple venom. The battle between Invincible Supreme and 6-mark Void has become fiercer and fierce, and has entered a fevered state. Although no one has fallen, according to this situation, the Invincible Supreme on the side of the Divine Universe, the fall is only a matter of time. At that time, once the Invincible Supreme falls, the balance of the top combat power between the 2 universes will be broken, and the virtual universe can free up its hands, creating a 2-to-1 situation. At that time, it will lay the ruin of the Divine Universe in one fell swoop. Draw full rotation, and put it back on Jian Wushuang and Gafu Supreme. A single spark can start a prairie fire. Jigve took a deep breath, and there was a firmness in his eyes, and he muttered to himself, "Then my old body will be transformed into the fire of..." His words fell, just as Gav Supreme planned to burn himself, and become the first fire to burn up the void universe. His shoulder was suddenly patted by the sword Wushuang. Okay? Gai Gv turned back suspiciously. Gaifu, what do you want to do? Younger people do not stop you, but before that, younger people want you to see something. Qi Jian Wushuang said softly. Immediately Yu read the book www.Bakanshu. Calm turned his right hand over, and an iron-colored token appeared in his hand. This token is exactly the sword Wushuang who was in the land of the gods. It was developed by the Taoist master of the Life Shrine, and was given to him. He looked at this rusted token first, and then he looked at those turbid eyes, and suddenly his eyes became red. 100,000 virtual times. I do and know the life and death of the Lord of the Palace of Life. The world only knows that the Temple of Life was opened by Tao Yen Supreme, and then guarded by Gav Supreme. I do not know. At that time, Gaifu Supreme was the shadow behind Tao Yen Supreme, the most loyal old servant. Young Master. Alive? Gaifu Supreme opening. His title is not the Palace Master, but the Young Master. Perhaps he has not called the word Young Master for a long time. Therefore, the 2 words appearing from his mouth seem a bit stiff. Yes. Wu Jian Wushuang nodded. I was sure of Jian Wushuang's determination, and Gafu Supreme laughed. The first laugh was free and easy, and the smile was relieved, and the smile was unrelated. Sword unparalleled, since the young master has given you the Palace Master token, then you are the 2nd-generation Palace Master of my Life Shrine. I have no wish or regret. The words fell, Gav up to respect, raised his head, and looked at the battlefield of Invincible Supreme and 6 marks. A strong breath that has never been before poured out from him. Chapter 45-56. Okay? What happened? This breath is... Suddenly, the 6-marked virtual inferiority, and Invincible Supreme being engaged in the virtual universe stopped the battle in their hands and looked down in confusion. As a result, they saw Gavro, who was burning with the divine power. It's him! It's this guy! He is still alive! Some people who had participated in the last battle of the Holocaust and knew Supreme Gava had a look of terror on their faces. At that time, Gav Extreme was still young, but it was one of the absolute main forces of the divine universe. Almost in this realm, there were few rivals. For this reason, the virtual universe side also sent a few six-marked virtual princes to slay Gaffa Supreme. They clearly remembered that Gaffa Supreme was seriously injured and was dying at the time, and it was about to fall. Rewind! This lunatic intends to die with us! Suddenly, a six-marked virtual Zune pupil shrank, as if aware of something, and shouted in horror. As soon as this remark was made, these six-marked virtual respects suddenly changed their faces, and they all retreated back. And some invincible supremes of the divine power universe are also shocked, and their eyes are unbelievable. Gav this guy! The Emperor Taishu ended the battle, panting slightly, and looked at Gaffa Supreme with complex eyes. His relationship with Supreme Gav was regarded as an enemy and friend. Before the outbreak of the Holocaust, the two had a lot of grudges, but with the outbreak of the Holocaust, the two became comrades in arms. Even on the battlefield, Supreme Gav had saved his life. As a result, his feelings for Supreme Gav were rather complicated. It is also because of this complexity that when Jian Wushuang almost killed the Bingyu Supreme, he only mentioned that he beat the sword Wushuang, and did not kill the killer instead, but left the universe with the Bingyu Supreme. Deep. Otherwise, relying on the strength of the Emperor Taishu, even if the sword was double-clicked and killed, the life shrine at the time had no way to take him. The sword is unparalleled. The old man has gone. After all, this world is your young man. She patted Jian Shou's shoulders, and Gav Supreme turned his head back and took a deep look at King Jiujia. Then he didn't hesitate again, and stepped on his right foot again. The tail flames meteorite Mars, with an indomitable attitude, slammed into several six-marked virtual honors who were retreating. Teacher! King Jiujia clenched his fists, arrogantly cold like him, and cold and ruthless like him. It was also at this moment that he felt a sore nose and a deep sense of weakness. It was Supreme Gap, who brought him back from a remote star field like a beggar, and gave him a home. The first practice, the first awakening of the perfect special level of life, the first breakthrough, and the first time called the Temple of Life, the first day of pride. All of this was given to him by Supreme Gavo. For him, perhaps it wasn't the billions of souls in the universe that really made him back in the water at this moment, not the people in the Temple of Life, but the look he wanted to see, the supreme governance approving him. This look, he finally saw. But there was only sadness in his heart, not joy. Boom! In countless all kinds of eyes, Gaffa Supreme slammed into those six-marked virtual honors. With this collision, Gav Extreme broke through and returned to its peak. This collision was the strongest blow from Gav Supreme at the last moment of life. This collision is unstoppable, and it is dead. Do not! Guhing Shuzun gave a panic and growled. Virtual explosion! The spider that is full of spiders all over the body at the same time used the strongest magical power to burst, and at the same time made countless tentacles, all exploded. There are more six-mark vanities, and they are doing their best. However, these are useless in the face of supreme governance, all useless. These magical powers only touched the sky-fire flames transformed by the Supreme of Gav, and were instantly crushed and annihilated. They retreated, wanting to return to the void universe through the fissures of the void to avoid the blow. However, what made them desperate was that when they first wanted to enter the void and return to the void universe, they were shocked to find that the void crack leading to the void universe and the divine universe was closed for some reason. What's going on? Why is this happening? Crack in the void, what happened? Damn! Countless six-marked virtual respects have a blue complexion, watching the flames in their pupils become more and more magnificent. There is no escape. Avoid it. Even the void crack has been closed for no reason. Let them not think deeply. Laugh. The turbulent fire transformed into the supreme governance. All these six-marked virtual honors were swallowed up in an instant. In the light of fire, the despair roar of these six-marked vain lords, as well as horror and terror. This is the supreme gap, which burned life, and the blow from it was bright, gorgeous, and shocking at the same time. Boom! A moment later, it seemed like a huge firework burst into the air like a mighty starry sky. It's so huge, so beautiful. Countless people looked at this firework, all forgetting to breathe. Their eyes were lost for a while. The fireworks gradually dissipated, and the governance was gone. At least 3 6-mark virtual honors disappeared with it. As if deleted by the world, there is no breath left in the void. That burned the sky and turned the whole Buddhist life into a raging flame of anger, not only burned the 6-marked venerable emptiness of the virtual universe, but also ignited himself. Gav Supreme fallen? Countless people were stunned, as if being fixed, and looked at this scene stiffly, with only endless shock and admiration in their eyes. With one's own body, transforming into the sky of anger, breaking Li Xiao, stepping on Jiuyo, without remorse. Old friend. Bazu ancestors have complex eyes and sighed softly. He once talked with Gaffa Supreme in the East China Sea, and had a deep friendship with Gaffa Supreme using the starless sky as a chessboard and the stars as chess pieces. Gov Supreme, respect. The martyr gourd fairy who asked Big Dream 3,000 years old, "What year is this evening?" took a deep breath, poured a glass of clear water from the gourd in his hand, and poured it into the stars. Sorry to know you this way. He didn't know Gawaf, but at this moment, he was convinced by Gawaf's courage and fearlessness. Teacher. King Jujia's face turned pale instantly. The whole portrait was drained, his legs were soft, and he almost fell from the air. The sword of the crowd in the crowd, although there was no speech, was like a heavy stone pressed against the chest, so heavy that the breathing became slow. Chapter 45-57 Divine Power Universe 34 Swordsmen have retreated to the edge of the extraterrestrial battlefield, and behind them, there is a crack in the void. However, the void cracks that had allowed them to go in and out were completely closed. There is no road behind and there is chasing in front. The blow from the burning life of Gaver Supreme directly reversed the situation. 34 virtual lords, who were originally implicated in each other, already had at least a few 6-mark virtual lords, and fell in the death blow of Gaffa Supreme. And the remaining almost 30 vain honors, all with broken robes and embarrassing stature. They looked at each other, their faces were iron blue. Master, what should we do now? A 6-mark vanity, Xinxing said. The naked white-haired burly old man didn't answer when he heard the words, but froze his eyes, staring at the ancestors of the Pa clan, his eyes full of fear. Gave Supreme's desperate blow, although he took away a few 6-marked virtual lords, including ancient Hung virtual lords and sky spider monsters, but this is not the worst news. The most sinking in the mind of the white-haired burly old man was the closing of the void crack. He just tried to communicate with the surviving people and horses of the virtual universe, but found that as the cracks closed, the communication between them was also interrupted. This means that they don't know what happened in the virtual universe. And most importantly, they can't go back. The rules of the two universes, the virtual universe and the divine universe, are not interlinked, and even the things they practice are different. This means that they cannot recover the virtual force in the divine universe. Now the war between them and the divine universe has come to an end. It is when they are weakest that they cannot be replenished. The divine universe can slowly kill them here, even if they are grinded with water. Taking a deep breath, the right imaginary of the imaginary universe, that is, a flash of fruit in the eyes of the white-haired burly old man, said, "Contact the Lord of the Gods immediately, otherwise all of us will die here." After speaking, the right imaginary squeezed at the fingertips, forcing a drop of black blood and pressing it on his brows. Suddenly, Yoshishir seemed to have a sense of what happened. He immediately fell to his knees and kept talking about the words that summoned Lord Shushin. Kill! On the other side, the patriarch's ancestors flashed in the eyes, and the word kill was coldly spit out in his mouth. When it turned into a rolling day, the right fist gathered thousands of winds and bombarded the 34 virtual respects of the virtual universe and go. And some other invincible supremes also offered various killing magical powers, followed closely. Kill him while he is ill. Not only is the invincible Supreme moving, at this moment, the ordinary Supreme, led by Jian Wushuang, King Jiujia and others, also has a flash of murder in his eyes. Jian Wushuang took the lead, the royal sword killed, and straddled the sky. Behind him, the King of Nine Dragons urged his talents to become supernatural, and the demon evolved. Kill, kill, kill everything! You guys, bury the teacher! The King of Nine Kings had white hair, and at this moment, all turned into a glamorous red, and in his eyes there were 2 rounds of blood moons. A violent and mad breath came out of him. Okay? Jian Wushuang looked back at Jiujia Wang, and his heart was startled. King Nine calm, enchanted? If the death of Supreme Gap is the one who has hit the most, then there is no doubt that it is the King of Nine Calamities. In the heart of King Nine Calves, the status of Gap Supreme is more important than his parents. He watched Gaffa's Supreme fall in front of him. At this moment, he was enchanted. Dead? A 5-marked vanity stopped in front of King Jiujia. Before waiting for the 3-marked virtual respect to take action, King Jiujia's big hand has been slammed on top of his head. He actually slaps his head directly into his chest, and then turns into a pool of meat sauce. Go die! Come die! Go to hell! The King of Nine Robbers danced wildly with both palms, and each palm shot directly killed an imaginary. On his skin, an ancient black divine pattern emerged, and his breath soared at a rate visible to the naked eye. Medium extreme peak. Medium extreme satisfaction. Huh! Supreme. Breakthrough. After the breakthrough, King Jukai's combat power is a leap and jump. The former King of Nine Calamities was calm, proud, and indifferent. So now he has completely turned into a weapon on earth. The sea is raging. And his breath has not stopped, it is still skyrocketing. His practice rose madly at an unprecedented speed. No one is his one enemy, and within 100 miles of him, he has completely turned into Shura Purgatory. In this scene, not only are the ordinary virtual lords of the virtual universe split apart, but even the Supreme Master of the Divine Universe feels his eyelids stunned and stunned. One King of Nine Calamities, one sword without a match. These 2 people who came out of the Palace of Life are more perverted than one. An old-fashioned supreme tongue. Look at me, you only need to join forces with Jian Wushuang and the King of Jiuzhai, and am afraid that these 2 people will be able to sweep the ordinary vanity of the entire virtual universe, right? Brilliant world, great world. Now the King of Nine Calamities, I'm afraid it's not weaker than Jian Wushuang too. These supremes lamented. On the other side, Jian Wushuang just killed the Jiujia king once. Jian Wushuang's killing is more direct and devastating than the 9 kings. He was like the scholar who traveled far and wide, and like the auspicious goddess who didn't touch the world's fireworks, his expression was so cold and stern. However, in his hands the sharp sword energy cut by the Tai Luo divine sword is in all directions, rushing to the Shaohan, madly harvesting the life of the virtual universe. Many weak-esteemed virtuosos even only saw the action of sword Wushuang out of the sword. The Jing Hongyijian, like Bai Long, has already killed it. Countless people looked at Jian Wushuang, their hearts coincided with each other, and at the same time a word was flowing. One battle for 3,000 miles, one sword was once 1,000,000 division. Who says uselessness is a scholar, and a scholar's sword is also king? Just when the killing was at its most intense, the right messenger, who kept on telling Su Sun, stopped talking. Soon. Boom! The sky is cracking. An old man with white hair was the first to shoot out from the cracked sky. Master Elder God! Everyone's eyes are a little bit condensed. I saw the appearance of Zhou God as usual, but in his right sleeve cuff, it was obviously broken. Seeing this, everyone could not help but sink in their hearts. Immediately afterwards, they saw the imaginary shrouded in endless black mist, stepping down from the sky with their hands. He did not use any virtual force, but seemed to automatically lift him up as if heaven and earth were like the 9-day demon. Between the heavens and the earth, a tragedy is played for him. Su Xun's red eyes only slightly shifted, and he saw the many virtual respects that were forced to a side, and the right Su Xing who was kneeling on the ground, and said indifferently, "Useless waste." List of chapters with high-speed text. Chapter 45-58. In one lifetime, there are 3 autumns. Those who do something are called gentlemen. If you do nothing, you are a hero. The meaning of a hero is not to save a man born in water and fire, then he is called a hero. Heroes are the ones who dare to take the world by storm, knowing that there are tigers in the mountains. They prefer to travel to the mountains. Although there are thousands of people, I will go. Therefore, Gavro is enough to bear the name of a hero. With his own body, he started the epic beginning of this world of controversy and reversed the victory and defeat of the 2 universes. However, as the virtual stepped out of the crack in the sky, an immense force suddenly came to the audience, isolating the countless divine power of the universe, which was being killed. Master Xianxin. Yoshu bowed to the ground with a guilty face, and he and Zhushusher were the 2 chief commanders of this battle. From the present, their command is undoubtedly unsuccessful. Useless waste. The false shook his head indifferently, then looked at the Zhou, and his mouth made a low sound like a man and a woman. God of God, 100,000 virtual periods are missing. Your growth really disappoints me. The of Zhou heard the words sinking and did not answer. The of virtual gods was born to devour all the negative emotions of the world's desire, greed, obsession, blood, resentment, and so on. Since 100,000 virtual times before, virtual gods have been seriously injured by him. Not only did his injuries recover, but his strength went one step further, and even the trouble he had dealt with became tricky. Su Xing shook his head and said again, God, this knows the abacus you played, sends people into our virtual universe, and closes the void crack channel with Feng Tian banner, right? With this remark, Jian Wushuang could not help but shrink his pupils. He knows the existence of Feng Tianqi? Before waiting for the god of Zhou to speak, I saw the vision of the virtual turn again. One by one glanced over the faces of the Supreme Master of the Divine Universe, and finally his eyes fell on Jian Wushuang. If I'm not mistaken, this is the person who entered the virtual universe? Su Xing extended his finger and pointed his fingertips at Sword Wushuang. Suddenly, his fingertips seemed to turn into a vortex, and countless black mist condensed at his fingertips, turning into a horrible black beam, and instantly hit the swordsman. Suddenly, Jian Wushuang's pupils dilated, and a big terror between life and death surged in his heart. He didn't expect that the Xingxin would suddenly attack him. This change happened too quickly, and it was so unexpected that under the black beam, Jian Wushuang was like the ants facing the collapse of Wuyue, unable to resist the slightest resistance. The gap between him and the virtual is too big. It's like a cowardly baby, facing a mythical giant with a height of billions of meters. Even if it is a breath, the virtual can kill the sword unparalleled. Just as Jian Wushuang clenched his fists, and a rush of madness resigned in his eyes, a deep cold humming suddenly sounded in the void. Immediately afterwards, they saw the figure of the Zhou, who appeared in front of Jian Wushuang out of thin air. Su Xing, it's too much to start with the junior, isn't it? The god of God calmly spoke, and at the same time he reached out his hand. Suddenly, the black beam of light was swept away by the of the sky and suddenly disappeared. Seeing nothing, there was no regret, but he shook his head indifferently. God of God, do you think that using the Feng Tian banner to seal the void crack, can I do nothing? He smiled and said with a smile, an infinite number of dark mists suddenly appeared on the virtual god, mixed with things like a Rubik's Cube, and quickly poured into the void crack. Seeing this Rubik's Cube, the god of gods suddenly changed his face slightly and frowned. The lock of the space-time channel? Xushin, did you make a deal with the Emperor? Su Xian did not answer, but raised his head and closed his eyes, spread his hands to embrace the world. Open it, the lock of time and space. Boom! Instantly, more and more black mist was rising from Xushin. Until the end, the sky was covered by the sun, and it all swarmed into the void of the void. In this dark mist, horrible sound waves similar to the horrible grievances are constantly heard, making people sound numb. Boom, boom. The muffled sounds continued to pass from the fissures of the void, followed by the breath of the void universe. That crack began to spread and crack at a rate that was visible to the naked eye, and the crack gradually became larger. It's like a giant. Open your eyes completely and wake up from your deep sleep. Feng Tianqi is loose. Jian Wushuang's face changed slightly. He could sense that the 99 Feng Tian flags that had been deeply inserted into the void and the void of the void of the void universe were constantly squeezed out by a strange force. It's like a nail deeply rooted in the ground, being severely pulled out. One side. On both sides. 3 sides. 99 Feng Tian flags continued to emerge from the void. And the void crack leading to the 2 universes is still growing. The void universe is inside the void. The old man of the red Buddha and 8 desolates, who was anxious like an ant on a hot pot, had a gloomy face, and kept pace back and forth. I don't know what to do. Suddenly, the old man of the red Buddha smiled and said, Master Baquang, look at it, the seal of the forbidden space is loosening. Okay? Bahuang Shuzun looked up, and noticed immediately that in the void, there were black flags of God pattern, manifesting from the void. Not only that, the 87 void cracks are also expanding at an alarming rate. It must be the means of Lord Xianxin. Divine Power Universe, Extraterrestrial Battlefield. The countless emptiness of the imaginary universe, watching the ever-expanding void cracks, felt the breath from the imaginary universe. The spirit suddenly refreshed, and his face showed joy. Master Xianxin is so powerful! With the 99 Feng Tian flag, he was pulled out of the void. Boom! Suddenly, a blast exploded. The connection channel between the 2 universes is completely opened. That void crack had spread to about 1,000 feet, just like the monster's mouth, squatting quietly in the void. Even the wind from has come out of this crack. The divine power of the many extremes suddenly changed his face. Even the of the sky is sinking in his heart. Master Elder God, I petition to hang them immediately, or wait for them to return once they return to the virtual universe, and it must be the calamity of our magical universe. One of the 9 team captains, Sushi Supreme, stepped out and said with a deep voice, Yes, we can't let them go back. This is a rare opportunity to obliterate them. Once they wait for them to escape and stay back until the day when they come back, it will be the time when our divine universe is truly in danger. The gourd fairy wine lunatic also said with a cold expression, It's late. The Zhou shook his head when he heard the words, and sighed lightly. List of chapters with high-speed text. Chapter 45-59. He seems to be confirming the word of the universe. When the divine universe was eager to try, when it was about to gather all its powers to completely kill the virtual deities of the virtual universe, the virtual gods looked back and looked at the 30 virtual deities that were already in various shades of weakness. Leng Hu said, Let's go. After finishing speaking, Su Xin's big sleeve rolled a roll, and the 36 marked virtual honors and hundreds of ordinary virtual honors were put into the sleeves, and then he stepped into the void crack. The imaginary universe came with an invincible posture, but ended with a wolf howl. However, none of the people in the divine universe have a sense of joy on their faces. This time the 2 universes faced each other. It seemed that the divine universe had won and ended with the defeat of the virtual universe. This is not the case. Although this time of the battle, the virtual universe has fallen a few virtual honors, but it is not a matter of injury. You must know that the Divine Force universe has deployed various means for this battle, such as those hundreds of killing arrays, and for example the 99 Feng Tian flags arranged by Jian Wushuang in the void. They are planning to make a big injury to the imaginary universe and even wipe it out. However, the reality is quite different from what they expected. Opportunity is fleeting. And this opportunity has passed for the divine universe. I do need to think about it. The next time the virtual universe makes a comeback again, when the offense comes, it must have been fully prepared. At that time, it will be the calamity of the magical universe. This day, obviously, it will not take long. Abominable! one invincible supreme, the void in front of him blasted a punch, and suddenly the void broke like a mirror, venting the depression in his heart. Other invincible supremes, although they do express their inner depression like this person, they all have a somber face, and their faces are not very good-looking. Qi Jian Wushuang slammed the Tai Luo divine sword into a scabbard. If you do intervene, then everything they expected may have been achieved. With at least sword Wushuang can be sure, the ordinary vanity of the virtual universe will definitely be wiped out by the army, and no one will escape. And Xuxing did not have the lock of space at that time provided by devouring organization, nor could it open the connection channel between the two universes. At least half of those 6 marked virtual lords were to be folded here. It's just a pity that countless calculations haven't been taken into account. This is a tumor. Okay, let's go back and prepare. Wu Zhou took a deep breath and said with a deep voice. He is the leader of the divine universe. Although he is a bit downcast about this battle, he knows that he cannot show it. Once he showed sorrow, the divine universe was really over. The divine power universe now seems tough, but in fact, all the rope is tied to the of the universe. It is good. Everyone nodded, followed behind the of the universe, and ran toward the base camp. The battlefield outside of the territory became quiet once again, leaving only a pile of stumps and broken arms, and countless divine power fluctuations, confirming the brutal battle just now. But over time, these traces of warfare will be silently devoured by the universe and repeated at the beginning. The universe never changes. It is like a ruthless and constantly running machine, watching the times changing silently, ebb and flow. Even if the people of the virtual universe come in, only the monks who live in the divine universe will disappear, not the divine universe. Back to base camp. I was responsible for some of the supreme garrisons in the camp. When I saw everyone, they looked serious and silent, and knew in their hearts that this battle was definitely not a good result. Therefore, they didn't ask anything, but they whispered a master of the god and stopped talking. Okay. Wu Zhou nodded to them, and then said, Come to the hall and discuss the next plan. There was a hint of exhaustion in his voice. After I'd finished speaking, the of the universe stopped talking and walked towards the hall step by step alone. At this time, many people found out. Wu Zhoushan didn't know when. The straight waist that had been quite straight had already been stunned a little, and the back looked thin and lonely. Seeing this, everyone could not help but glance at each other, then sighed. The pressure of the gods of the universe is the biggest of them. He bears too much. Let's go. The grandpa ancestor took a deep breath, and then strode behind the Zhou and headed towards the hall. I entered the hall, and everyone arched. I'll wait. See Lord Elder God. This time, I want to talk about these red tapes. Wu Zhou God waved his hand, and there was a touch of exhaustion in his eyes. After I finished speaking, the of the universe did not speak anymore, but looked towards the hall. Some positions have been vacated. One of the more advanced is the position of the leader of the 5th Team Zero Supreme. Empty there, the position is still there, but people can never come back. Zerowood Supreme died in the hands of the first ancestor of the heavenly sacred place of the virtual universe. The 4th team captain, Jin Yen, said softly. Among the 9 team captains, he has the best relationship with Supreme Zero. The two were in the same era, but they were the 2 great arrogances of that era. Later, they entered the extraterritorial battlefield and fought side by side. It can be said that they are already the closest relatives in the world. Okay. Wu Zhoushan nodded his head and said, Xiao Lan, you will go to the heroes list later and engrave the name of Zerowood Supreme. Yes, master. Lan Lan replied softly. Although she is a disciple of Zhou God and has a high status, she also joined the battle. At the moment, she has a pale face, a weak breath, and suffered a minor injury in the battlefield. Did not let the negative sadness come out. God took a deep breath, forcibly lifted his spirit, regained his sharpness, swept from the faces of everyone, and said, What are you waiting for next? As soon as this remark was made, everyone looked at each other, and no one spoke. I have exhausted all the means to be used. At this level of war, ordinary conspiracy and trickery will no longer have any effect. Until a long time passed. The Pie Ancestor, the White Ape, just stood up from his seat, with a clear tone. Without him, soldiers come to cover the water and cover the earth, but death battle. Dead war? After hearing the words, God of the Gods narrowed his eyes, and then nodded, revealing endless killings and determination. Yes, only war. Many others supremely heard the words, the eyes suddenly soared. It is true that at this time, all conspiracy and scheming to conquer the virtual universe are just jokes. They have only one way to go, and that is death fighting. I agree. Wu Wuxian spit out these two words coldly. Seconded. 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 Chapter 4560. For a moment, the entire hall of the cosmic god was filled with the voice of secondary advice, and the words of death battle rushed to Xiaohan, breaking Kyushu. Wu Zhou God took a deep breath and looked at the supreme mansion, his head nodded slightly. As long as morale is still there, so many obstacles just wait. Break through your power and stay with you to the end. An invincible supreme, his eyes filled with warfare, he said. Yes, you can fight if you want, you can die at most. My monk, why not fight? When the Yin and Yang rebellion, stain the sky with my blood. The other invincible supremacy also spoke. He who can cultivate to this state, which is not the dragon and the phoenix among the people, the arbitrary existence. Sun's life and death have long been taken down by them. When they entered this extraterrestrial battlefield, their lives and deaths were ignored. Only the three dragon and phoenix and unicorn families, without a word, faced the eyes of the gods of the universe. In this regard, the of the universe can only pretend to turn a blind eye. Okay, everyone, then you can go back and prepare for 1 or 2, and wait for the war to begin. The bright light flickered in the eyes of the phantom god, and the deep voice opened. The people in this fictional universe are not injured, but the same is true of the divine power universe. You must pay close attention to time to keep yourself in a peak-perfect state. Yes. Everyone dispersed, and the hall was quiet again. Yenzhou God's straight waistplate was loosened, and he sighed softly, no longer covering the tiredness between the eyebrows. With 100,000 perseverance in chaos, he is too tired and tired. He rubbed his eyebrows, and Lanzhao said to the side of Lan Lan, Xiao Lan, go to the depths of the universe for your teacher, and you will summon all invincible supremes in the depths of the universe to the extraterritorial battlefield. It is good. Tong Lan Lan didn't have any delay. After nodding his head, he walked out of the hall, released the cosmic boat, and blasted towards the depths of the universe. After Lan Lan left, there were only 2 gods in the whole hall, the of the sky and Lan Su. Tong Lancer did not participate in the God War, but stayed at the base camp to control the overall situation for the gods of the universe. Master, if you transfer all the invincible supreme here, I am afraid that there is no invincible supreme suppression in the depths of the universe. There will inevitably be people who have the opportunity to take advantage of cholera. Tong Lancer said with some concern. Wu Zhoushan frowned and glanced at Lan Su and said, It's a very good way to do things in extraordinary times. It's time now. If this battle cannot be defended, the entire divine universe will be destroyed for this purpose. Where else can there be so much fear? After a long pause, the Zhou continued to say, If anyone dares to make trouble at this time, if our battle is defeated, naturally we will not mention it again. If we win, the old man will go to the autumn to settle accounts. Yes, the disciples understand. Lan Su nodded a little back. Well, you can go down too, and let the teacher be alone. After the god waved his hand to let Lan Su back down, he first glanced down at the broken cuff of his right hand, then looked up at the sky. His eyes seemed to penetrate the roof of the hall, and looked at the starry sky of Woody, sighed softly, breathed. The most serious thing happened to him, because he was unable to suppress the virtual because of his battle with the virtual god. You have to get others up quickly. He converged his thoughts, and there was a flash of enlightenment in the eyes of Zhou God. At the same time, deep in the sky, A black giant tortoise the size of a star field, constantly shuttled. Some star thieves robbed while on fire, and monks crossing the road, when they saw this giant tortoise, they were shocked in their eyes. They hurried away from it, and did not dare to block the road. Here, is this special lady a turtle? This is bigger than a planet, walk around, there must be some old monster out. These monks and star thieves marveled. On the turtle's back, no one heard it. A girl was constantly screaming with excitement. Wow, wow, master, is this the depths of the universe? This is too beautiful. Wow! This girl is not someone else. Naturally, it is the naive who once had a relationship with Jian Wushuang in Nanchuan Xiandao. At this time, she followed the ancestor of Feng Tian to tour the entire universe, and finally reached the depths of the universe, which is also the most prosperous area of the universe. Wu Juji looked at the countless galaxies circling, countless galaxies swaying, and countless universes of shuttles in the universe. Her eyes glowed. Previously, in Nanchuan Xiandao, the starry sky she saw was only so big, and she thought that the starry sky was really so big. Until then, she discovered that the original cosmic starry sky was so bright and so gorgeous. The beauty she had never imagined. Calm, boy. You calm down for your teacher. When the baby was yelling for a while, her head suddenly ate a brain collapse. She couldn't help covering her head and grinning. Master, why are you hitting me? Wu Chuji opened her bright eyes and looked at Feng Tian's ancestor with a look of grievance. Don't give this teacher a wrong set. Wu Fengshen's ancestor glared at the naive with a beard, and immediately said disgustedly. A bright, anyway, as a teacher I am also a big man with a head and a face in the universe. Your entire face has never seen the world, making it awkward for the teacher O. Qin Chi's O word sounded a long tone, and it seemed that the meaning of the O word was a little dazed. Master, no one greeted you along the way, respectfully. The young child murmured softly. What did you say? Feng Tian's ancestors heard the words, and they suddenly felt that they were out of breath, and snorted coldly. When I dominated the universe as a teacher, the depths of the universe were still chaotic. These little guys didn't know as teachers. It's normal. Wu Chuji heard the words and could not help but spit out his tongue. Well, I'm too lazy to tell you this. After a long pause, Feng Tian's ancestor's expression gradually became solemn, and Xinxing said, You son, am leaving for the teacher. Go? After hearing the words for a while, Chu Chuji immediately excited her eyes and smiled and nodded. Okay, when are we going? The old ancestor of Feng Feng took a deep breath and shook his head and said, You son, not us, but me, leave alone. Go away? Wu Chuji heard the words froze, and her face looked confused. Since she was still in awe, she followed her ancestor Feng Tian unceasingly. She never thought that one day her master would leave her. I don't know why. Suddenly, she seemed to be drained from the whole body. Her feet were light and heavy, as if stepping on a cloud, and as if a big stone was blocked on her chest. Her breathing stopped. Chapter 4561. The atmosphere was so deep that it fell into unprecedented silence. After a long time, the infantile forced a smile on his face and asked, Master, where are you going? Feng Fengshen's ancestor noticed the look on the naive face, and could not help showing a hint of intolerance in his eyes. If he could, why would he want to leave the naive? I am so stupid, so simple and innocent, who will protect her if she is gone? I must be cheated, right? In the long years, the old and the young had already become dependent on each other, becoming a bond that could not be separated from each other. However, the next moment, Feng Tian's ancestor's eyes could not bear it, and he was resolutely replaced. He turned his head, no longer looked at the naive, looked at the distant extraterrestrial battlefield, calmed his tone as much as possible, and said, Go to a place where the teacher should go. Wu Chuji was silent again, and she knew that she was definitely going to make up for her regrets. In the last battle of the catastrophe, the master did not participate, and the entire universe was filled with corpses. Although the ancestor of Feng Tian rarely said these things, The naive knew that the master did not take action on himself and help the universe. Pregnant. But now, the battle of catastrophes has once again begun. It is time for the master and his elderly to complete the mission. It is good. Hinch's face extruded a bright smile. Her eyes laughed into a crescent shape. Master, go early and return early. The young child is still waiting for you to accompany me to continue traveling the universe together. Haha, that's hope for the teacher. The next time you see Xiao Chu, you have found the person who is really willing to accompany you to travel the stars and the sea, not the bad old man for the teacher. He stretched out his hand and rubbed his childish hair, drowned, and Feng Tian's ancestor was relieved. Fortunately, my apprentice is not completely unable to accept his departure, and his emotions are still stable. In this way, he can rest assured. However, he forgot that the naive was always a very sensible girl. Well, that's gone for the teacher. Next time I see you as a teacher, if you don't make progress, you can punish you as a teacher. Shi Fengshen's ancestor said with a smile, and immediately hesitated. After leaving an inductive mark on the naive, he stepped into a laser and shuttled away. I saw him leap, hundreds of millions of miles away, across countless galaxy stars. The speed was extremely fast, and in a short time, he disappeared into the depths of the universe. Wu Chu looked at Feng Tian's ancestor childishly, and there was a dim look in his eyes. Extraterrestrial Battlefield, Base Camp. The Supreme Masters have retired in a state of recuperation, and the entire battlefield outside the territory is quiet. However, everyone knows that this is just a sign of the coming storm. What about the Temple of God? Wu Zhoushan sits on the main seat and presses his brows. He hasn't stopped for a while these days, and continuously refines the magical medicine of the treasure, hoping that he can help these supreme universes of the divine power. Master, this is the 9 tea tree teas that the disciples picked on the Jilung Mountain in Mingyang Xingyu some time ago. You can rest assured you try. Tong Lanza held the ceramic glazed teacup in both hands, and came over and said respectfully. A hint of tea scented with heat, rising from the teacup. However, it was surprising that after the heat rose, it didn't dissipate, but turned into a little unicorn. Ha! This Jiuxing tea tree is guarded by the Tianji tribe in Jilongshan. You can get this tea from them, and you have a heart. Wu Zhoushan smiled slightly, took a sip of tea from the teacup, and said with relief. Master respects, this is all a disciple's business. Lan Su answered with a smile. Taking a sip of tea, the stomach felt that his mood was better. Seeing this, Tong Lanza moved his mind, and tentatively asked, Master, how much do you think we can win this battle? After hearing this for a long time, the god of phenology thought back. I'm afraid it's less than 30%. Is that so? Lan Su nodded, a flash of thoughtfulness flashed in his eyes, and then whispered again in a tentative tone. Master, you have guarded 100,000 chaos times here. If the divine universe is really broken, do you still plan to bury the divine universe? As soon as this word came to an end, the atmosphere suddenly became strangely quiet. Wu Zhoushan put down the teacup, the smile on his face gradually converged, and looked at Lan Su expressionlessly, and slowly said, What do you mean by saying this? Wu Lan Su heard the words, could not help but tremble. Master, He opened his mouth several times and stopped talking, but in the end, he seemed to think of something. He bit his teeth and raised his head to look at the sky. Shen said, Master, except for the virtual god, the snake is not weak. There seems to be support from the phagocyte behind the disciples, and the disciples bravely said that the magical universe has not had much vitality. Instead of burying the divine universe, Master, you might as well discuss with the Xian Shen Haoxing whether you can rule the star in the divine universe. With your strength, as long as you talk to the Xian Shen Haoxing, I think the Xian Shen is definitely not brainless generation, definitely glad to be with you. Jack! He did not wait for Lan Su to finish speaking, and the Zhou had slapped it out, slamming it on Lan Su's face fiercely. Lan Su! Are you asking the Master to disregard the billions of souls of the entire divine universe, and for the sake of personal life and death, do you give up the divine universe? Huh! slap this slap down, and slam Lan Su directly and fly out, smashing a big pit on the ground. Disciple. Lan Su stood up, knelt down on the ground, nodding continuously, and the forehead shuddered on the floor. The disciples dare not! When I heard this, the face of God of the God was still ugly, and he shouted harshly, Get out of the teacher! If you are telling the teacher to hear your outrageous remarks, stop blameful for the teacher and not talk about the apprenticeship and end your life. He didn't notice. Lan Su, who buried her face deeply in the ground, heard the remarks, and then there was a spite of resentment on his face. Disciple knows wrong! Tong Lances squeezed this sentence out of her teeth. Hurry up! Wu Zhou God shouted again. Yes! Chi Lances stood up and respectfully retreated. He just didn't notice that his gaze stayed on the teacup next to the of the sky for a moment, and a pang of pain and joy appeared on his face. Master, the disciples do not want to be buried with the divine universe. Since you want to go alone, you can't tell right from wrong, then don't blame the disciples first. In his heart, silently to himself, Lan Su strode away from the temple hall of the gods. In the great hall, there is only one of the universe. He kept breathing and exhaling, adjusting his emotions, but his face was still iron and blue, and his anger was still unsolved. In addition to his anger, he is more distressed, because he didn't expect that the big disciple with his own hands would say such a rebellious thing. Chapter 4562. Extraterrestrial Battlefield, Base Camp. The seventh team, inside a palace. Jian Wu sat on a futon cross-legged, his eyes closed slightly, his brows frowned. The war between the magical universe and the virtual universe has reached the most critical stage. It is almost expected that when the virtual universe makes a comeback again, it will be a thunderstrike, and it will be necessary to separate life and death from the magical universe. Come. And the response plan of the divine universe has already been decided early. Without him, nothing but death. Therefore, in theory, Jian Wushuang should not have any other thoughts, just quietly improve his strength and wait for the two universes to fight again. However, these days, Jian Wushuang always felt a little uneasy. As for the reason, he knew well. That's because when he was practicing Shinzong, Ben Shan told him the word undercover. Divine power universe, there is undercover. And this undercover is lurking in the base camp. Jian Wushuang thought that with the outbreak of this war, this lurker hidden in the high level of the magical universe should also be exposed. But the first war has ended, and the lurker has not revealed anything. The sound of horses. This could not help sinking Jian Wushuang's heart a little. This lurker, I'm afraid the plot is very big. Chaos. Shake his head. Jian Wushuang no longer think about it, and began to promote cultivation. Over time, one after another, Invincible Supreme rushed to the extraterritorial battlefield. These ancestor-level figures of the top powers were originally in deep sleep, but for this battle, they awakened from their dormancy and came to this extraterritorial battlefield in spite of the decline of heaven and man. They were the last cards and backgrounds of the divine universe, but at this moment they are in full swing. It can be said that, for this battle, the divine universe has been at all costs. With the arrival of these invincible supremacy, the slightly depressed combat atmosphere actually improved a lot, and even some people began to feel that the magical powers of the universe might be without war. With the arrival of Feng Tian's ancestors, the entire extraterrestrial battlefield finally boiled. Feng Tian, the ancestor! That same level of existence as the Lord God of the Age. Unexpectedly, Feng Tian's ancestors finally came to life after 100,000 chaotic periods. The ancestor of Feng Tian was able to surrender the existence of Zulong at that time. I don't know why the basalt of Fengshan's ancestor did not appear. Feng Tian's ancestors are here. Why worry about this battle? This defeats me. Countless people know that Fengshan's ancestors are invincible and supreme, and they all have to smile. Those who didn't know the ancestors of Feng Tian, after hearing these people's narratives, quickly turned cloudy and clear, and they all rejoiced. The battle of the divine universe and the void universe. Why are so many people so heavy? do not have much hope, but fight with death. That is because no one in the virtual universe can deal with it except the virtual God. The zombie has stepped out of that step. Although he hasn't reached the realm of the two gods, they are only half a grade weaker than the gods. This is where the divine power universe suffers most. Because counting the entire universe, no one can check and balance the zombie god. But it's different now. Feng Tian ancestor, here it is. Feng Tian's ancestor, an innate soul born in chaos. If the ancestors of the ancestors, and King Qilin did not die, they would all call their predecessors respectfully. He is the same as the snake god, but only a little luck away from the gods of the earth and the of emptiness. Feng Tian's ancestors are enough to reverse the sky and change the outcome. Senior Feng Tian. Senior Feng Tian. Some invincible supremacy who dominated an era, say hello to Feng Tian's ancestors. Even the ape ancestor by ape, who has always been taunted and does not look at anyone, stepped forward and smiled slightly. Brother Feng Tian, I haven't seen you for a long time. Feng Tian's ancestor nodded toward the white ape, and then smiled back and said, White ape, it seems that you have to take that step and join us. The patriarchs waved their hands and heard a bitter smile, and replied with a bitter smile. This step seems simple, but in fact it's not easy. Since ancient times, I don't know how many people got stuck at this step. Feng Tian's ancestors did not refute when he heard the words. Indeed, like the former Lord of Life Jin Gugong, but also the Gav Supreme who returned the light and gave a brilliant blow with his life's power, they are all masters who are hard to come by. Are stuck on this step. It is even more difficult for him to really take this step and reach the realm of the cosmic God. Brother Feng Tian, would you like to meet the of the universe first? The patriarch's ancestor White Ape turned sharply and asked with a smile. Meet him? Hearing the name of the Zhou, the original ancestor Feng Tian still smiled and looked kind, and immediately turned up, and with a beard and stared. See what this old man is doing? Walk around, don't mention it to me. The patriarch ancestors heard the words and couldn't help touching his nose. Unexpectedly, after all these years, Feng Tian's ancestors were still upset about the matter. However, he could understand it, and then smiled and said, Brother Feng Tian, let me go. I will find a place for you to settle down. It is good. Feng Tian's ancestor's face slowed down, and then he smiled and chatted with the patriarch. In the temple god hall, the god knew that Feng Tian's ancestor had arrived, but he refused to meet him. This guy, for so many years, is still stubborn, the child's heart. That being said, the spirit of the God was slightly relaxed. The strength of Feng Tian's ancestors is still clear. He is definitely not under the zombie snake in the nearly tens of thousands of chaos period. Although he is very likely to be unable to defeat the virtual God, but he is confident that he can trap the virtual God. That's enough. This battle, we may not be defeated. The God narrowed his eyes, and there was a hint of war in his eyes. Just 1 month after Feng Tian's ancestor arrived at the extraterrestrial battlefield, the virtual universe has finally made a comeback. This time the virtual universe is out of the nest, bringing together the peak combat power of the entire virtual universe. They are mighty, covering the sky and covering the sun, occupying the entire starry sky. The coercion emitted by them alone is enough to crush the ancient, and shake 9 days and 10 places. The first to walk with a negative hand was shrouded in endless black mist, revealing only a pair of scarlet eyes. Behind his half-body, there are 9 snakes with 9 snake heads, with the sun and moon, the greedy wolf-breaking army, and other stars printed on the heart of the snake's head and eyebrow. This giant snake is equally terrifying in strength, and with a swaying figure, it draws a dark channel in the void. This person is like a zombie in the virtual universe. At that time, the willow that wanted to the control of Jian Wushuang's deity was the descendant of the snake god. List of chapters with high-speed text. Chapter 4563. Zombie. The virtual universe is like a big man in the sun. Since the battle between the virtual and the of the earth fell into a deep sleep, the zombie has risen, taking over the virtual god, and has become the new hegemon of the virtual universe. If compared with the virtual god, the strength of this zombie is naturally inferior, but this does not mean that he is weak. The strength of the zombie is equivalent to that of Feng Tian's ancestors, and he has taken that step, which is between the realm of the virtual and the six-marked virtual respect. The reason why he did not reach the real state of the virtual is just a lack of luck. Nothing more. Behind the Shushunan zombies, there are two left and right ambassadors. These two are standing in the realm of six-marked virtual respect, the most peak existence. After that, they came out together, with different looks and breaths, but a powerful and unusual six-mark vanity. The third ancestor of Tianyao, the Lord of Refining Gods, and the Lord of the Yi-Ning Palace. These are the second batch of six-marked virtual respects originally reserved in the virtual universe. At this moment, they were also summoned by the virtual gods and moved in. They stood together, and the breath of them together went straight to Shaohan, giving people an extremely powerful visual impact. Behind them, there is an attacking army composed of ordinary vanity, and they are also the largest. They fill the entire sky, cover the sky, and are vast and daunting. The most terrifying thing was that in the void not far from them, there were still vague waves, showing 7 figures wearing black robes. That's Bite the organization. At this moment, they are integrated together. It can be said that this force is enough to destroy the sky and the sky, rushing to the sky and falling down to the sky, and swaying the 9 yuan spring. Horrible to describe. At the same time. Base camp in extraterrestrial battlefields. Woo! A sharp alarm sounded suddenly at high altitude. The people who were retreating in their respective palaces opened their eyes at almost the same time. Next moment, the deep voice of the gods of the earth sounded in their minds. The decisive battle begins and gather quickly. Boom! Suddenly, countless powerful figures rose into the sky. The 7th team belongs to Jian Wushuang's palace. Did it finally start? In the eyes of Jian Wushuang, the mango surged 3 inches, and the whole person was full of sharp breath. Immediately, Jian Wushuang took a deep breath and lifted the Taro Excalibur, which was placed aside, inserted into the waist scabbard, and stood up. Let's get started! Huh! When Jian Wu stepped on his feet, he disappeared into the palace. When Jian Wushuang approached the base camp hall, the entire hall was crowded. Seeing Jian Wushuang coming, these ordinary supreme, awe in their eyes, and took the initiative to separate a path for Jian Wushuang to walk. Unconsciously, Jian Wushuang has already conquered the crowd. He is no longer just the first person under the Invincible Supreme, but also the leader of the Divine Power universe. The word leader is so heavy. Sword Wushuang approached step by step, nodding slightly in response to these supremes. Going to the front, some Invincible Supremes looked back at Jian Wushuang, and their eyes also showed appreciation. Little guy, it's been a long time. The Patriarch Ancestor smiled slightly at Jian Wushuang. Senior Ape. Jian Wushuang also smiled slightly at the Patriarch. At this moment, Jian Wushuang's shoulder was patted again, and a loud voice sounded. Ha 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 ha, little chicken, old man sees you again. Jian Wushuang twitched his mouth, turned back, and saw his ancestor Feng Tian smiling at him. Senior Feng Tian. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath and arched towards Feng Tian's ancestor. Hey little guy, I saw you. I forgot to ask you last time. What's your name? Feng Tian's ancestor said with a smile. Hui Feng Fo Tian Senior's junior swords are unparalleled. Jian Wushuang said honestly. Jian Wushuang? Well, the old man with this name is a bit familiar. When traveling around the universe in recent days, I seem to have heard people say that it was the first day of our universe, right? Feng Tian's ancestor looked up and down Jian Wushuang and said with interest. The junior is afraid to be. Jian Wushuang shook his head. Just when Feng Tian's ancestor still wanted to say something, deep inside the hall, a man with white hair appeared step by step. When seeing the of the sky, Feng Tian's ancestor's face suddenly pulled down, and he gave a cold hum from his nose. Don't go over and stop talking. The others, too, whispered, staring at the god of eternity without squinting, and their expressions became serious. Zhou God was expressionless, his eyes slowly swept from the faces of everyone, without saying any nonsense, but simply saying 4 words. Follow me. Yes. Everyone in the audience responded, and their voices went straight to Xiaohan, shaking for 9 days. Of course, in addition to Feng Tian ancestors. It's kind of the whole thing, it's just a whistleblower. He grinned slightly. The of the universe did not care about him, and he stepped on the ground, and the whole person suddenly turned into a streamer, sweeping away in the direction of the outer battlefield. Huh! There was a muffled sound, and everyone followed. Just less than 10,000 miles away from the base camp, the 2 sides of the magical universe and the virtual universe met in the starry sky. The of the halt stopped, and everyone stopped. The men and women on both sides stood facing each other. Although there was no speech, there was already a terrifying warfare, and they were uploaded from the men and women on both sides. Swords flew, and they started. God of God, this time you can't stop it. Su Shen stood with his hands up, and spoke lightly. The dark fog surrounding him, like a rushing wave, swelled away, surging and surging. Is it? Zeus is expressionless. Stubbornness. The false shook his head when he saw the situation, and continued to say, Earth God, our dispute is nothing more than a fight for this cosmic luck. If you wish to self-cultivate, no, hang yourself under this starry sky. Promise not to move the plants and trees in your universe. Murderous heart. In this sentence, I immediately wanted to push the of the universe to the opposite side of the divine universe. Fortunately, Zushin's face was unmoved at all. The supreme man behind Joshin also had no expression on his face. Those who can become supreme are those with a firm mind. How can they be confused by these 3 words? The of the universe is here, and the universe of gods has the opportunity to turn the Jedi. Once the of heaven falls, the entire universe of gods will be reduced to fish on the chopping board and let the virtual gods slaughter them. Seeing this, Shushin didn't care, just sighed and waved forward. Then let the killing stop it. Boom! Suddenly, led by dozens of 6-marked virtual lords, he led a common black lord with black pressure, rushing from behind the virtual god, passing by the virtual god, sneered at the man and horse on the side of the divine universe, hit it. Fighting broke out. List of chapters with high-speed text. Chapter 45-64. The dark cloud crushes the city, and Jiaguang opens to the golden scales. The entire sky was filled with ordinary vanities, led by these dozens of 6-marked vanities, just like the locusts passing through the air, and the void was directly cracked. Kill! Wu Jiangxian's beautiful eyes were cold, and her voice was cold. The words fell, and Wu Jianxian took the lead in rushing out. She is like the ant who shoots a fairy, with a sword in her hand, enough to cut off all enemies in the world. Little girls, dance swords and get guns, come here for me! The first ancestor of Tianyao, the heavenly sacred place of the virtual universe, smiled vaguely, then pulled the right hand directly to open up a secret realm, dragged Wu Jianxian into it, and started a duel. I haven't had fun last time, come back this time. The patriarch's ancestor, White Ape, flashed in his eyes and shook his mind for 9 days. The boiling blood was like a big sun, which made people dare not look straight. He blasted out with a punch, as if he was pushing a golden carriage, struck Gu Tianting's war drum, and blasted towards the right. The waters of the river are in the sky. And the wine lunatic holding the wine gourd and wearing a tattered robe, shook his head and sighed. Suddenly, the endless innate sunflower water poured out from the gourd, as if the Tianhe River was upside down, the Milky Way rolled backwards, and rushed towards the left emptiness. In a short while, everyone found their own opponent. Slightly behind the ghost of the half position, 9 heads spit out snakes at the same time, looking at the audience. The next moment, his 9 pairs of eyes fell on Jian Wushuang at the same time. You have the taste of this younger generation. The zombie voice was hoarse and cold. Presumably the little guy who delusions will die in your hands, right? The voice dropped, and the snake head on his far right opened his mouth slightly, condensing countless virtual forces. A terrifying breath spread from the mouth of this snakehead. Just when the zombie was going to solve the sword unparalleled. Suddenly, the snake head in the center of his head was patted from behind. "Hey, your opponent is me!" Immediately, a grinning voice sounded behind him. "When did it appear?" The zombie eyes narrowed, and he turned around, and saw his old ancestor looking at him with a smile. "Is that a step out of existence? When did the divine universe exist?" The zombie spirit was slightly surprised, but in the information he received, there was no news of the ancestor of Feng Tian. However, only momentarily, he turned back and spit out 2 words. "Interesting. Is it?" Feng Tian's ancestor grinned, raised his palm again, and patted it towards the head of the zombie. "In this palm, it seems that there are countless great worlds disillusioned, and chaos appears, and the power is extreme. There is even more interesting. Huh!" Just as the palm of the chaos was about to be photographed on the head of the zombie god, the huge snake tail of the zombie had blasted out of the void, like a giant axe, and it came diagonally towards the ancestor of Feng Tian. Far away, Jian Wushuang took a sigh of relief. Although he is now the first person under the Invincible Supreme, he still has a huge gap in the face of the snake who has stepped out of the Invincible Supreme from the realm of the Cosmic God. Fortunately, the zombie has now been entangled by the ancestors of Feng Tian, and each of the Invincible Supremacy has its own opponent. On this extraterrestrial battlefield, no one can rule him. Kill! Jian Wushuang's expression was indifferent, his eyebrows were cold, and his sword suddenly turned into a dazzling sword, and he rushed towards the mighty army of virtual respect. Behind the sword Wushuang, there are a number of top elites such as King of 9 Calamities, Overlord, Supreme Ram, and King Jinwu. They suddenly formed a sharp knife, and fiercely inserted into the army of virtual respect. Suddenly, the flames raged, killing and killing. "God Corpse, come!" And on the side of the virtual universe, the ordinary virtual respect is headed by others, not simply others, but the Moose Wind Elders who refined Shinzo. This time, the emptiness of the universe not only made up for the flaws of the 6-marked veneration, but also the number of ordinary veneration skyrocketed. Just refining Shinzo, there are 3 5-marked virtual honors of Moose Wind, Dust Bone, and Lan Yu, and rushed to this battlefield. I saw Elder Moose's right hand waving, and in the void behind him, he suddenly walked out of a tall corpse wearing armor, holding a long knife, like the of war in heaven. Elder Moose Feng roared, and immediately struck the tall corpse around and besieged. Cut! Jian Wushuang one sword split a 3-headed, 6-armed virtuoso into 2 halves, then looked slightly towards the Elder Wind Moose. This could not help but let Jian Wushuang sigh gently. In general, during the period of refining Shinzong, the elders of the Moose Wind left him a good impression. If there was no shelter of the elders of the Moose Wind, I am afraid that the sword is unparalleled. Kill! Sword Wushuang, who was about to collide with Elder Moose immediately, turned the sword peak slightly, passed by next to Elder Moose, and cut to another vanity. Okay? This made Elder Wind's elder can't help but hesitated for a moment. Jian Wushuang's power was strong. He saw in his eyes, and there was some speculation in his heart. Jian Wushuang is certainly one of the most powerful of the magical universe opposite him. In the face of Jian Wushuang, he was not sure. Therefore, when he saw the sword coming and going, he was ready to fight hard. Unexpectedly, Jian Wushuang passed him by. What's the situation? Elder Moose Wind was a little puzzled, but there was no doubt about him, and he slashed towards the others. Your opponent is me. Just then, a low, indifferent voice sounded in his ear. He looked slightly, and saw an indifferent young man with red hair like blood, covered with black godliness, and blood moon in his eyes. This person is impressively the king of the 9 calamities after being enchanted. After entering the devil, the king of 9 calamities not only soared a lot compared with the previous strength, but also became more indifferent in temperament. I miss the kingdom of God. King Jiucai spoke coldly. On the other side, Jian Wushuang looked at the scene and shook his head slightly. He can make himself not to fight the elders of the Moose Wind, it is already commendable. Naturally it is impossible to ask others, not hostile to the elders of the Moose Wind, let him kill. Elder Wind Moose, critical, Jian Wushuang said to himself. After the Jujiawang entered the magic, he broke through the peak of the Supreme, and speaking of strength, he was not too weak. It's just a matter of life and death. Shaking his head, Jian Wushuang no longer thought deeply, and directly turned into breaking dawn golden light, killing 7 in and 7 out in the army of virtual respect. The war has broken out. In the audience, except for the virtual and the cosmic god, everyone is at war with each other. Certainly, let the gods come and let this battle resolve everything. The of the universe fluttered with white hair, and his eyes flashed. However, Xuxing chuckled and played with a tone of tone. Zhou God, the human heart is really a complicated thing, are you right? Okay? The god of the gods' eyes blinked a little, puzzled and sighed. However, he didn't think about it too much, and operated the divine power, so he planned to start a decisive battle with the virtual god. However, the next moment, the expression of the sky suddenly changed, and his eyes showed an unbelievable color. List of chapters with high-speed text. Chapter 4565. How could this be? Qiuzhou breath took a breath. Just now, when he was about to run the divine power, he found out that his whole body was enough to cause the universe to explode, and the chaotic restart of the divine power became extremely slow. It was as if he had countless injustices and grieving spirits biting his body in his body, which reduced his strength by at least half. Su Xin. Wu Zhoushan took a deep breath and looked at Su Xin. His face became heavy for the first time. Although he doesn't know why his body has such a change, he can be sure that all of this must have been done by a virtual god. In this battle, I am afraid of danger. Zhou God, don't look at me like this. This seat is not bothered to use these means to deal with you. Su shrugged, smiling nonchalantly. All this, you blame yourself for your own fault. Even your closest people can't stand your approach and see the general trend. The god of phenology heard the words calm, but his heart sank. Immediately, he seemed to think of something, turned back, and slowly said, It's you? Hiding in the void behind the gods of the universe, Lan Su and Lan Lan are standing side by side. Among them, the eyes of the earth fell on Lan Su's body. Master. Seeing the gaze of the god of God, Lan Su was afraid in his subconscious heart, and stepped back. I don't. Wu Lanzi didn't dare to face the stare of the god of the emperor, and said in a panic, Master, what's wrong? Lan Lan was a stunner, and asked a little confused. God did not answer Lan Lan, but took a deep breath, staring straight at Lan Su's dodging eyes. His voice was a little low. Xiao Su, you have a habit since you were a child. You have eyes when you lie, look around. So don't lie to Master. Come, tell the teacher. Have you been deceived by the false gods and betrayed the divine universe? You can speak up and be brave enough to be a teacher and not blame you. The words fell, and before Lan Su's reply, Su Xin seemed to have heard something funny. He laughed sarcastically. Ha ha ha, God of God, this seat did not deceive him. It is your disciple who ran to Su the universe came to me and let this seat give him a drop of my seed of origin. As soon as this remark came to an end, Lan Lan, the of God, did not understand what had happened. I saw Lan Lan startled. She stared at Lan Su with a stunned look. It seemed that she could not believe that Lan Su would do such a thing, and was shocked. Brother, have you betrayed our magical universe? Suddenly, the heart of the universe sank completely. Original seeds! The original seed needs to gather thousands of original seeds to fuse one original seed. The power is endless. Once who has planted the original seed, it means that life and death are under the control of others. I am so apprentice, so ruthless. Sister. I do this for the sake of everyone. Tong Lances seemed to be overwhelmed under the eyes of Zhou God and Lan Lan. He bit his teeth suddenly and stepped forward. He forced himself to look up and stare directly at the sky. Master! Don't blame this on you. If you blame it, blame you for being too paranoid and too stubborn. To this day, why can't you see that our divine power universe is no longer an opponent of the void universe, and the void universe unifies the two universes? It is the trend. Instead of going to the corpse and traversing the wild, costing innocent lives, why not make a wise move and choose to surrender? Master, the disciple said something awkward. Did you organize everyone to resist the virtual universe, not for your position as the of the universe? For your own luck? Because you know that once the divine universe chooses to surrender, then you alone it will be difficult to sustain alone, not an opponent of Lord Xianxin. Master, your destiny is destiny, isn't our destiny destiny? Why do you want everyone to be buried for your own selfish desire? Master, you are too selfish. A series of words, like bangs, spoke from Lan Su's mouth. As if these words he has been suppressed for a long time, just to burst out at this moment. After saying these words, it seemed that he had drained all the strength of Lan Su. He supported his knees with both hands and gasped slightly, but there was some trembling between his eyebrows. Wu Zhoushan looked at Lan Su. Jian's original seed from the virtual had already taken effect in his body, as if there were countless bugs eating his body. However, this pain in the heart can't bear Lan Su's words. Wu Lance's words were like a knife, which was severely inserted into his heart, and he continued to split. Lan Lan was covering her mouth, looking at Lan Su in disbelief. Is this still my humble and gentle, respectful fellow? At this moment, in Lan Lan's eyes, Lan Su turned into a deformed and distorted devil who chose to eat. Lan Su, after taking a break, took a deep breath and looked back at the sky. His eyes became sincere. Master, Lord Xianxin has promised me, as long as you are willing to sacrifice yourself and lose your luck, he is willing to end this battle, and the two universes will be at peace. Master, you can rest assured that your education is graceful and unforgettable. As long as you are willing to do so, the apprentice will surely support you in your old age and be at peace. After he finished speaking, Lan Su looked forward to the God of God with a look of anticipation. And Su Shin heard the words, "The on the face is more prosperous." His eyes slightly turned, looking at the cosmic God, smiled and smiled. Your disciples are right, God of God, as long as you are willing to do so. How about this one stopping the battlefield immediately? Wu Zhoushan did not answer when he heard the words, but looked at Lan Su with great disappointment and shook his head. Lan Su, you are too naive. Do you think I'm dead, the war will really stop? I tell you, by then, the billions of souls of the entire divine universe will be reduced to the pig slaves of the virtual universe Renren's slaughter. It will even cut off the spiritual practice of the entire divine universe. Only then will the real calamity befall. And you really thought you could survive? You can't survive. This time, the God of the Emperor directly called Lan Su's name, and no longer called him a teacher. What I mean is already clear. Tong Lan Su trembled when she heard the words, her mouth clenched tightly. No! No! Lord Xianxin promised me, he won't do it! However, this time the of the universe did not care about him anymore, but turned abruptly, staring blankly at the Su. A flash of determination flashed in his eyes. Su Shin, you can't win. Oh? Really? Su Shin stepped in the void, and the corners of his mouth slowly aroused. It's time now, is it still stubborn? Wu Zhou God did not answer, but took a deep breath, saying word by word. Ancestral art, chaos revealed. Chapter 4566. Boom! For a moment, the of Zhou dying with his hands, his white hair and long beard flying, his eyes were extremely sharp. A wave of hurricanes suddenly spread from the feet of the god of Zeus, raging against the bull. Soon afterwards, a rumbling muffled from the entire universe. The sky fell and the ground cracked. The starry sky moves, the sun and the moon change, and the entire sky is boiling. An ancient atmosphere of chaos spread out, covering the whole universe as if to return everything to chaos. Wu Zhou's complexion quickly turned pale, and his body continued to tremble. However, in his eyes, it seemed that two flames started to burn. That's dead spirit. Countless two cosmic men and horses fighting in the blood, feeling this Xian, the horror of chaos from the chaos, are all face changes, horrified in their hearts, and looked at the of the universe. Qi Jian Wushuang is also in the ranks. When he saw the expressions of the gods of the earth, Shushan and Lan Su Lan, he immediately understood everything. Is Lan Su a ghost? Wu Jianshuang sank in his heart. This is something he never thought of. He had speculations about the candidate of the inner ghost. He had thought about whether it would be the Dragon Clan, wondered whether it would be two virtual god, and even guessed the 9 team captains in the extraterritorial battlefield. He didn't think that this inner ghost would be Lan Su. This caused Jian Wushuang's face to flash a moment of surprise and mistake. This is really unbelievable. Lan Su is a disciple of the universe. In terms of status, this universe is second only to the existence of the universe. What a jerk! Wu Jianshou exhaled a long breath, and at the same time understood that since Lan Su chose to expose his identity at this time, it must be that Lan Su's purpose had been achieved. A piece of void fragmentation formed a terrible void storm, like a tornado, raging in the void fiercely. The heavens and the earth exploded constantly, everything was collapsing, and even time and space began to trace back, to obliterate everything and return to chaos. Reverse the time of yin and yang! What's wrong? How could this be? In a hurry, countless people looked up in shock, even those invincible supremes who stood at the pinnacle of the era. Wu Zhou's god is really too powerful to say that it opens up the world, it is not exaggerated, as if the creation came to the world, and it is necessary to reshape the heavens and the earth. With his own power, he suddenly moved the whole universe. At this moment, time starts to go backwards. In the eyes of Su Sun, the mansion skyrocketed, and his face changed as well. It's impossible! It's impossible! Even if I wait for existence, there may be a glimpse of opening up, but it's impossible for the entire universe to go back and forcefully reverse the rules of the universe order. Su Shin, you are right, the old man can't reverse the entire universe, but it is enough to open up the passage of time and space, forcing you and me into a stream of time and space. The mouth corner of Wu Zhoushan slowly opened, revealing a cold smile. Today, it is a mortal situation. However, he can also use his decaying body to make the final contribution to the universe. You're crazy! Su Sin's face changed. He didn't wait for his shot, and the Zhou had already torn his hands, tearing the void suddenly. The torn void is like a mirror, reflecting a corner of chaos. Let's go with my husband! The sacred shouted, his eyes opened sharply, his eyes widened. Get up! The next moment, the corner of the chaos suddenly shot out of the yellow light, sucking the two gods of the gods and virtual gods. There was a flash of anger in the eyes of Su Su, and then he said coldly, Zhou God, 10,000 years, this operation will trap this seat for at most 10,000 years. After 10,000 years, this seat can return from the chaos of time and space. At that time, this seat will require the entire divine power universe, kill everything, and leave nothing in the grass, and you will die in this chaos. Hori Morris' cruel voice came from the mouth of Shushan. The god of Phenom did not reply, but when he was about to be sucked into the turbulent space-time, his eyes swept across the faces of the divine universe, and he sang loudly, Remember, as long as my divine universe continues to burn and endure, then my divine universe will one day have a new dawn. After a moment's pause, the god of God looked at Feng Tian's ancestor and said, Feng Tian, you have fought 100,000 chaos times with your old husband, and remember that you hate your old husband for 100,000 chaos times. The old husband now says sorry to you, you guy. The old ancestor of Feng clenched his fists, took a deep breath, and exclaimed, Old man, you give the old man alive. The old man wants you to give me an apology in front of the whole universe. In the final analysis, he and the of the universe came from the origin and were once the closest friends. If he really remembers hating the of the sky, how could he appear here at this moment? I am afraid that he has already trusted in the virtual universe, and he can't wait for the of the sky to die. At this moment, the vitality of the universe is getting weaker and weaker, and the dissatisfaction of the former is disappearing with it. Wu Zhou God smiled. He could feel that the original seed of the virtual had already struck fiercely in his body. I can't hold it long. Feng Tian, lead everyone to retreat, save the fire. They are our hope for the future. Finally, Zhou God glanced at Lan Lan, sighed softly, and glanced deeply at Jian Wushuang. Sword unparalleled, the old man will send you a great fortune, and you pick up. Boom! A white halo was slowly squeezed from the heart of Zhou Shen's eyebrow, and then a lasing burst into the body of Jian Wushuang in an instant. After he did all of this, the god of the cosmos no longer hesitated, followed by the of the false, and entered the chaotic chaos. He will use his own life force to suppress the 10,000 years of false gods and the chaos of the universe. Alas! The torn sky is restored to peace. Before he waited for Jian Wushuang to look carefully at the last moment of the god, what was given to him, he saw the 9 big snakes, and the sounds of the 9 heads were simultaneously Yin. The virtual universe, kill with this seat. Roar! Suddenly, the people in the virtual universe rioted again and killed towards the magical universe. The old ancestor Feng Tian, who stood at the forefront, sank and was preparing to resist. Suddenly, a thick black beam of arms shot out from the void fiercely, which actually penetrated Feng Tian's ancestor's shoulder directly. Soon afterwards, he saw 7 men in black robes lined up, slowly walking out of the void. He walked in the first, a thin mask with a red mask on his face, showing only a thin figure of his right eye. Eat one. From now on, this war will be officially taken over by our organization. A biting voice was indifferent and spread. Feng Fengshen's ancestor looked up and looked at him. His pupils shrank instantly. His face became severe and dignified for the first time. You, get ready to escape. The heavy voice of Wu Fengshen's ancestor sounded in everyone's mind at the same time. Tissues, you come out and enjoy it at this time, isn't it great? Suddenly, the zombie also changed his face slightly and said, Don't you understand me? Glancing at the zombie for a glance. Next moment, as soon as Devouring raised his hand, he slapped it violently towards the 9 heads of the zombie god. Chapter 4567. Huh! This slap was clearly far away from the zombie, but it seemed to be folded in the void, and was severely thrown on the 9 heads of the zombie. Suddenly, the 9 heads of the zombie shook for a while, and a red 5-finger fingerprint appeared. Bite 1, you look for death! For a moment, the zombie was furious, his face was extremely blue, and violent murder broke out all over his body. With 1,000 devil around the snake god, suddenly it seemed to turn into a glacier of thousands, and the coldness of Sinhan was like the sea of anger. I can't help but humiliate him for a while. However, just as the zombie was about to attack, I saw one swooping with his right hand, and a huge prism with the word phasing in his hand appeared in his hand. Taking a look of calmness, she took a look at the zombie who was about to fall into madness, and said indifferently, Snake God, I am acting on the command of the Lord. Are you sure you want to stop me? Do you want to fight against our organization? As soon as this word came to an end, the zombie who had already planned to perform a killing move suddenly stagnated, changing his pupils to shrink, and his expression became cloudy and uncertain. Eat the Emperor. The name is definitely a nightmare in the virtual universe. For the zombie god, bite him without fear, even tie up the whole bite tissue. His zombie does not look at him. But the Emperor, he really can't understand the details, and dare not act rashly. Even if the Real who stepped up to that point was silent, he did not mention the person who ate the Emperor. From this, it is speculated that the Emperor Bleeder is very likely to be completely out of that step. After I was silent for a moment, the zombie took a deep breath and made a cold hum. Don't go over and stop talking. Apparently he has been subdued. When several people behind Yan Xiaoyi saw this, their faces were full of shame. Suddenly, he stopped looking at the zombie god, but turned his eyes to Feng Tian's ancestor calmly. You're called Feng Tian, right? Lord the Emperor has orders. If you are willing to give up resistance, the Lord Emperor is willing to include you in the organization. He froze for a while, and then continued to speak. Feng Tian, you join the phagocytosis. We can make you take that step completely without being bound by the cosmic luck. As soon as this remark came to an end, not only did Feng Tian's ancestor's face change, even the snake turned his head violently, looking at Yan's masked face, and a shock came from his eyes. Having reached their realm, I naturally know how difficult it is to really take that step. Otherwise, it will not start from the birth of the universe. The two universes, the divine universe and the virtual universe, have only two people, the virtual and the snake god. And now Yenny said that they can make them free from the constraints of the universe and take a step forward? This is incredible. Many divine beings on the side of the divine power universe. After hearing this sentence, their eyes were condensed on the face of Feng Tian's ancestors, and there was a touch of despair. Now that the of the universe is no longer there, the ancestors who are the highest in the audience are the ancestors of Feng Tian. If the ancestors of Feng Tian choose to take refuge, they will completely lose their resistance. I saw Feng Tian's ancestors heard the words, narrowed his eyes and looked at the corners of his mouth slowly cracked, showing a smile, and spit out 5 words. Go. Eggs. After gnawing at the words, he was not angry or furious, but sighed softly. Pity. Immediately he said indifferently, Kill then, divine universe, one is not left. Yes. Suddenly, the 6 people behind the first bite, all walked out laughing, twisted their necks, and their faces were full of cruel smiles. It's finally possible to do it. It's been too long. Saying a flesh ball eating tissue said. Eat you guys. Another weird man with a full mouth is holding out his tongue and licking the corner of his mouth, showing greed in his eyes. Devouring again looked at the zombie with a negative hand, with a bit of command. You and the virtual universe, also do it. Bite 1, are you ordering this seat? I tell you, you are still too tender. The viper laughed suddenly. I waited for him to finish, and then interrupted indifferently. After all this, I will sue the Lord Eater and let you join the Eater. It is good. The serpent took a deep look and said, Bite 1, remember what you said. After he finished speaking, the zombie glanced across the faces of the virtual universes of the virtual universe. His eyes flashed through the murderous words, and he spit out 3 words. Kill me. Boom! The words of the crickets dropped, and the zombie figure suddenly shuttled. 9 heads were opened at the same time, and they bit down fiercely towards Feng Tian's ancestor. Kill. Dreams of the divine universe, die. Ha 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 ha, kill them all. Numerous virtual respects laughed loudly, immediately following the zombie god. When Feng's ancestor saw this, instead of flinching, his eyes rose to war, and Su laughed. If you want to conquer the divine universe, you don't see enough. Boom! The old ancestor of Feng Tian waved backwards. Behind him, a $1 billion gully-long mark was directly blasted, solemnly speaking towards Jian Wushuang and others. You retreat. Remember, as long as our divine power and the universe continue to burn and continue, there will be dawn in the future. The utterance of the words fell, and the ancestor of Feng Tian no longer hesitated, determined to burn the source of life, and rushed towards the people who ate tissues and snake gods and countless virtual universes. This time, the ancestor of Feng Tian soared. My husband is sealed, come and die today. I stepped out 1 step, Feng Tian's ancestor broke through the breath soared again, and there was only a slight difference from the realm of the gods. Suddenly, whether it is a snake or a person who eats tissues, his pupils shrink and his eyes flash with fear. Rewind. This man is desperate. Retreat first, he can't hold on for long. Suddenly, the countless vagrants who were rushing towards Fengshan's ancestors, as if they had stepped on the sudden brakes, their faces changed greatly, and then they retreated. Photian Patriarch. On the magical side of the universe, countless people saw this scene, and immediately burst into tears. Do not. Countless people want to rush away and help Feng Tian's ancestors. However, It seems that the gully tentacle that Feng Tian's ancestor had waved before had already expected this step, just like invisible glass, stopping them all from entering. When the ancestor of Feng Tian saw this, he turned his head back. His face was so cold and somber that he cried, "Don't you understand my husband's words? Come on! Keep your life, you, just hope!" This word fell, and suddenly countless people broke their hearts, looking at the virtual universe, full of endless resentment. Back! At this moment, the patriarch sighed. Don't let the sacrifice of Feng Tian's ancestors and Lord Gods go to sacrifice. Only alive will have a future. Someday we can make a comeback. Chapter 4568. The battlefield outside the region is a sad one. First, the Supreme Gap, who soared into the sky with his incarnation, made a brilliant blow and started the first battle. Later, there was the Cosmic God, who continued to burn the universe in order to protect the magical power, inherited continuously, and transformed chaos to suppress the virtual for 10,000 years. Until now, the ancestor of Feng Tian burned his life and turned it into a wall, seeking a way of life for the divine universe in the midst of thousands of calamities. A predecessor of the predecessor, for the divine power of the universe, went forward and fell in the hands of the virtual universe. Difficult to hate Fan Xingxuang, poor new stopped turbid glass. These seniors martyrs, respect. Let's go. The patriarch sighed lightly and said, Everyone, from now on, let us save our lives and protect ourselves. When we shake the flag in the future, we will wait for the revival of the divine universe. Having said that, the patriarch's ancestor grabbed his right hand, grabbed the overwhelming overlord, and immediately stepped away, striding away. He didn't regret his life. He just knew that the dilemma of the divine universe has now been settled. Only by retaining a useful body can we contribute to the revival of the divine universe in the future. We are defeated! The martyr, the gourd fairy, poured a glass of wine from the gourd and sprinkled it on the infinite starry sky of the divine universe. This cup, respect the cover, worship the gods of the universe, honor the ancestors of the heavens, and honor my divine power, the universe and the millions of spirits. Immediately, the martyr sighed and went away. After the martyrs left, many sages gathered in the extraterritorial battlefield side and began to disperse. Of course, there are people with a sense of death who choose to stay on the battlefield and fight desperately with the virtual universe. The divine power universe never lacks the fierce generation. The captain of the 7th team, Heiyuan Extreme, stayed behind and went to death. Want to leave? The zombie's vertical pupil twisted slightly, looking at the man who fled away from the divine power universe, and a sneer gradually aroused in the corners of his mouth. A group of loose sand also want to escape. After that, the zombie shook his head, 4 of the right of the 9 heads, and chose to separate. They directly broke the barriers laid down by Feng Tian's ancestors, led an endless vanity, and hunted toward the divine universe. Sword unparalleled, let's go. The king of 9 kings looked expressionless and said to Jian Wushuang, It is good. Jian Wushuang nodded, nodding. He is not a fool, he knows his importance. He knows his talents, and as long as he is given time to grow, he can grow and develop completely. Jian Wushuang is not afraid of death, but he does not want to die here. He still has to keep a useful body, revenge for the supremacy of Gav, revenge for the of the earth, revenge for the ancestor of the heavens, and countless deaths in this battle spirit revenge. Well, the garbage of the magical universe, let's die! A monster with no arms on the left and 6 arms on the right, holding a large 6-handed sword, chopped down towards the sword unparalleled. Jian Wu flashed in the eyes of Jian Wu without even looking at him. The 6-armed monster only felt something white and blank, and passed by his eyes. Even if the eyes were black, the whole person lost consciousness. Numerous waters were mixed with stumps and broken arms, and they descended from the air as if they had fallen into a rain. Let's go. Jian Wushuang looked at the king of 9 robbers. The Jiujia dynasty sword. Wushuang nodded. Today, The two should be regarded as the strongest fighting force in the Temple of Life, and they must immediately rush back to the Temple of Life and take them away. Just as the two were about to go away, Jian Wu stepped forward, looked at a dejected woman not far away, and said, "Girl, Lan Lan, will you leave with us?" "It is good." Lan Lan, she nodded her head. Today, she still has a blank brain, and her thoughts stay at the time when the of the universe left. Jian Wushuang sighed, sighing without seeing anything. He waved his hand directly, and put Lan Lan in the town's monument. Immediately, Jian Wushuang and Jiujia Wang Fei shot away. And the other sighed. "Why is it like this? Obviously it should be peaceful ending. Why the master would die?" Lan Su's face was pale, her mouth was tight, her body was weak for a while. His original intention of planting the original seeds for the of the universe was just to let the of the universe see the situation and choose to surrender. At that time, even if the of the gods had been dispelled, the magical universe would be free from disaster, and the war would retreat. Obviously, the of truth has promised him, as long as his teacher is willing to let luck, he will retreat. The worst result is nothing more than a divine universe, a subsidiary of the virtual universe. He never expected that the magical universe would fall to this point. "Why, I just want to live, and I want everyone to live. Is it wrong?" Lan Su clenched her fists, stubbornly but paranoidly said to herself. In his mind, he constantly played back the last look that the of the universe looked at him, strange and disappointed. "You are too naive." The words of the universe kept reminding him in his heart. "Go die." As Lan Su kept losing his mind, a loud laughter burst into the air above him. Lan Su hurriedly looked up to and saw a 5-marked vanity with a halberd, and split his face with a sloppy face. "What?" In the universe, the tragic sound of Lan Su came. And this 5-marked virtual honor with a long halberd, after Lan Su from the top of his head to the waist split a halberd in half, and then sneered and chased and killed another person. Jian Wushuang, who had already blasted Yuan Yuan, looked back at this scene with no expression. "Idiot!" Spit out these two words coldly, Jian Wushuang and Jiu Jiaowang stepped on one foot, turning into small black spots at the same time, flying towards the starry sky in the distance. The speed was extremely fast. "Kill!" A massacre has begun. Countless monks who have chosen to die in the universe have exploded, and do not seek victory, but only to be able to take away a few virtual universes before they die. Heiyuan Supreme cut 18 people in a row, and eventually died. A heroic man named Gaishi Haosher, who went forward and succeeded, fell in succession. This day is destined to be a sad day for the magical universe. On this day, the earth and earth trembled, seemingly inductive, sending out a mighty tragedy. A void in the extraterrestrial battlefield. Biting a negative hand to stand, watching Jian Wushuang leave. "Hey, bite one, aren't we going to catch this little guy?" Yanshi said beside him. I heard a word, and a flash of meaningful light flashed in my eyes like a smile. "No hurry, he can't escape, let him escape first. I want to see." Now the level of the two universes is broken, one of the most important chess pieces is desperate, and Xuani can still hide. Yanshi heard the words beside him, and suddenly nodded his head. Everything they do is for Xuani. Cosmic Calendar, 6982 Chaos Period. Divine Power Universe, declared fall. Chapter 4569. Kill! Outside the battlefield, there is still a killing sound. Countless Supremes chose to fight desperately, and the last one fell into the extraterrestrial battlefield. This killing lasted for 3 days. 3 days later, the entire battlefield outside the region was dead, with countless stumps and limbs remaining, suspended in the void, as if silently describing the tragic battle. In the middle of the extraterrestrial battlefield, an old man who was already near the end of the oil lamp and his clothes was broken, sitting cross-legged. Throughout his body, there are countless imaginary cosmic corpses, among which there are no less than 10 6-marked virtual lords, and even 3 of them have died here. On the periphery, there are more vanity, staring at the old man with a look of horror. Although he knows that the old man is at the end of his crossbow, he has reached the end of his life, but still hesitates to step forward. They have been frightened by their ancestors. They have never seen anyone who can fight the entire universe with their own power. For 3 days, the ancestor of the letter did not take a step back, and they could not move forward a foot. This is really appalling. In the last catastrophe, the old man hid 100,000 chaos times and hid 100,000 chaos times. Feng Tian's ancestor sat cross-legged, looking around at the name of a virtual universe, and suddenly smiled. No one around him answered, just holding the sword and looking at Feng Tian's ancestor with a jealous look. After speaking, he looked up at Wu Xingqi, and said with a pity, "Speaking of which, those old friends of the past have already left. Even the old man of the universe, this time also left. I fought with him for a lifetime, grabbed a lifetime, and he was ahead of me forever. Unexpectedly, he was one step faster for me this last time." With a bitter smile, Feng Tian's ancestor retracted his gaze and lowered his head, and there was no more movement. Feng Tian, the ancestor, died. It wasn't until a long time ago that the vain honors of those who raised their swords slowly entered. Dead? A 5-marked virtual respect, holding a long knife, daring boldly, shouted with a grimace. Immediately, the long knife was severely inserted into Feng Tian's ancestor's body and emerged through the body without dripping any blood. Dead, dead. This devil is dead at last. Suddenly, there was a rush of ecstasy on the face of the 5-marked vanity, and he pulled back the long knife, intending to completely destroy the Feng Tian ancestor. Call out. Just then, a black robe with a red mask on his face stepped down and appeared in front of Feng Tian's ancestor. He flicked his fingers and directly took the 5-marked virtual respect with a knife, all flying away. This person is exactly one. Later, Bit mentions that Feng Tian's ancestors have exhausted their life, and the fallen corpse, Xinxing said, thickly buried. Thick funeral? In the battle with Feng Tian's ancestors, 9 skulls have been blown up, and only 1 skull zombie remains. When he heard the words, he shouted sharply, "Bite one, this person almost destroyed my doji. It hurts my source, but I still want to bury it thickly? You give me the body, and I will repeatedly crush and torture it in order to eliminate the hatred of my heart. When did this decision come to you?" Yen took a cold look at him, then gently pushed forward with his right hand. Suddenly, the ancestor of Feng Tian's ancestor spontaneously suspended, rising all the way up, and finally disappeared into the cosmic starry sky. Born in the universe, die in the universe, rest in peace. Yen shook her head, then turned around suddenly. Her eyes reappeared fiercely and killed. Kill. Slaughter all forces in the divine universe and reshuffle. Yes. The words fell, and the remaining 4 members of the phagocytosis group, as well as countless vanities, all kneeled on one knee. Just now, in the process of fighting with Feng Tian's ancestors, he has already used his strength to conquer everyone in the audience. Suddenly, countless vanities jumped up and flew towards the depths of the magical universe. Divine power universe, in the starry sky. The 3 gods are flying fast. These 3 people are the 3 people who fled from the extraterrestrial battlefields, including Jian Wushuang, Jiu Jiawang, and Lan Lan. Jian Wushuang, what shall we do next? After a period of recovery, Lan Lan's mood is better than before. Although she is still immersed in grief, it is not impossible to tell the situation. Now, as the only one who has made friends with him, Jian Wushuang naturally becomes him, and his main body exists. The King of 9 Kings also asked. Sword is unparalleled, and now the divine universe is broken. I am afraid that people in the virtual universe will not invade in a short time, and we are the equivalent of the divine universe. They never would allow us to exist, so we have to plan for the next step early. Jian Wushuang heard a deep breath and took a deep breath, nodded his head to understand. No need to think about him. The next divine universe is bound to face a big cleansing, all forces will be hanged, all order collapses, and even if there is no hang power, it will inevitably become a prisoner of the virtual universe. the magical universe will face reshuffle and start a new era. The only way is to hide in the 9 restricted areas. After thinking about it, Jian Wushuang said in a deep voice. 9 restricted areas? The King of 9 Froze frowned. Good. Sword Wushuang nodded his head and replied. The 9 great forbidden areas, the 3 dragons and the phoenix Kirin each occupy one, and the ancestors of the patriarchs occupy the glacier forbidden land, and the abyss land occupied by the descendants of the dark devil. The big restricted areas are more mysterious than even the invincible supreme. They can't be guaranteed to come out alive. There has been no news of these 4 restricted areas in these years. If we want to avoid this scourge, we can only hide in these 4 restricted areas. Among. King Jiuyan heard no reply, but groaned for a long time before he said, The sword is unparalleled. The danger of these 4 restricted areas is no less than the threat of the virtual universe. If we enter these 4 restricted areas, we are afraid of death. Jian Wushuang heard the words and shook his head, and replied, This is not the time to weigh the pros and cons. If there are only 3 of us, the universe is big, and there will always be a hiding place. But don't forget that the palace of life is still tens of thousands of disciples are waiting for us. After Jiu Jiawang heard a word, he stopped speaking. And sword unparalleled, it is a figure turning, looking at the direction of the Temple of Life, his eyes flashed. Let's go back to the Temple of Life first. We must move all the people of the Temple of Life to the restricted area before the army of the virtual universe rushes to the depths of the universe. Chapter 45-70. Among the Cosmic Stars. The 3 men, Jian Wushuang, Jiu Jiawang, and Lan Lan, were flying away in the direction of the Temple of Life. Along the way, many top forces have been aware of the fall of the Divine Force universe, and have packed up their belongings and swept towards the remote parts of the universe. Only those Zonmin forces and some mortals living at the lowest level of the universe, pitifully still do not know everything, knowing that the world has changed. The whole universe is in a big mess. Among them, a lot of robberies were born. Many were the masters of power, or the ancestors of a certain family. In the past, there were big-headed figures. At this moment, they turned into interstellar robbers, ransacked wildly, searched for all supplies, and prepared for their own spiritual practice. Therefore, along the way, there were sorrows and wars. When a person is free from order, he is no different from a beast. Sword unparalleled, slapped a middle-class supreme who couldn't tell the situation and wanted to rob 3 people, and then turned into a fan, then said, We need to speed up. I'm afraid that many forces have the same intention as us and want to hide in the forbidden area. Jiu Jiawang Wenyan nodded in agreement. Immediately, the 3 men did not delay anymore, and all released their breath and flew towards the Temple of Life. Some supremes who originally wanted to rob while taking advantage of the fire, felt the breath of the 3, knowing that it was Jian Wushuang and the King of 9 robbers. They suppressed the throbbing in their hearts and let the 3 leave. A few months later, the 3 reached the depths of the universe, the Temple of Life. Generally speaking, there is still a bustling scene in the depths of the universe. Obviously, the news that the divine power is broken has not yet been fully transmitted here. The 2 disciples responsible for guarding the gates of the Shrine of Life were quite laid back, chatting casually about the sky. When I saw King Jiujia and Jian Wushuang coming, they immediately played a clever trick, and stood up straight and respectfully. Worthless Supreme 9! Jian Wushuang nodded at him, without delaying the waste of time, but asked directly, Where are they, the Supreme Master of Blood? The Uyghur Supreme Master, they are all in the Supreme Temple. It is good. Jian Wushuang nodded his head, and then stepped on, and shot straight into the Supreme Temple. In the Supreme Temple, the 3 are the Supreme of Blood, the Great of the Great Axe, and the Supreme of Heaven. They are talking about the situation of the battle. The words are quite optimistic. Obviously, they have not yet heard the news that the divine universe has been broken. As soon as Jian Wushuang, King Jiucai, and Lan Lan stepped on, facing the gate of the Heavenly Supreme, Great Axe Supreme, and Blood Wave Supreme, they noticed them. Well? Sword King Wu Shou Jiao? And disciple of Lord God of the Elder God? Why are you back? Tina Supreme frowned and asked. At this time, shouldn't they be rivals in the extraterrestrial battlefield and the virtual universe? Could it have defeated the virtual universe? Yeah, why do you three come back, Gavin Supreme? The Supreme Axe also asked. The three swordless men did not answer, but faced the slightly expectant and happy eyes of the two, bowed their heads slightly, and sighed. He didn't know how to inform the three of the cruel news. Of the three, only the blood was supreme, and he noticed that the faces of Jian Wushuang's three were not normal. He pressed his hand down, and signaled that the Great Axe and the Heavenly Supreme were quiet. Immediately he took a deep breath, looked solemnly at the three men of the sword, and slowly asked, Swords of Wushuang, is there something happening in the extraterritorial battlefield? You can say nothing. It is good. Jian Wushuang nodded his head. He is not an indecisive person, knowing that the news will come to the depths of the universe sooner or later. Now the most important thing is to hurry up and evacuate. Extreme blood we lost. Swordless eyes flickered and uttered this word by word. As soon as this sentence came to an end, the same stone suddenly stirred up 1,000 layers of waves, and the blood three of the Supreme Three were trembling with anger and shock. What? Failure? The faces of the Great Axe Supreme and the Heavenly Supreme turned wild, shocking. They thought that even if the Divine Universe could not defeat the virtual universe in a short time, it would never have been possible to defeat it so quickly. Of the three, only the Blood Wave Supreme smiled bitterly, without much surprise on his face. When he saw the three of them appearing together, he felt a kind of bad feeling in his heart, but he did not expect it, as expected. Well, what about Gav? Blood Wave Supreme breathed 3 times in a row, and then forcibly suppressed the emotions in his heart, and asked. Jiful Extreme has fallen, not only Jiful Supreme has fallen. Master Elder God has also died in the extraterrestrial battlefield. Jian Wushuang replied again. As soon as this sentence came to an end, it was as if in the minds of the 3 Bloodwave Supremes, dropping a bombshell again. The 3 Bloodwave Supremes heard that their legs were weak and they almost fell to the ground. How is that possible? How can this be? The blood on the faces of the 3 Supreme Bloodwomen was pale. It seemed to be drained of blood and couldn't believe it. They never thought that, as strong as the Lord God, there would be a day of fall. Isn't that representative? The people of the virtual universe are about to come in? Bloodwave Extreme raised his head tremblingly, looking at Jian Wushuang. Good. Jian Wushuang nodded his head and replied, The ancestor of Feng Tian used his life to hold the virtual universe, but I was afraid that he would not be able to hold it for too long, and the people of the virtual universe would not take long to erode the divine power universe. As soon as this word came to an end, the 3 of Bloodwave Supreme lost their minds again. Fortunately, the 3 of them are not emotional, but just after losing their souls, they regained their spirits. The past must not be chased. The magical universe has been broken, and the of the universe and the like have died. Next, they should consider what to do in the future. Extreme blood, my opinion is that all of our shrines will be relocated, evacuating from the depths of the universe and looking elsewhere. Swords saw his eyes burning and said, Everyone move? Look elsewhere? After hearing the brow of Tianyan Supreme, he suddenly shook his head and said, No, I don't agree. This is the root of the Temple of Life and the place where I was born. I want you to go. I was born in the God of Life. Palace, you will die in the Temple of Life, but once you die, what fear do I have? Jian Wushuang heard his words, and his brow gradually wrinkled, and he said, Heavenly Supreme, now is the crucial moment. At a time when life and death are at stake, I hope you can take the overall situation seriously. Jian Wushuang, I know you are kind, but unfortunately, the Palace of Life has great gratitude to my nature. I can't betray it and leave. You go. I stay here and send the final journey of the Palace of Life. I would like to the Temple of Life is buried together. Tina Supreme said. Jian Wushuang heard the words, could not help but silence. Chapter 4571. There was a dead silence in the Supreme Temple. Jian Wushuang glanced at the Heavenly Supreme, and then looked at the Supreme and the Great Axe again, and found that both of them were silent. Do you think so? Jian Wushuang asked. Supreme Axe didn't speak, and Bloodwave Supreme said with a bitter smile. Sword unparalleled, you may not know our situation well. The three of us, when we were weak and humble, emerged from this life temple. Life temple for us, it is not only the ancestral gate, but also the home. How do you want us to do it and abandon this home? Even mortals know how to protect the home, defend the country, fight for the home, and die for the home. How can I leave my hometown and leave my hometown? As soon as this remark came to an end, Supreme Axe and Heavenly Supreme both nodded bitterly. Folly. However, this time, the Sword Wushuang, who has always respected the Supreme Master and others, has unexpectedly snapped and interrupted the words of the three. Every land is lost, and everyone is lost. Extreme Blood, you are seniors. It is reasonable to say that younger people are inconvenient to argue with you, but recently, sorry, you have to listen to me. You say that the Life Shrine is home, because everyone in the Life Shrine exists, and it is because the disciples in the Life Shrine exist that gives it special meaning, otherwise, it is just a piece of land. My Sword Wushuang doesn't understand what is right and what is the truth. I only know that he can treat his body with his own way. The virtual universe destroys my divine power. The universe has countless heroes. I must save my life and work hard. Grow, so that one day we can make the blood of the universe empty and pay for it, in order to comfort the many heroic spirits who fell on the battlefield outside the world. Jian Wushuang's expression was cold and cold. The three supreme blood waves heard each other, all looking at each other. They never thought that Jian Wushuang would talk to them in this tone. In their impression, Jian Wushuang has always been a modest and gentle person. Jian Wushuang, it seems you are really grown up. Bloodwave Supreme sighed, not angered, but rather relieved. This represents Jian Wushuang, who already has his own opinions and ambitions. The Supreme God of Heaven nodded and said, Jian Wushuang, I admit that you are right, but I have decided to coexist and die with the Temple of Life. You can bring other disciples to transfer. Taking a deep breath, Tianxuan Supreme continued. Jiang Wushuang, with his talents, he must be able to lead the Temple of Life. If he can come back to the great cause one day, he may take care of himself. After waiting for him to finish, Jian Wushuang said again. Tianxuan Supreme, do you think I'm talking to you? Wow! The next moment, a prismatic black iron token appeared in the hands of Jian Wushuang. Here is the token of the Palace Master. I have no swords, which is the second sovereign of the Palace of Life. Jian Wushuang held the token and spoke indifferently. Wow! Suddenly, no matter whether it is the Supreme of the Blood Wave, the Supreme of the Great Axe, or the Persevering Supreme of Perseverance, even if it is the Jiujia Wang who is a little far away, when he sees this token, all of them are flashing in his eyes and kneeling directly on one knee ground. I Bloodwave / Tianxian / Huge Axe / King of the Nine Calamities, meet Lord Gongzu. Although they do not know where the Palace Master token in the swordless hands came from, the Palace of Life has rules. Those who hold the token of Life Palace are the Masters of Life Palace. At the same time, there was a rush of ecstasy in their hearts. At the beginning, the Life Shrine Palace Master left the Palace Shrine token before leaving. With the disappearance of the Life Shrine Palace Master, this token never came back. And now, this token appears in the hands of Jian Wushuang. Wouldn't it mean that Jian Wushuang saw the Lord of the Palace of Life? Bloodwave, Nature, and Axe obey orders. Jian Wushuang stepped out, his eyes flashed, and he said in a deep voice. The chief of the palace, heir, and the other three were involved in raising disciples of the Life Shrine. Later, he and the other masters left the Shrine of Life and found another one. Rest and rest. Can you wait? As soon as this remark came to an end, the three of Bloodwave Supreme and Tianyuan Supreme looked at each other. I wait. I dare not, the three said, bowing their heads. Well, let's do it. With a big wave of his sword, a gentle force suddenly lifted the four people's knees from the ground. Offended just now, Jian Wushuang said, a little sorry. This is the etiquette of meeting the lord of the palace. Why did you offend? Bloodwave Supreme shook his head, and then paused. Jian Wu. Master Gongzhu, can the former Gongzhu be fine now? Without waiting for Sword Wushuang's answer, Bloodwave Supreme answered to himself. That's it. They'll talk about this later. They'll get the authors first. After that, Supreme Bloodwave stepped away. Now that it has been decided to move the palace, it is not too late to prepare everything. Master Gonglu, I will go too. Farewell. Supreme Axe, Heavenly Supreme, 9 calamities and others left. In the blink of an eye, the entire Supreme Temple, only Jian Wushuang and Lan Lan 2 people. Jian Wushuang thought about it, and said, Girl Lan Lan, wait a moment here, I'll go back when I go. Okay, you go, don't worry about me, presumably your beloved wife has been waiting for you for a long time. Lan Lan put a smile on her face and said. Jian Wushuang nodded and said, Yes, she has been waiting for me for a long time. After that, Jian Wushuang didn't hesitate anymore, stepped hard, and stood up to the 6th mountain of Life Shrine. Call out. A stream of light, falling in the manner of the 6th mountain, turned into a sword unparalleled in a black robe. From a distance, Jian Wushuang saw a gentlewoman sitting on the shore of the manor's great lake and sprinkling fishing lures, causing fish to scramble for food. Hearing the movement, the frosty frost turned slightly, and he couldn't help but look dumbfounded. Alas! The bait in his hand slipped like a thread, but it was as cold as frost, just staring at Jian Wushuang. Fu Jun! Fu Jun! The next moment, Ling Rushuang got up and ran towards Jian Wushuang, and then bumped into Jian Wushuang's arms. She stretched out her hands and hugged the sword unparalleled, as if to incorporate the sword unparalleled into her body. Shuanger, you have suffered during this time. Jian Wushuang sighed softly, and stroked his frosty hair with his right hand, soothing his frosty mood. The pretty girl in her arms was already tearful and choked and lost her voice. For tens of thousands of years, the two had never met, and even the last time Wu Jianshou returned from the virtual universe to Nancy and Xiandao, but went through the house without entering. Jian Wushuang has owed a lot of guilt to it. Chapter 4572. Fu Jun, you are finally back. Cold as frost tightly held the sword Wushuang. The nails were stuck in the back of the sword Wushuang. Seems to be afraid of such a let go. The sword Wushuang went away. Well, Shuang, let the husband check how much you have improved in this period. Jian Wushuang smiled, patted the frosty back gently, and let it go. HM? Is it about to break the Supreme soon? Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows and immediately appreciated. It seems that Shuanger has worked very hard this time, and he will soon catch up with his husband. Cold as frost heard the words, forced a smile on his face, but a faint surge in his eyes. She could feel herself, and she had less and less help with Jian Shuang. Although she has exhausted all her efforts to improve her cultivation, she is still farther and farther away from the sword unparalleled. She was afraid to go on like this, and one day, the two would become 2 worlds. Fu Jun, are you going back this time? Asked as coldly as frost. We'll go. Jian Wushuang nodded. Noticing the cold and frosty look, he couldn't help but smile. But this time, we are leaving together. Really? All of a sudden, a look of joy came from the cold, frosty eyes, and he looked forward to Jian Wushuang with his face full of hope. Of course. Jian Wushuang nodded his head and immediately told Ling Rushuang what happened in the outer battlefield. Suddenly, as cold as frost, he became disoriented. They talked a few more. At this time, the king of the 9 dragons, who also lived in the 6th mountain, came flying and said, Sword! Palace Master, all the disciples have been summoned, gathered at the mountain gate, waiting for your instructions. It is good. Jian Wu's eyes flickered, bringing cold as frost, swept away towards the mountain gate. When they came to the gate of the mountain, tens of thousands of disciples of life shrines had gathered. After tens of thousands of years of rest and recuperation, the Temple of Life has recovered as much as possible, and has slightly increased its strength compared with before, showing a flourishing attitude. If you continue to grow with great concentration, it is very likely that you will become the first force of the divine power universe in the future. I'll wait, see Lord of the Warrior's Palace. Seeing Jian Wushuang stepping from the clouds, these disciples all kneeled on one knee and shouted in unison. The sound shook through the clouds. Just a moment ago, they already knew that Jian Wushuang was the master of the Palace of Life and the news that the divine universe was defeated. Their faces were full and solemn at this moment. Okay. Jian Wushuang nodded his head. Behind him stood the top four supremacy of Jiujia, Blood Wave, Giant Axe, and Heaven. You guys, I want to know that you have already learned about the defeat of the divine universe. Now we have only one way out, and that is to find another place and concentrate on development. Do you have any opinions? Everything is done in accordance with the main laws of the Warrior's Palace. Thousands of disciples in the Palace of Life responded. It is good. The sword nodded a little, and turned back and ordered the king of Jiuzhai. Jiujia Supreme, please release all the spaceships in my life shrine inventory and arrange the disciples to board. Yes. King Jiujia nodded and turned to prepare. Tianxuan Supreme. Jian Wushuang continued to look to the God of Heaven. You are responsible for putting all the books, magic drugs, magic materials, weapons, and source rocks of the universe in the library. Observe. Noble Supreme nodded and turned into a streamer, looting towards the library. Extreme Axe. Sword Wu's eyes turned, and he looked at the Supreme Axe again, and sent orders one after another. Suddenly, the entire Shrine of Life began to move quickly. Immediately afterwards, Jian Wushuang stepped forward and came to Wudao River. He Ling. Jian Wushuang stood with his hands on his back, stood on Wudaoha, and drank softly. For a while, the dwarf man with a small mustache and a height of less than 3 feet came out of the Wudao River. Heavenly Sword no. When he saw Jian Wushuang, he exclaimed, and before he finished speaking, he saw Jian Wushuang's eyes glared, his head stopped, and he smiled. Wushuang Supreme. Okay. Jian Wushuang nodded his head. This river spirit should be the only person in the life shrine who still doesn't know his identity, and the news that the magical universe has been defeated. Gather up and leave me with the Temple of Life. Leave the Temple of Life? He Ling, who was still smirking and charming, suddenly widened his eyes and stared at Jian Wushuang. Then he cried like a cat with a tail on his tail. Well, you are a sword, eat something out of it, and publish personal revenge. Do you now feel that you are terrible, and you want to avenge Master Ben Helling? I tell you, even if I am a dead head here, even if the Palace of Life is dead, I will not leave. I will live and die with the Palace of Life. In these words, the meaning of righteousness sounded righteous. Jian Wushuang heard the words, and immediately laughed, throwing his sleeves and saying, Then you are here to prepare for death. After that, Jian Wushuang was ready to leave. Wu Dao Heling glanced at Jian Wushuang at an oblique angle, snorted coldly, and looked dismissively. Just then, Yu read the book www.Bakanshu.com. A disciple of Life Shrine who packed his bags, passed from high altitude, saw Wu Daoling, couldn't help but stop, landed from the air, quite unexpectedly. Master Heling, are you not ready to leave yet? Leave? Why should I leave? Heling yanked her nose, popped a booger, shot it on the ground, and said disdainfully. The Life Shrine disciple couldn't help but feel even more astonished when he heard the words, and replied, Master Helling, don't you know that? The magical universe has fallen to the north, and the storm of the virtual universe will soon hit here. After speaking, the disciple stopped saying more. As soon as he stepped on his foot, he walked towards the Shanmen Square. Several of his brothers had boarded the ship, and he could not delay it. What? The divine universe is defeated? The people of the virtual universe are about to attack? Heiling's movement of picking his nose was stalled, and the whole person was stunned. Immediately, he slammed in excitement all over his body, groaning, Mother! The next moment, the river spirit plunged into the river of awakening. After a few breaths, the little gnome-like adult, Healing, carrying a bag resembling a flower pants, rushed out. "Hey, the little guy in front, wait for my master!" he shouted out of breath. "Go to the death and coexistence of Tang Yang. After an hour, all preparations are completed." Thousands of disciples on the Shrine of Life have successively boarded the spacecraft. This made the Sword Unparalleled a little relieved. In this case, only the last question remains. "Palace, what about Yanshan Supreme?" Bloodwave Supreme stood behind Jian Wu's body and whispered. "Yanshan is supreme, and his body has long been transformed into a mountain." Chapter 4573. Yanshan Supreme. Jian Wu's eyes looked towards the mountain at the gate of life Jinggu, and his brows could not help being locked. Yanshan Supreme, his body has long been connected to the entire Palace of Life, just like a big tree deeply rooted in the ground. The land under his feet is Yanshan Supreme's chest, and the flowing river is Yen. Extreme blood of the mountain. He has long been separated from the Shrine of Life. "Palace, don't worry about me." On the huge mountain, the face of Yanshan Supreme emerged. He looked at Jian Wushuang and smiled slightly. "In these years I can't move, but I've already built a magical power that can hide the breath. As long as I don't actively expose the breath, even if the invincible Supreme comes, I can never see my own body, but only when I am an ordinary mountain. You guys just leave." Jian Wushuang heard a silence for a moment, then nodded. No matter whether Yanshan Supreme said true or false, just to comfort him to say this, he must only take it as true. Today, he is no longer full and the family is not hungry. He must carry the entire Life Shrine and be responsible for the thousands of lives in the Life Shrine. Let him be indecisive. After a while, all the disciples boarded the spacecraft, leaving only the 4 chief supreme leaders, including Jian Wushuang and Jiao Jiaowang. Alas! At this moment, a dull sound came from the direction of the Tibetan Pavilion of Life Shrine, and the whole earth shuddered. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows, turned his head, and saw that Tianzuan Supreme pushed from inside the Tibetan Pavilion and pushed out a huge dragon-like cannon. This dragon cannon is as large as 100 feet. At the muzzle alone, it has the size of a pond, towering into the clouds, and the dark cannon body is full of bronzen gods. "This is?" Jian Wu's eyes narrowed, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. He felt a dreadful sense of danger on this faucet. You know, in terms of his current strength, some ordinary invincible supremes cannot bring him such a sense of danger. "Gongzu, this is the big killer at the bottom of the pressure chamber of our Life Shrine. Destroy the dragon artillery. It is a skull made after the death of Zulong. Although it has only one blow, it can kill. Invincible Supreme," Tina Supreme said with a smile. "Oh?" Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows and replied. "There are such big killers. Why didn't they take them out when the 6 major forces invaded the Palace of Life?" The Bloodwave Supreme came out and explained. "The Palace Master, although this dragon artillery is enough to instantly kill the invincible Supreme in an instant, but it has only one blow. At that time, although the situation of the Life Temple was critical, it had not yet reached the gate of destruction to the extent that it is unavoidable to use this thing." With a bitter smile, Supreme Blood continued. "Well, we can't use this dragon cannon at the time. The dragon cannon must use a special key to start." "Key?" Jian Wushuang gave a flick. "Good." Bloodwave Supreme nodded his head, stretched his fingers toward the sword and sang on his waist, representing the identity of the Palace of Life Jinggong, as a jade-like black iron token, and replied, "Master Palace, the key is the Palace of Life Jinggong tokens. The last time the old Palace Master did not return, the Palace Master's token disappeared, and this big killer has been put on hold in the Tibetan Pavilion." "So it is." Subsequently, Jian Wushuang was informed by the Supreme Master of Blood and used the token of the Palace Master to unlock the dragon cannon and earn it into the Ring of War. At this point, the relocation plan of the Shrine of Life has been completely arranged. Rumble. With the roar of a sound engine, dozens of cosmic boats were suspended in the starry sky, and a roar and roar were issued, and a catapult suddenly flew towards the extreme north direction of the universe. The wind on the deck of the first spacecraft was fierce. Jian Wuxuang stood in silent hands, looking back towards the direction of the Temple of Life. With the rapid speed of the spacecraft, the Temple of Life has become smaller and smaller, until a small black spot. I will definitely be back, definitely. Taking a deep breath, Jian Wuxuang no longer hesitated, suddenly turned away, no longer looking at the Temple of Life, but his eyes flashed, looking far ahead. 3 months passed. Within these 3 months, a large group of people and horses in the virtual universe finally killed all of them. They walked all the way, they killed all the way, the whole magical universe, a raging flame of war, sorrowful and wild. In the past, the starry sky, which was originally brilliant, was all stained with blood. Begging for mercy, sorrow, roar, and endless roaring madness become all the melody of this universe. In just 3 months, the large and small gates that have fallen have exceeded hundreds. There are thousands of universes, and the entire race is slaughtered by the virtual universe. There are top forces, enslaved by the virtual universe, turned into puppets without self-consciousness, and left to manipulate. At the same time, countless fierce battles broke out in the universe. There is a kingdom of God, the ants and mortals who descend to the kingdom of God, up to the of the kingdom of God, and the supreme state of God are all dying, and they will fight to the last moment of life, even if they are the last to fall for a moment. Billions of souls across the country were silent, without asking for mercy. They only have one sentence. Health, standing health. To die, to die. There are also top forces, the Lord of the Holy Land of one party, who has kept only a trace of tinder and sent the most talented disciples in his sect. He personally led more than 8,000 disciples in the sect. Divine Power Universe, never an ischemic person. In the magical universe, this icy and lonely starry sky, they wrote a series of epics. The space fleet of the Shrine of Life is already getting closer and closer to the far north of the universe, and the direction of the 9 restricted areas. In the cabin of the first spacecraft responsible for opening the road, Swordsman, Giant Axe Supreme, Bloodwave Supreme and others are gathered together to discuss the resettlement. The 4 of them gathered around a round table, which was developing a map with divine power. Nothing else on the map, only 9 restricted areas. Among the 9 restricted areas, there are already 5 restricted areas, which were crossed by Jian Wuxuang and 4 others. The Palace Lord, the Dragon, the Phoenix, and the Unicorns each occupy a large forbidden area, and the Dark Demons and the Hegemon Ancestors also occupy a large forbidden area. In such an emergency, I am afraid that they will not let us in. Therefore, we have only 4 restricted areas to choose from. The blood of the Supreme Eye flashed, Shen said. Gumming Cave. Tomb of the Gods. A land of sorrow. Emperor's ruins. And in these 4 places, no one has actually stepped in and out so far. No one knows what the situation is, just because it is extremely dangerous. Chapter 4574. Gumming Cave. Tombs of the Gods. A land of sadness. Emperor Zhu ruins. These 4 places are the 4 restricted areas that no one has yet set foot in. Jian Wuxuang frowned, looking at the map of the evolution of divine power, and turned into restricted areas, without speaking, but quickly thought about it. He already has a preliminary understanding of these 4 places. The first is Gumming Cave. It is said that the formation of the Gumming Cave was at the beginning of the universe. The Hongmenki was divided into 2. However, this turbid gas was not exhausted. The rest of the turbid gas gathered together and entered the northern region together, forming this ancient Ming Cave. It is rumored that in this ancient Ming Cave, there is a large amount of turbid air reverberating day and night, emitting a huge roar, which is enough to scrape bones and flesh, and destroy the soul. Even if it is the invincible Supreme himself, he can't hold on to the incense time in it. Because of this situation, Gu Mingdong, without one living, has always been the most empty forbidden area of the divine universe. Secondly, it is the tomb of the gods. Many tombs are buried in the tombs of the gods. And most of these undead came from the beginning of the universe, the dragon and phoenix unicorn calamity, and the follow-up war with the virtual universe, and the mighty undead who died in the war of calamity. Therefore, the tombs of the gods are filled with these terrifying warfare before the power, and various emotions such as unwillingness, anger and sadness. With these emotions, even if it is invincible and supreme, if you spend a long time in it, your mind will be affected and you will become a complete lunatic. After thinking about it, Jian Wushuang erased these two forbidden areas. There is no invincible supreme seat in the Shrine of Life today. It is too dangerous to go to these two forbidden areas. It can be said that as long as Jian Wushuang dared to bring the Life Shrine into these two forbidden places, almost as long as 10 minutes were not enough, the entire Life Shrine disciples would be wiped out. The ending of his sword unparalleled is just to hold on for a few more breaths. Seeing Jian Wushuang's actions of erasing the two forbidden areas, Supreme Bloodwave, Great Axe, etc., nodded secretly. Jian Wushuang's idea almost coincided with them. The Palace Master, then the forbidden land that we can choose is the land of sadness and ancestors. The Bloodwave Supreme Shinshin began. Okay, I know. Sword Wushuang nodded his head and turned to look at the last two forbidden places on the sand table map. The Sad Land and the Emperor's Ancestral Site are two of the most mysterious forbidden places recognized by Divine Universe. At that time, two invincible supremes chased each other and fled into the Emperor's Ancestral Site, but the two never came out again. If we say that the tombs of the gods and the caves of Gumming, everyone knows one or two things. In the face of this tragedy and the Emperor's Ancestral Site, it is a black eye. The only information I knew was that the two forbidden grounds were rumored to have been formed long before the universe was chaotic. Chaos is not on. How old is that? Palace, which forbidden area do we choose? Bloodwave Supreme asked. Jian Wushuang heard this for a moment, then shook his head and said, For us, the situation in these two forbidden places is similar. Once we have reached the extreme north of the universe, take another step and look at it. It can only be so. Bloodwave Supreme and others looked at each other, and couldn't help looking at each other, all smiling bitterly. Thinking of their life shrine, when the magical universe is one of the top forces, when this disaster strikes, they have no resistance, and it is extremely difficult to find a hiding place. Just as everyone was talking. Da-da-da. There was a sudden footstep on the deck. Immediately afterwards, I saw a disciple in the Palace of Life, hurriedly walked quickly into the cabin, and said, Master Gong, Chief Supreme, there's a refugee rowed outside the boat, and he wants help. Huh! Refugees? Jian Wushuang frowned. Bloodwave Supreme explained by the side. Palace, you do know, and then the universe is killed. Many disciples or elders originally from the big forces are displaced, wandering in the universe. They are refugees. Is that so? Jian Wushuang thought for a while, and did not rashly order him to accept this group of refugees, but said, Let's go and see what happens first. After that, Jian Wushuang got up and stood up, walking frostily, towards the cabin. The four chief supremacy of Bloodwave, Giant Axe, Nature, and 9 kings are slightly behind the swords. Walking to the deck of the spacecraft, Jian Wushuang looked up and saw a crowd of people standing in front of the spacecraft. These men were shabby and shaved, showing their embarrassment. The old man, headed by him, had white hair hanging down, covering most of his face, and was covered with blood. At a glance, you can see that these people were just afraid of experiencing a violent killing before they escaped. My lord, my husband is leaning on the horse. In the past, he was the elder of Tianyuanzong, but please keep it. The old man, headed by the sword, saw Jian Wushuang stepping out of the way, and immediately knelt down, holding his head again and again. Behind it, the refugees who came from all corners of the world, gathered because of the fugitives, kneeled and whispered words. Father, they are so pitiful, so they are taken in. Seeing cold like frost, could not help but soften. Jian Wushuang heard no reply, but stared at the oblique horse that claimed to be the elder of Tianyuanzong, and looked at it for nearly 10 seconds before turning his eyes to look at the hundreds of refugees behind him. Sorry, our cabin is full and we can't hold so many people. The sword is open without expression on both sides. After that, he turned to return to the cabin. The frost was cold, and she clearly remembered that there were still many places in the cabin. But she always trusted Jian Wushuang, and she didn't say more when she saw the situation. Instead, she took a closer look at the refugees. At this look, she was shocked, and saw something strange. The old man, headed by the refugees, saw Jian Wushuang turned and wanted to leave, and his eyes narrowed suddenly, and a touch of fineness appeared in his eyes. Immediately after, he yelled, "Sir, save us! We don't have a cosmic boat. Those in the virtual universe will be killed immediately, and we will all die. I beg you to raise your hand and save us!" After he shouted, the refugees behind the old man also cried. The sword has no footsteps. He turned his head again and looked at the refugees, his expressionless expression gradually indifferent. "Press over!" Jian Wushuang looked at the refugees coldly and spit out 3 words indifferently. Suddenly, the old man's face changed. The next moment, the sadness on his face was gone, replaced by a sinister one. Chapter 45-75. Press over? When the words of Jian Wushuang fell, the disciples of life in the palace behind him were startled. "Palace, the palace master, don't let them board the ship, just press them over, isn't it great?" A life shrine disciple said stutteringly. Jian Wushuang heard nothing and ignored him, but stared at the old man headed by the refugee with a grim expression, with an indifferent expression. "Ha ha!" And the old man with a sad face laughed suddenly. "Little baby, tell me, how do you tell?" The old man slowly stood up, the sadness on his face was gone. Instead he stuck out his tongue and licked the corner of his mouth, showing a touch of greed in his eyes. Along with the old man's showdown, the refugees behind him also got up and stood up, with a tinge of light on their faces. "Leader, don't talk nonsense with this little baby, kill them all and steal their space battleship." A refugee stood behind the old man and smiled vaguely. Jian Wushuang took a scornful look at the old man and said lightly, "If I'm not mistaken, have you just ransacked others? The blood on your body is all other people, and it's hard not to be seen. Is that so?" The old man narrowed his eyes, glanced down at the blood on his body, and seemed to remember something. He said, "There was a couple just now, they just needed to trust us, but they just didn't know it. So the old man had to kill her aunt and daughter in front of the man, and then crush the man's body inch by inch. In the end, the man couldn't bear it and died." At this point, the old man raised his head and looked around Jian Wushuang and Ling Rushuang's face next to him, revealing a trace of obscenity, and said hushingly, "Little doll, presumably you are a smart person, wouldn't you be so uninteresting?" As soon as the words fell, he hadn't waited for the sword Wushuang to move. The cold frost beside him was already furious, and the long whip in his hand appeared out of nowhere, blasting the void directly, spreading for thousands of miles, and be heading towards the old man. "Ha ha ha, you little girl, it's hot." The old man laughed loudly, soaring into the sky, revealing repairs. A half-step invincible and supreme momentum spread suddenly. With just one flick of his finger, he flew off the frosty long whip. Half-step invincible supreme. Suddenly the blood of Supreme and other people sank. You should know that with the fall of the Gava Supreme, the cultivation of the entire Palace of Life is the highest, but it is only the breakthrough of the Bloodstream Supreme. But the Blood Wave Supreme only stepped into the half-step Invincible Supreme, and this old man, looking at his strong breath, is like a prison in the deep, apparently already an old-fashioned half-step Invincible Supreme. Lord, let me do it. Blood Wave Supreme took a deep breath, his expression dignified. No need. Jian Wushuang shook his head, squinted at the old man, and spit out 2 words indifferently. Brute. Immediately, Jian Wushuang stepped into a sword light and killed the old man. Miles of clouds have been cut. Between heaven and earth, there is only one line left. Oh? Feeling this biting sword, the old man was shocked at first, then immediately dismissed. Medium and supreme, dare to arrogant in front of me? The palace master is careful. Blood Sovereign saw Jian Wushuang rush to the past, and his heart was equally shocked. Sword warriors have separated the divine power from the universe for thousands of years. The impression of Bloodwave Supreme on sword warriors staying is still the elementary state of supremacy, and its strength is at the highest level. Today Jian Wushuang, although breaking through the medium supreme, but want to come a half-step invincible supreme, still far behind. Even the coldness was frosty, and the heart was clenched fiercely. The sword is unparalleled, leaving the magical universe for too long. Many people have long forgotten his combat power. In the audience, only the king of Jiujia looked indifferent, and he was not worried about Jian Wushuang at all. He knows the sword unparalleled combat power. Today's sword unparalleled cannot match the invincible supremacy, because it has not been tried, but looking at the world, no one exists under the invincible supreme, can support 10 moves. Even the most powerful of the 5 marked virtual honor of the virtual universe, the fucking, was beheaded by the sword unparalleled 10 strokes. What is this old man? Ha ha ha, Junior, if you don't know anything, just blame the old man. The old man laughed wildly, and before he finished speaking, the laughter came to an abrupt end. A skull broke away from his neck and flew high. Immediately afterwards, his body was broken like a mirror that fell to the ground fiercely. You, how can you? The face of the old man's skull surged to the extreme, and looked at Jian Wushuang in horror. My lord, the younger ones don't know Tarzan, they don't know the real person, you have a lot of adults, raise your expensive hands, and let the little ones. He frantically begs for mercy, hoeing like garlic. Noise! The sword Wushuang proudly stands in the void, flicks his fingers, and instantly a sword on shoots out from his fingertips, piercing it. Boom! The next moment, the old man's head shattered like a cracked watermelon, and he could not die anymore. Seeing this scene, the desire to rush out of the blood wave is supreme, the action is stagnant, and a flash of dullness flashes in both eyes. And those refugees who followed this old man saw that they had died for a while. Soon. Oh! The refugees screamed and fled. Jian Wushuang patted his right hand gently to his waist, and suddenly the sword of Tai Luo came out of the sheath instantly. Like the same white dragon was shocked, he rushed up and killed them one by one. After a while, the Taro sword was automatically sheathed and fell into the Taro sword sheath. The sword has no twin body shape, and has returned to the deck of the space boat from the void space. Bloodwave Supreme then slammed a shock response, grabbed the arm of Jian Wushuang, and never had a disorientation asking, Palace, do you have the same combat power as the Invincible Supreme? I don't know. I guess it can be a battle. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly. This is not his arrogance, but confidence. Today's sword unparalleled, not only broke through the Middle Supreme, the cultivation is skyrocketing, and then sealed the land of the gods, but also received all the spiritual insights given by the main Tao of the Supreme Palace of Life Shrine. He refined this insight every day, his strength almost doubled with the day, the water rose. The reason for his uncertainty is that he has not yet had a chance to truly fight the Invincible Supreme. Patriarch ancestors and the Supreme Ones among the Supreme Lords, such as the Supreme Master, the sword unparalleled for the time being, the gap is very large, but the weak Invincible Supremes such as the Black Master Supreme, the Master of the Diwu Temple, the sword unparalleled is really confident and can match it. World War I. Okay, let's go. After a moment, Jian Wushuang returned to the cabin. The entire fleet of the Life Shrine continued to sail, leaving a place after a shuttle. In the endless starry sky, they are getting closer and closer towards the far north where the 9 restricted areas are located. Chapter 4576. After 3 months, the space fleet of the Temple of Life gradually broke away from the bustling and came to the far north of the universe. The temperature plummeted at the cliff-like speed, and a thick layer of frost was deposited on the entire deck of the spacecraft. In front of it is a cold and lonely starry sky. 9 galaxy-like galaxies hover quietly in front of it, exuding a icy cold. Of the 9 restricted areas, the 3 dragons, and unicorns already accounted for 3 of them, plus the tyrants of the tyrants and the descendants of the dark demons occupied 2, leaving only 4 restricted areas. Gumming Cave and the tombs of the gods have long been eliminated by Jian Wushuang in their expectations. Therefore, there are only 2 choices, the Emperor's ancestral site and the Sad Land. Jian Wushuang looked at the 2 restricted areas, his eyes flashed, and he began to think carefully. These 2 forbidden grounds were formed before the universe was opened, and no one can know what is inside them. Therefore, the degree of danger does not make any difference to Jian Wushuang. Palace, I think it would be better for us to go to the Emperor's site, Bloodwave Supreme said aside. Oh, why? Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrow and asked. Bloodwave Supreme heard a smile, shook his head and replied, I don't know. There is a sense of intuition in it. It feels like this Emperor's ancestral site seems to have an opportunity to make a difference. Well, then go to the Emperor's site. Jian Wushuang heard the words for a moment, then said dumbly. The spacecraft made a roar and headed towards the Emperor's ancestral site. Just when the spacecraft was about to reach the entrance of the galaxy leading to the ruins of the Emperor's ancestors, an ordinary disciple in the universe of the Life Shrine Fleet suddenly fell to the ground with a stunned noise. His stomach turned up, and his mouth vomited. Vomit. Puff. Suddenly, countless pieces of flesh and blood were spit out from the disciple's mouth, including a finger-sized black corpse. Brother Makino, what's wrong with you? What is this? Suddenly, many disciples next to this disciple were startled, looked at him. There was a turmoil. Now about to enter the Emperor's ancestral site, all the disciples are tense, holding their breath and being tense. The sudden vision suddenly panicked them. Huh! What's wrong? Jian Wushuang frowned and looked back. I saw that the corpse jumped on the deck, and suddenly turned into a black rush, piercing the galaxy where the Emperor's site was located. The 9 forbidden areas are all small worlds developed independently, and the entrance to the passage is the center of the galaxy. At the moment, in the center of the galaxy at the site of the Emperor's ancestor, a back wearing a black suit stood with his hand on his back, stepping on a meteorite, hunting in his clothes. The whole man was full of indifference. Call out. The corpse fell on the shoulder of the black back, and then slid into the body along the gap of the collar. Jian Wushuang watched this scene, his brows gradually frowned. This back gives him a familiar feeling. Next moment, the back of the black man turned slowly, his gaze looked at Jian Wushuang, and he spit out 2 words without expression. Miss Double. As the voice fell, the back of the black man's face also emerged from the shadow. This person, he is the Emperor of the Refining Gods, 8 desolate lords. Suddenly, Jian Wushuang's heart sank and his pupils shrank. How did this person appear here? I saw Bao Huangshu staring at Jian Wushuang indifferently and said, Fog Shuang, I will be here, didn't think of it? As early as your one, disguised as the Red Whale gang leader, mixed into the 87th place. When there was a crack, the seat was faintly aware of it. After the war began, the seat finally confirmed that it was you. Jian Wushuang heard nothing and did not answer. To this day, he can already guess that the reason why the 8 deserted emperors appeared here must be when the war began. The 8 deserted emperors secretly put down a corpse and followed him while he was not paying attention. Track. What's wrong? Who is this person? Behind the sword Wushuang, there was a shock. Jian Wushuang stretched out his hand and pressed it down, signaling the disciples of the Palace of Life to be quiet, immediately raised his head, stared directly at Bahuang Swordsman, and said calmly, Yabaraki, what do you want now? What do I want? Bahuang Xuanzuan heard a cold snorting sound, a sudden anger on his face, angrily. Miss Shuang, this seat thinks that you are not thin. You killed the elders and sons of God Scythe. This seat has not been held accountable. This seat has also personally sent you to the position of the Lord of the Refining God, making you a pinnacle of peaks, which should be for you. This seed has a lot of it, all given to you, but how did you cultivate Shinzong to me? Do you still remember Elder Moose Wind? How did he treat you in the first place? He did everything to protect you in front of this seat. I refined Shinzong, who has treated you badly. How about you, set the whole refining gods in disregard, betray the empty universe? This seed asks you, can you feel a bit of guilt? In the end, the sound of Bahuang Xiunzun sounded like a thunder, banging, deafening. Jian Wushuang heard a word of silence for a second or two, and after a short while, took a deep breath and replied, Sorry. The Lord of the Refining God heard a cold snorting sound, his eyes flickered, and he replied, Miss Shuang, now that the Divine Power Universe has been defeated, and there is no possibility of a comeback, this seat will finally give you a chance. As long as you cast away the dark and cast the light and kill all the people behind you, you will forgive you for all the previous actions. You are still my new Lord of Refining the Sect. How about it? As soon as this remark came to an end, the Master of the Refining stared at Jian Wushuang as closely as possible. As long as Jian Wushuang dared to say the word rejected, he immediately started his hands. Jian Wushuang heard the words expressionless, and slowly held the hilt of the Tai Luo divine sword. 8 shortages, it's useless to say more, 1 battle. This remark already represents the answer of Jian Wushuang. Stubbornly stupid! Bahuang Xiunzun snorted coldly, and a flash of coldness flashed in his eyes. Miss Shuang, then you will be buried with divine universe. Boom! Suddenly, Bahuang Xiunzun stepped on his feet, and the meteorite at the bottom of the foot shattered instantly. And his whole person has turned into a streamer, bursting towards the sword unparalleled. The momentum of the 6-mark vanity was released all the way, just like the raging sea and the smashing waves. Extreme blood, I stopped him, and you brought the disciples of life to the tragedy. Jian Wu's eyes narrowed and he pulled the sword out of the sheath. After saying this, Jian Wushuang directly turned into a practicing swordsman that runs through the world, and killed towards the 8 desolate deities. 8 wastelands, 6 marks, and the divine universe are invincible supreme. This is the sword incomparable, the first time invincible to the enemy. Fu Jun! Seeing cold like frost, his face suddenly changed, and he wanted to rush out. Alas! A big hand caught the frosty cuff. The Blood Wave's supreme expression was dignified, and he shook his head. Mrs. Palace, we can't intervene in this battle. Staying here will only drag the palace. Listen to the palace, let's go to the land of tragedy. The voice dropped, and Blood Wave Supreme directly manipulated the spacecraft, turned the bow, and a roar shot toward the sad and sorrowful land next to the Emperor's ancestral site. Chapter 4577. Ha! The 2 men, Jian Wushuang and Bahuang Xiunzun, were like 2 meteorites burning with flames, and they hit each other fiercely. A violent explosion came out, and then, a figure was seen, flying backwards, drawing a long straight line in the void, and pulling out a long gully. The person who flew upside down is Jian Wushuang. Is this the power of Invincible Supreme? The sword of Wu Jianshuang was overflowing with golden blood, and the mouth of the tiger was trembling with anger and blood. I have to say that the power of the Invincible Supreme is far beyond the ordinary Supreme. Even if it is just a hit, it is not comparable to the ordinary Supreme. Today's sword is unparalleled. It can be said that it is not exaggerated to be the Invincible Supreme, but he is just not an adversary in the face of a random blow from the 8 desolates. Want to escape? The 8th desolation hummed coldly, looking at the fleet of life shrine rushing towards the sorrowful cave, and a flash of coldness flashed in his eyes. Although he didn't know what was in the land of sadness, the keen intuition from the 6-marked vanity told him that if he let this group of people escape from the land of sadness, he was afraid that he would no longer be able to slay him and had to sit. Wax. Go with. He waved his right hand, and suddenly in the void behind him, a tall corpse with a pale face and eyes like rotting grapes came out from behind him. This corpse is also a 6-marked corpse. Suddenly, the corpse stepped on, and suddenly pulled out a residual image in the void, rushing towards the Life Shrine space fleet that was less than 100 feet away from the entrance of the Path of Tragedy. Wu Jian saw this, and suddenly his eyes narrowed, and a star-splitting chopped it out, blocking the pace of the corpse. Immediately afterwards, located in the void behind Jian Wushuang, Tai Luo's corpse took the same step, and with a flash of his body, he had already hit the six-marked corpse fiercely. The high supreme breath emanates from the body of Taro God. During this period of time, Jian Wushuang not only digested the spiritual insights given to him by the digestive tract daily, improved his strength, but also did not lose his possession of Tai Luo's corpse. Wu Tailuo's corpse is the top supreme practice. At this moment, there is no hindrance to recovery. Unexpectedly, he has reached the state of supreme. I saw Tai Luo's corpse turned into a sword, and the sword went away. The wind and thunder rolled directly and hit the six-marked corpse directly, leaving a thick nail mark on the surface of his body. Before the death of the Supreme Master Tai Luo, he could use the Top Master to repair the Invincible Supreme. Although it is only a corpse at this moment, with the fighting instinct, it is enough to resist the corpses of the 8 desolate lords. For Jian Wushuang, this is enough. I saw that this six-marked corpse was blocked by Tai Luo's corpse for a moment. The space warship of the Temple of Life had shuttled fiercely into the entrance to the Path of Tragedy. Jian Wushuang saw this, and finally felt relieved. Now he can let go of the battle. Jack! The stunned and desolate Emperor, seeing this scene, his face suddenly became iron blue. How can he not recognize this corpse that Jian Wushuang just sent out is just the corpse that Jian Wushuang obtained at the time of refining the coffin of God Sect? Miss Pear, you it! The cold mang flickered in the eyes of Subahuang Suzun, and he shot with both hands. A large amount of virtual force gathered in his hands and turned into 2 dark of light, slamming towards the sword unparalleled. Good job! Jian Wushuang's big sleeve flung, without any fear in his eyes, but the war intention surging to the extreme. At the position of his eyebrow, a purple Sichuan word appeared faintly, like blood dripping. His eyes turned into the bright color of pale gold, his blood rolled, his muffled sound like a hammer. This is an anomaly that spawns Chaos Overlord to the extreme. Battle! The word was spit out by Jian Wushuang's open mouth. In the next moment, the whole person has been transformed into a dawning Swordman, turning heaven and earth into a line, and instantly beheaded towards the 8 desolate emperors. Carved insect tricks! Wu Bahuang Suzun hummed with an expressionless expression, and flew up to meet him, fighting with Jian Wushuang. Ha! Ha! One after another the roar came from the encounter between the two, as if 2 wild beasts were fighting. Open the sky! Cut star! Yong Yi! Breaking dawn! One after another, the sword masters that had made Jian Wushuang slay countless enemies, cast out from the hands of Jian Wushuang. However, it is useless. Everything is useless. Subahuang Suzun's hands surging forcelessly, as if holding 2 thunders in his hand, directly destroying them, crushing them as much as possible. In the blink of an eye, the two fought over 100 moves. Is this the power of Invincible Supreme? He was slammed back and forth by one palm, and Jian Wushuang, who had cracks on his body, uttered a marvel in his mouth. A trace. He is far from the ultimate state of invincibility, and there is always a gap. This seemingly small gap, but in fact it is like of nature, is a gap that he can never cross in a short time. However, Jian Wushuang was astonished in his heart, but he didn't know how much stormy sea surged in his heart at the moment. According to the conversion of the realm of the virtual universe, Jian Wushuang's cultivation is now a realm, but it is only a 2-mark virtual honor, and he is a 6-mark virtual honor, standing at the peak of the entire universe. Although in the confrontation just now, Bahuang Xunzun did not use those earth-shattering killing moves, but the power of the shot was enough to kill all the Xunshin below the level of 6 marks. However, Jian Wushuang, although suppressed by him, how can there be a slight danger of life and death? Howling! If this sun does not kill, it will become a confidant of the virtual universe in the future. Thought of this, There is a sense of killing in the eyes of Bahuang Shizuan, and he no longer intends to keep his hand, but wants to set his sword directly to death. Miss Shuang, let's die. This seat has given you the opportunity to choose another camp, but you don't cherish it. You must blame this seat for being ruthless. Bahuang Shizun spoke coldly, and in his hands, a small whirlpool appeared suddenly, and endless virtual power began to condense. A smashing force of destruction destroyed the atmosphere, crushing the eternal void. And Jian Wushuang has already directly cast his biggest killing move before then. Taro's Sword Code 5th Style Taro. Boom! In an instant, the sky's sword rushed into the sky, shook the world and broke through the clouds. The figure of the sword goddess of Qi Qing's shirt appeared behind the sword Wushuang, and with the sword Wushuang waving his sword, he cut off the mighty swordsman with a wide width. This sword has never been disadvantaged, and cut off all enemies in the world. This sword has been destroyed and has never been defeated. After the sword was cut out, Sword saw both without looking at the results, and the divine power broke out on both legs, and he quickly swept away towards the entrance of the path of tragedy. With this sword, he never imagined that he could slay the 8 wastelands, which is not what he can currently do. With this sword, he only needs to let Bahuang Shizuan have no time to take care of him, enough to make him step into the path of tragedy. Chapter 45-78. Miss Double! Seeing Jian Wushuang blasting towards the entrance to the path of sadness and sorrow, Bahuang Zizan's face was instantly furious. As soon as he wanted to get up and chase, he saw the Taro swordsman that Jian Wushuang had used his best efforts to hack, and slashed at him. That sharp sword, even if it is him, dare not belittle it. Damn! Bahuang Shizun's face sank, and he had to stop and move his whole body power to resist this sword. Virtual art, big ghost's hand! Bahuang Zhuang sighed coldly, and saw his hands suddenly turn black, his nails skyrocketed, became sharp, and the body of corpse was exuded like smoke. Say to this seat! Yahuang Shizuan sighed coldly, and then suddenly pushed forward with his hands, grabbed the magnificent Tai Luo Jianmong. Huh! I saw countless sparks splashing at the junction of Yahuang Shizuan and this sword. I was like a man with steel gloves, a steel gear that was moving at a high speed, and the figure of 8 desolation, backed by the sword, and his legs crossed a long mark in the void. This sword! Bahuang's face was extremely furious. The last form of Tai Luo Jianyan was cut by Jian Wushuang. Although it could not bring him a deadly threat, it actually gave him a feeling like acupuncture. This is impossible for the Supreme to the Invincible Supreme. Say to this seat! After I was pushed back by 100 feet by this sword, Bahuang Shizuan stared at his eyes with a roar, and the black mang in his hands suddenly became a masterpiece. Next moment, this sword was directly tortured by Bahuang Shizuan. After Sun shattered the sword, Bahuang Shizuan gasped slightly, and a few beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Then, he lowered his head and looked into the palms of his hands, only to see that in his palm position, a wound with deep bones was cut, and blood dripped. Miss Double! The 8th desolation frowns and winces, one step to the entrance to the land of sorrow. Let's take a look at this seat, can you run? Ling Ling snorted, and Bahuang Shizuan let out a false sense, spreading towards this sad and humble place. Only 3 breaths. Huh! Bahuang Shizun is like being hit by a heavy hammer. The whole person bends down, and spit out a spit of blood, and his face becomes waxy yellow instantly. Big land! He looked up at this sad place. His eyes flashed with fear. Just now he explored this sad place with false knowledge, just as if he had touched an unspeakable existence. In an instant he broke up all his false knowledge. If he hadn't responded fast enough to cut off his falsehood in time, I'm afraid that the unbelievable power has spread to him along with the falsehood, and destroyed him together. Miss Shuang, you have entered this terrible land, you are seeking your own way of death. He shook his head, and Bahuang Sun's complexion glanced towards this sad and hungry place, and immediately he stepped into a stream of light and quickly left here. In his opinion, Jian Wushuang and the people of the Temple of Life have entered this land of sorrow and have no doubt died. I don't need to continue smashing here to waste time. In the Wailing Land. Wu Jianwushu retracted the corpse of Tai Luo, stepped on it, and quickly rushed forward. This is a long passage, dark into the eyes. Even if Jian Wushuang used the medium and supreme cultivation to look forward, he still felt the darkness and visibility no more than 10 meters. Alas! Wu Jian Wushuang did not dare to release his consciousness at will, but kept flying forward. He could feel the cold walls on both sides of this long passage. The walls seemed to be engraved with something. Out of prudence, Jian Wushuang did not touch it randomly, but shot continuously forward. After the time of Wuxiangxiang, Jian Wushuang saw a light of ignition not far away. That is the flame of the engine burning when the spacecraft was traveling. Huh! Suddenly, Jian Wushuang stepped up and caught up with the spacecraft one step, followed by several steps, and landed on the deck of the first spacecraft. Palace Lord? Seeing Jian Wushuang return, the blood wave is supreme, cold as frost, etc., and immediately frowned. Father, are you okay? Cold as Frost held the sword's palm, and asked with some concern. I'm fine, but have you encountered any danger along the way? Qi Jian Wushuang smiled and shaved the bridge of the cold frosty nose, and said, I heard that Jian Wushuang said it was okay, and everyone was relieved. The 8 desolate deities are divided according to the realm of the divine universe, but the invincible supreme exists. Nothing happened to us. We have been advancing in this channel, but it is strange to say that, at our speed, at least 3 or 4 galaxies have passed through, but they are still in this channel. Nodded coldly and replied. Jian Wushuang heard nothing and frowned. Sure, this passage is a bit weird. Palace Lord, we are not in the divine universe now. Each forbidden area is a small world opened up separately, so we cannot use the regular time to calculate the distance. Sun Xiaobo said with a smile. Although he is inferior to Jian Wushuang in terms of combat power and cultivation, but the storms that he has experienced for so many years have made him more knowledgeable in academic experience than Jian Wushuang. Is that so? Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows, nodded immediately, and no longer thought deeply and said, Go on. Yes. The space fleet at the Shrine of Life once again moved forward steadily. However, this journey is 3 days and nights. With the speed of the cosmic boat, even hundreds of star fields have also crossed, but at this moment are still in this dim channel. This time, even the Supreme Blood frowned, faintly aware that something was wrong. However, in this place of sadness and honor, no one dares to act lightly, but has to wait for the mood in his heart, and wait quietly to completely reach the place of sadness and honor. For a long time, it was continuously stretched. On the deck. Yu reading books www.Bakanshu. Calm, cold, and frosty, and leaning on the sword's shoulders, let the dark wind in this passage constantly blow on the cheeks of the two. Fu Jun, now the magical universe will be all over sooner or later. What do you say, Qing'er? What will the gods do in the beginning? Cold and Frosty said, a bit lost. During the passage of this passage, they also seldom fell into peace. Being sullen and calm often makes people think a lot. This made Ling Rushuang think a lot, such as the children of the two, such as those who stayed in the early world of the gods. It's okay. In the early days, the terrain of the divine realm was remote, and the war will not spread there for a while. The first step of the virtual universe will only conquer the top forces. Wu Jianshou said with relief, touching his frosty hair. Besides, for my husband, I have informed them of the situation of the divine universe through the avatar I stayed in the early days of the divine realm, and wanted to come up with their own solutions. Okay. Frosty nodded softly. As the two kept chatting, suddenly, there was a weird and low laughter in this extremely dark and narrow channel. This low laughter is like someone behind, silently approaching from the darkness, laughing in your ears. Instantly, Jian Wushuang's face changed, Han Mao exploded, and looked back violently. Chapter 4579. Who? Wu Jian Wushuang turned back sharply and looked behind him. I saw the dark deck behind him, and in my eyes was empty. Father, what's wrong with you? Cold and frosty, holding Jian Wushuang's hand, he couldn't help asking a question. Jian Wushuang did not reply, but frowned tightly. Just now, he heard a weird low laugh behind his ears. But when he looked back, he saw nothing. Shuang, did you hear laughter just now? Wu Jianshou took a deep breath and asked Ling Rushuang. Ah? Laughter? Cold and frosty, he could not help but hesitated, then shook his head and said, No. Husband, have you been too nervous lately? Is it? Wu Jianshuang frowned, and then looked around again, and found nothing abnormal. Could you really have heard it wrong? Maybe it is. Wu Jianshou smiled bitterly and sighed slightly. Recently, he is really under pressure. Well, let's go into the cabin, this channel is just a little weird. I thought for a while, Jian Wushuang proposed. It is good. Frosty nodded. Giggle giggle. Jian Wushuang holding cold as frost, about to turn his head and approach the cabin. That spooky and weird low laughter sounded again in Jian's ears, like a ghost whispering in his ears. This time, Jian Wushuang heard clearly. Pretend to be a ghost. Jian's eyes were cold. With his strong sense nowadays, one mistake may be because the mind is too tight, but it is impossible to hear wrong for the second time. Next moment, God eyes open. Countless blood surges and gathers into Jian Wushuang's eyes. In a short time, the sword of Wushan surged 3 inches in his eyes, and the purple chuan mark appeared on the center of his eyebrow, as if the flame was beating. His expression was blank and his eyes swept away. However, the result disappointed him. I still see nothing. Seeing this, Jian Wushuang's face could not help but swell and gradually drew up, holding his left hand as cold as frost, and his right hand quietly, holding the hilt of the sword of Tai Luo. Feeling the warmth from the hilt of the Tai Luo divine sword, Jian Wushuang's heart was slightly at ease. He stared tightly forward without notice. Scratching in the dark behind him, a pair of wrinkled, dry-skinned hands stretched out silently, tremblingly patted on his shoulder. Hiss! For a moment, Jian Wushuang's eyes were frozen, and he turned his head to look instantly. I saw behind him, pale cold as frost, looking at him with a smile. Shuanger? Wu Jian's brows frowned. Wasn't it cold as frost beside him? No! Wu Jianshou looked back fiercely, and saw Ling Rushuang looking in horror at the cold frost that appeared behind the two. Two as cold as frost. Are you looking for me? Cold as frost looked at Jian Wushuang with a smirk, and the corners of his mouth slowly opened. Grind, until the entire mouth reached the back of the ear, exposing a mouth. She reached out her hand and yanked it towards Jian Wushuang's eyes. Look for death! Jian Wushuang's eyebrows were cold. His right hand had been holding the tailored Excalibur with the hilt of the sword, and it instantly emerged from the sheath, turning into a stunning white rainbow, fiercely chopping forward. I haven't waited for this sword to split. I saw cold as frost like a melting candle. Eyes, nose, and mouth began to melt quickly, and after just a few breaths, it turned into a thick pool of white liquid on the ground. Giggle! Giggle! The weird sound of crying and laughing gradually disappeared. After a short while, the deck of the spacecraft once again turned into a group of dead silence. Wu Jianwushu retracted the Taro Excalibur with a frown. Is NT weird even before he really enters the land of tragedy? Father, what is that? Frozen as frost asked. I don't know. It may be caused by the grudges in this sad place. Wu Jianshou shook his head and said. Crackling. At this moment, the cabin door was opened, and Bloodwave Supreme stepped forward hurriedly. Palace, something happened. Bloodwave Supreme expression was heavy. What happened? Wu Jian's eyelids jumped. Gongdu, you'll know when you follow. After finishing speaking, Xunbo Supreme took the sword unparalleled and walked towards the cabin where the disciples of Life Shrine rested. A moment later, Sword Wushuang arrived in the cabin. I saw a bed on which a disciple of Life Shrine was lying, with the giant axe, the Heavenly Supreme, the 9 kings and other people standing next to them, all of whom had an ugly face. Palace Lord! Palace Lord! Seeing Jian Wushuang coming, Giant Axe and others turned back. Wu Jianwushuang nodded toward them as a response, without any nonsense, walked directly towards this disciple. I saw the 5th series master of this life shrine disciple dominated the repair. At this moment, he was tightly bound to the bed by the blood strength blood binding technique. The disciple has dilated pupils, his face is gray, and the expression on his face is strange. Giggle! Giggle! He didn't open his mouth, but there was a sound of crying and laughing coming from his throat. And he was stupid. He didn't notice it at all, but he kept his eyes open. It's this laugh again. Wu Jianshuang's face became ugly, and a bad premonition surged in his heart. Let me see. Su took a deep breath, and Jian Wushuang strode forward. Photo. He stretched out his fingers, and Jian Wushuang nodded on the disciple's brows. Just when Jian Wushuang was about to release his divine power and probed his body. Huh! Sun originally was like a dead body, a stupid-looking disciple, suddenly reached out his hand, grabbed Sword's wrist. You came. Come quickly. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Giggle, giggle. Weird cries and laughter from the disciple's throat. Immediately after that, the scene that Jian Wushuang met on the deck again. I saw the body of this disciple, like a fast-burning candle, starting from the hair and melting little by little into a thick pool of white foam. Damn! Suddenly, Jian Wushuang's face was gloomy to the extreme. Weird. Too weird. He thought that the place of tragedy would be very dangerous, and he was even prepared to let go of the war, even if he died. But he did not expect that this sad place would be so weird. Visible danger, no matter how strong it is not terrible. There is always a way to cope. However, the strange phenomenon that appeared in the place of sadness and misery was invisible and intangible, and there were no traces to be found. The unknown is always the hardest to deal with. What about other disciples? Is there anything unusual? Jian Wushuang turned his head and looked at Bloodwave Supreme and others, and said that his face was not very good. Sun Xiuhua Supreme and others also did not look very good. A disciple of the Life Shrine died so openly in front of them, but they said nothing, not even a trace could be captured. Chapter 4580. In the passage of the quiet and sad place. Dozens of spacecraft are marching quietly. I was swallowed by the roar of the engine in this immense absolute darkness. Return to the Lord of the Palace. Other disciples have not found any abnormalities. Bloodwave Supreme replied slightly. Wu Jian Wushuang nodded his head and was about to get the attention of Bloodwave Supreme. What? A terrifying scream screamed, and the space fleet behind him suddenly blew. Screaming in this dark and silent passage, it seemed to be so extreme. Wu Jianshuang's face changed instantly, his body flickered, and he swept directly towards the spacecraft behind him. Sun Xiuhua Supreme and others looked at each other, their faces were ugly, and they quickly followed. A moment later, in the cabin of the 9th spacecraft, Jian Wushuang saw the female disciple who was screaming. I saw the female disciple trembling, her shoulders trembling, her face pale, and she stretched her fingers toward the glass window of the space capsule, her voice terrified. Palace, Lord, someone outside! Someone? Jian Wushuang stared, but it was dark outside the glass. This made Jian Wushuang's face gloomy. You tell me just now. Wu Jian said without expression on both sides. It is good. The female disciple flashed a flash of memory on her face and began to narrate. Things are simple. Not long ago, this female disciple, originally called Su Yang, was practicing cross-kneeling in the cabin. When she was practicing, she encountered a bottleneck, and thought of asking her disciples who were higher than her, and giving directions. Subconsciously, she glanced into the glass window next to her. It turned out to be such a look, she instantly saw a scene that would make her unforgettable. I saw on the glass window a face with a blushing face, affixed to the window, eyes hanging like rotten grapes, staring at her. Because the face is too close, the whole facial features become distorted and terrible. It was also the sudden appearance of the face that scared her into a slump and fell to the ground, screaming. After this female disciple finished speaking, her face still looked astonished. I know. Wu Jianshuang's face is not very good looking. Ghosts make? They are not ordinary mortals, they are supreme gods standing on the top of this universe. The goblin demon monsters, in their eyes, are simply the ants among the ants. Master of Wushuang Palace, come over here, I have something to tell you. At this moment, Lan Lan, who had been silent, suddenly appeared. Okay? Wu Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows and followed Lan Lan out of the cabin. The two went to the deck, and Jian Wushou stood with his hands up, and said, Girl Lan Lan, you can say anything. Lan Lan nodded, and did not continue to speak, but looked away, as if reminiscing about something. After a while, his expression gradually became dignified and said, Jian Wushuang, you know what our universe was before it was born, what does it look like? Wu Jianshuang heard a word and said that he had never really understood the matter before the universe was opened up. But here the details. Wu Jianwushuang reached out and made a pleased gesture. My master once suspected that our universe is just a cycle. Reincarnation? Jian's brows frowned. Yes. Tong Lanlan exhaled deeply and said, It is reincarnation. According to my master's conjecture, before our universe civilization was born, other civilizations may have been born in this universe. He is just this civilization. For some reason, it was destroyed after all, and the universe returned to chaos. Once again, after a long time, the universe has restarted, giving birth to new life and giving birth to a new civilization. He is our civilization now. Jian Wushuang frowned when he heard the words. Everything Lan Lan said was not impossible. He believes that the speculation of God of the earth is not groundless. My master once came to explore these two forbidden places. Unfortunately, my master kept silent about this experience, and only occasionally, I mentioned it inadvertently. According to my master, the emperor's ancestors seemed to bury an extremely powerful corpse that he could not even see through. The age of this corpse is even older than our universe. This sad place, according to the occasional mention of the master, seems to be the last place to fall in the last universe. Jian Wushuang, if this place of tragedy is really like my master said, this is the place where the last universe era fell, then there must be countless characters from the last universe era, and they are buried here together. Lan Lan has not finished speaking. Suddenly, in this quiet passage, a strange song came out. God is dead, the devil is gone, everything is in the dust and nothingness, Fu Sangtian, weep alone. Singing like this, it seems that there are countless gods crying, distant and distant, faint, with a bit of. Suddenly, Jian Wushuang looked up sharply. However, he hadn't waited for Jian Wushuang to run his divine power, to see what happened. Suddenly grief came from his heart, and a sorrowful meaning rose in his heart. That is a sorrow of vicissitudes of life, a despair of all kinds of despair, a sadness of loneliness and solitude. Wu Mingning only sang, but under the sadness, Jian Wushuang couldn't bear a sore nose for a while. Crackling. That was the sound of water dripping on the deck. You can shu www.bakanshu. Com Chi Jian Wushuang looked at her, and saw Lan Lan staring blankly at the starry sky, not knowing when, she was already in tears. Girl Lan Lan? Chi Jian Wushuang forcibly suppressed the sadness in his heart to destroy him, and tried to call Lan Lan. However, Lan Lan was as if stagnant, not even aware of it. Faintly, Jian Wushuang felt a wet face on his face, and he reached out his hand, only to find that his face was also covered with tears. He could feel the sadness as if he had turned into a pair of big hands, holding him tightly around his neck, and dragging him into a place of no end. Pretend to be a ghost! Wu Jianshou bit his tongue tightly, and for a while, the pain came from the tip of his tongue, making him slightly awake. Howling to endure this discomfort, the Sword Unparalleled stepped into the cabin. I saw the blood in the cabin of the Supreme, the Great Axe, the King of Nine Calamity, and so on, or an ordinary disciple, including Cold as Frost, all looked like a devil, and stood in the cabin dull. Damn! Qi Jian Wuxuang clenched his fists, and then, he could no longer resist the sorrow. His eyes were black, as if falling into an endless abyss. In the narrow, long and quiet path of the sorrowful land, a dead silence was restored again, leaving only the song that was crying like a demon, but also like a low laugh, ringing back and forth, strange and eerie. Chapter 45-81. The mist mixed with black-gray silk threads was scattered on Jian Wuxuang's face with the wind. His intangible but qualitative feeling made him realize his current situation. Yokohama's cosmic boat traveling through the stars disappeared, and all the disciples in the Temple of Life disappeared. Sun's intense uneasiness prompted Jian Wuxuang to open his eyes, and the eyes were extremely dark with the raging wind. It seems that the extremely dark shadows that existed in ancient times obscured everything. Even if the Sword Master Wu Shou displayed his magical power, he could only see the area that is a few feet away. Where is this place? Have I come to the land of tragedy? Jian Wuxuang murmured softly, but he remembered that he was in the cosmic boat just now, but he was in this strange world at the moment. After thinking for a moment, he held up a pile of sand on the ground with his hands, and he saw through the golden eyes that the sand was not black, but a rough white substance covering a layer of golden halo. Oemmem! The long and twilight-like sound of the bell in the morning passed through the distant past, coming from a distant past. In this strange environment, Jian Wuxuang was horrified. He quickly lowered his figure and looked at the chaotic distance. The next moment, the extreme darkness of chaos slowly rose and rose like a clear air. At the same time, with the extreme darkness fading, there were nearly 100 big suns rising at the same time. Even in this scene, even the sword unparalleled sword-making of the kingdom of God is secretly shocked. Nothing else, just because this scene is too shocking. At this moment, these slowly rising big days are far more than 100 times larger than the big days in any part of the universe. At the same time, these big days are no longer pure and pure, but they emit purple-red giant mansions. Each side of the world has been dyed into a scary purple-red color by these nearly 100 rounds of big sun. With the extremely dark retreat, the long bells of the morning bell and twilight became more frequent, and began to sound like war drums. The sadness of weeping like a cry is even more intimidating in this barren star universe. The various strange phenomena in front of his eyes made Jian Wuxuang not act lightly. He already guessed in his heart that this is the place of tragedy. He is waiting, and his subconscious intuition tells him that everything here is just the beginning. Time is here, it has long lost any value. With the sky rising to the sky for 100 days, suddenly this ancient and desolate and sad place suddenly began to bloom with countless divine power. The sacred ancient divine power of Biju Dome filled the earth in an instant, followed by extremely pure and rich or golden, red blood fell like Hongyu. Where is the sword Shuangshuang who is fully absorbed in thinking of such a come out, directly by countless blood took a cool look. The sword Wuxuang, who was poured into a body, hurriedly displayed his magical power to open up a transparent barrier and hid it. Descending with the blood of God, there are countless huge limbs and broken arms that surround the ancient charm of God. The broken armor engraved with ancient cipher text is full of blood, and broken soldiers are even more uncountable. Qi Jian Wuxuang became more and more shocked when he looked at it, and at the same time, he had roughly guessed the true meaning of this sad place. When the vast and boundless earth was filled with broken soldiers and corpses, the entire place of tragedy became a place of burial. The long cry of sorrow and demon resounded, as if heaven and earth were telling a lament. Wu Jianshuang's state of mind seemed to resonate with everything in this burial land, and began to move uncontrollably. Every one of the supreme gods who has the power to stun the ancients is lost here. I don't know. Jian Wuxuang shook his head hard, and he began to find that his consciousness was affected. However, an even more incredible scene appeared. The corpse of the god scattered on the ground rose and fell like clouds of smoke, and disappeared in a blink of an eye. In its place, the countless pounds of powers were crushed from a faraway place. Before the power of the gods arrived, the Sky Dome took the lead to start the large-scale crack collapse. Hagi originally hung over the sky for 100 days. At this moment, the purple feathers were born, transformed into a three-legged purple black enough to cover the sky. There are countless divine powers transformed into an incomparable great horror existence, or take the wind and the clouds, or 3 or 5 times, and go to this vast battlefield. The sky of heaven was smashed by divine power under their presence. This ancient world battlefield cannot bear the existence of this unimaginable giant engine. Just the majestic and mighty divine power they radiated, they constituted the most extreme collision belonging to that era. The heavens and the earth were trembling, the sound seemed to be fixed. The sword is unparalleled and terrifying. The existence of the level of the universe is the most ordinary in this scene of tragedy. He can't imagine that when the gods of that level have been reached, what will they be for? On top of the chaotic sky, hundreds of three-legged purple swaying with black purple tail feathers, projecting the extinct purple flames downward. Every beam of flame easily tears the rule road, leaving a violent and wanton atmosphere. There was no killing, and the ultimate battle began completely. The unimaginable divine power, even if it is only a trace, is enough to wreck the zombie of the virtual universe, and the invincible supreme even cannot survive for a long time. Divine soldiers fight, powerful to the extreme existence of the old and wild and ancient, with the purest fight, struggling to manipulate the divine soldiers to kill each other. Brightness is everywhere. There is supreme being. Use a long bow to shoot down the 3-footed purple wu above the sky, and use the purple wu corpse to throw the purest burst into the opponent. There is no existence, holding the phaseless Excalibur to fight against the enemy at the last moment and die together. There is nothing but generous death, and Dedeo laughs loudly before disappearing. On Wu Yanyan's battlefield, there was an extremely chaotic collision. Like the lament of the sea monster singing, it blew up in Jian Wushuang's mind. He stayed out of the situation, but seemed to be there. He wants to close his eyes, but his pupils are enlarged a little bit. Crazies, lunatics, all lunatics. What's wrong with all these reincarnations? Even if it is absolutely impossible, can you escape the heavens? Jian's eyes were trembling, and blood was pouring from every pore. Whether the Taos in this world are Changxing Tao or Killing Tao? I don't understand. Painful thoughts can't restrain divergence. The ever-building avenue of faith in his heart began to collapse uncontrollably. Are we all? If so, what's the meaning of the end result? It's just a way of dying. Never had the golden eyes of languidness disappear, and began to appear a touch of dullness. I want to sleep for a while. As the ultimate battle on the sky began to come to an end, all supreme beings disappeared. Jian Wushuang also slowly lowered his eyelids. Wu Tianxiong cried, the rules were broken, and the top road was returned to its original state. What do you mean by chasing for thousands of years, preaching for 10,000 years, and enlightening for 1,000,000 years? Like a clear spring, everything is reborn. A sound broke into my ear. Little guy, wake up. Chapter 4582. The lament in my ears gradually dissipated, replaced by a slightly cordial call. This call seems to have some magic power, drawing the swordless Wu Shou, which is almost dead, from the fallen consciousness. He opened his eyes reluctantly, and his eyes were clear and thin. I was sober for a moment, and the subconscious reaction caused the sword unparalleled to move back several feet, and watched the old uncle in white clothes with vigilance. An old with a clear face does not blame Jian Wushuang's impoliteness. He smiled and got up and introduced himself. Hello, little guy, I stop when I call. Without any paralysis, Jian Wushuang thought for a moment and then said, Have met the old gentleman. Those who can appear here and are not the temple of life, these 2 items alone are enough for Jian Wushuang to raise the highest vigilance. At the same time, he also began to doubt whether the extreme battle that had appeared before was the old man in front of him. The old self-proclaimed stopper smiled and waved. "You and I meet here, you have a destiny, so you don't have to be restrained." Wu Jian Wushuang was unmoved. After seeing the surrounding scenes, there was a moment of unconsciousness. Countless broken bones were buried or exposed on the ground, and the damaged soldiers and blood-stained armor were mostly buried by sand and stone. Even if the avenue disappeared for hundreds of millions of years, the incomparable pure divine power still protected their masters, just as it was then. The scene in front of him was as he had seen before. But the Supreme Being has all fallen. "Is this the real place of tragedy?" Jian Wushuang asked, wondering how to show his inner thoughts for a moment. When he stopped, he smiled a little, not counting his clear pupils, reflecting the scene above the earth. "You call it a place of tragedy, but in my heart, it is a place of burial gods. I'll go." The words that stop for a while are light, but at the end they show a bit of loneliness. Looked a little strangely and paused, because it was not difficult to hear from his words. The old-timer-like pause seems to have gone through that era, and has been living to the present. After seeing the scene, Jian Wushuang did not believe it anyway, there would be a Supreme Being to survive the ultimate battle. He seemed to be able to feel what Jian Wushuang thought, and he stopped to recollect from his memories and said, "The old man is willing to wait here, only to find the right person." "Who's coming?" "Me?" Jian Wushuang didn't know how to make his position. He didn't wait for him to speak, and asked himself, "Little guy, why are you here?" As soon as this statement came out, Jian Wushuang became a little embarrassed. The divine power universe fell. As the new life shrine palace master, after careful calculations, he was ready to come to a place of sadness and energy, but these words came to his mouth. Bien didn't know how to speak. "I do and think there is too much malice to stop at this time, but if you do and leave them, am afraid to wave them to suppress them or expel them out." Jian Wushuang didn't dare to gamble on the risks he took. During this brief stalemate, Jian Wushuang suddenly realized that the 3 spaceships carrying the entire Palace of Life did not seem to have come to this side of tragedy. He trembled in his heart. The disciples of the tens of thousands of life shrines, but the last sustenance of the divine universe, if there is any loss, it will be a disaster for the divine universe. "No, it won't." Jian Wushuang turned quickly to find the whereabouts of several spacecraft. Su Shi stopped, and called him in time. "Little guy, what are you looking for?" As the voice dropped, he stopped and stretched out his hand, and the original dim sky seemed to float up and down, and a ripple rippled suddenly. Then, the space opened outward, and the cosmic boat that could balance with the stars slowly sailed out of the crack, but the deadly silence on its deck did make Jian Wushuang tense for a moment. He is very clear, the dark channel leading to this sad and fertile land is so powerful that even the Supreme and others are deceived, and the weaker one is not sure that he died on the spot. Regardless of the time to stop saying hello, Jian Wushuang leapt to the deck, only a little relieved after seeing the scene in front of him. I saw that the Blood Pool Supreme and others all leaned on Zhou Wei and fell asleep. From the long breath, there was no danger to their lives. Their realm is too weak, they resolutely enter the burial god's land, at least it is detrimental to the realm, and the soul is lost, and they become the nourishment of the burial god's land. Therefore I have to let them fall asleep to avoid many ban. With the voice came the straight and thin figure already standing behind Jian Wu's body. Listening to the explanation, Jian Wushuang didn't hesitate, turned and arched his hands and said, "Thank you, Mr. Lao, for your help, and the younger generation is grateful." Su Shi smirked and waved his hand. "Don't rush to say thank you first, although I have taken care of each other, but those who are too low level in the realm of consciousness, am afraid we can't escape this." Xinjiang Wushuang sank in his heart, and hurriedly urged Shutong to prepare to awaken everyone, but thinking about his own Shutong might not be able to awaken them. Even if he urged the blood of the original source in his body, he tried to wave to several people. The result is not the same, with the blood of the origin, blood waves, giant axe, Lan Lan, and cold as a few people took the lead to wake up. Visit the Lord of the Wushuang Palace. When Xinghua Supreme and others were looking at Xiang Jianshuang, they immediately turned around and worshipped on one knee. "Don't use those red tapes anymore, www.mtnovel." Jian Wushuang closed his hands to signal their rise. Bloodwave Supreme shook his head, and 2 tears burst into his eyes. Old man thought that we could only drink and hate in that dark passage, and never thought we would reach this sad place safely. The universe is endless in my temple of life. Fu Jun. Ling Rushuang couldn't hold back, and hurriedly wept into Jian Wushuang's arms and wept. "I thought I would never see you again." Wu Jianshou rubbed the fairy's hair in his arms and whispered, "I promise you, even if I die, I will never see you again." Most of the shrine disciples in the first cosmic boat woke up, showing the joy of the rest of the life after the disaster. Only Lon Lon, who stood beside the Supreme Blood Emperor, calmed down and set his sights on the straight and thin figure behind Jian Wushuang. "This is not the time for comfort. I want to count all the disciples to deal with the next thing," Jian Wushuang said. Cold nodded and nodded, leaving his arms. After staring at each other such as Sun Bo Sun and others, Jian Wushuang rushed to the other 2 cosmic boats. A moment later, Jian Wushuang used the blood of the origin to awaken the disciples in the other 2 boats. The disciples who went to the place of tragedy this time, there were more than 14,600 people, and nearly 3,000 people stayed in the dark channel forever. The other weaker disciples have also been more or less affected. Chapter 4583. The salvation of these magical universes ultimately saved so many deaths just after entering this tragic land, which made everyone's hearts clouded. I don't know if it's dull in my heart, or the essence of the blood has passed too much. When falling from the cosmic boat, the sword has fallen straight to the ground. "Master of Wushuang Palace!" Bloodwave Supreme and others hurriedly held up the falling sword Wushuang. Afterwards, the Bloodwave Supreme urged the magical power, shrouding the divine power to him, slowly soothing the meridians. Nothing." Jian Wushuang's expression recovered, and he waved his hand and stood upright. Immediately, he looked at the stop right in front of him, and walked slowly. He solemnly arched his hands, and Jian Wushuang sank in a deep voice. "The main sword Wushuang of the Palace of Life Palace, I implore the old man to let me wait in this sad place. The universe is huge, except here, there is no place for us to live." After saying this, Jian Wushuang's figure trembled slightly, as if he had emptied all his strength. The of the universe seals the virtual with his body, destroys the supreme soul, and turns into a blow to the sky, blocking the void universe, and the ancestor of Fengtian uses burning life to turn into a wall to seek a way for the magical universe. Everything these elders do is to save the last fire of the divine universe. In today's scene, everything in the beginning always came to mind, making Jian Wushuang even more sad. "Of course." Chi Dianking's face slowly showed a smile. "I have spent some time in this burial place, and someone will accompany me, but it doesn't look boring." As Yunkai Yueming, Jian Wushuang only felt the sorrow in his heart abruptly and arched with excitement. "Thank you, old mister, the younger generation and others are grateful." Bloodwave Supreme and others were also very excited. Looking at each other, the original pressure was reduced a lot. No one dared to approach the sorrowful place of exploration, which was finally entered by the final salary of the divine universe, and the heavens were immortal. On the pitiful land full of bones and corpses, countless vast majestic divine power is still as agile as the Lord lived before his life. Each corpse is an independent existence. From time to time, divine power turns into everything and rises up, untiringly releasing the final breath. Because these divine powers that have existed since the desolation were too vast, even those who are invincible and supreme blood, tentacles, giant axes, and so on, are struggling to walk, let alone nearly 10,000 people who are far weaker than the Supreme Life Shrine disciple. Every step they take, just the evolution of the undivided divine power, is enough to break each disciple's meridians. When he reached the 100th step, nearly 3,000 disciples of Life Shrine fell to the ground at the same time. "How is this going?" Why can't I move anymore? The 3,000 disciples sitting on the ground turned around one after another. What's going on? Jian Wushuang first noticed the strangeness in the rear, waiting to see so many disciples kneeling behind the ground. He froze for a while, then seemed to be aware of it, and rejoiced. The disciples kneeling on the ground listened to the order. From now on, you will immediately realize in place and absorb any divine power that rushes into your body. You must not resist. From now on, no matter whether it is thousands of years or thousands of years, we must keep our minds and practice with concentration. Bong Gong Lord! The disciples of 30,000 yelled in unison, even though the spin was firmly in place and practiced separately. Huameng rose into the sky, but it was a bit of momentum. God never die, my divine power universe! Bloodwave's supreme eyes were reddish sighed. Little guy, my understanding is really good. Shizhan smiled comfortably, and then moved on. Uncontrollable joy overflowed on Jian Wushuang's face. He realized that this place of tragedy would be the last chance for the entire magical universe to fight against the virtual universe again. Next, every 100 steps, there are disciples of 2,000 people who can't hold on anymore and sit still. The more you move forward, the more pure and powerful the derived godless power is. Huge corpses of gods accumulate, each raging divine power soars into the sky, and splits the space to survive. The puppet also has mottled and broken marks, like a mysterious rune, occasionally entangled on one of the corpses. Wu Jian Wushuang can vaguely recognize that it belongs to the breath of Swordsman, but now, it is already broken. Shirao is so, even as strong as the blood, he is extremely hot. I must know that it is a more horrible preaching of sermons, and even if you perceive a point, it is definitely more effective than spending hundreds of thousands of epochs. He followed and stopped, and more disciples of the temple sat down and realized. When Jian Wushuang heard Lan Lan's voice, when he looked back, there was only the supreme of blood waves behind him, and there were less than 100 people such as King Nine Calamity. His wife Ling Wushuang also sat down and realized. Master of Wushuang Palace. Lan Lan stood not far behind her, sweat beads dripped from her cheeks, and the pressure of divine restraint stopped her. They'll fight here and say goodbye to you. Lan Lan arched a hand and laughed, and then sat down slowly. I hope today's goodbye will be another day. Treasure. Treasure. The two of them said goodbye. Lan Lan's restless expression stayed in Jian Wushuang's mind for a moment, and then Jian Wushuang continued to lead Shui Bo and others to move on. The majestic power went straight to the Shaohan, and it seemed to be mixed with Xiangrui Qiming and Beowang flowing. Intact divine soldiers began to appear, condensed flowing of blood that has been immortal for hundreds of millions of years, and at the same time, the power of more and more vast divine power is even more powerful. After the King Jiujia walked for nearly 100 steps, he stopped and realized. Then came the Heavenly Supreme, the great axe realized in turn. Only sword unparalleled, walking in the middle of it, like a dragon swimming into the sea, not only did not feel the horrible pressure, but the more he moved forward, the more he walked on the ground. Master of Wushuang Palace, the old man also stopped here. Bloodwave Supreme stopped his steps, his eyes seemed to carry a fiery flame. The Master of Wushuang Palace shouldered the god's shoulders. It is no longer possible to accompany the Lord, and I hope the Lord will forgive him. Wu Jianshou did not say more, holding his hands with Supreme Bloodwave's arms, and sincerely said, The Supreme Bloodwave is waiting here. Whether it is 1 Zai or 100,000 Zai, I will definitely keep my responsibility in mind and make a breakthrough. In addition, Supreme Blood, you can also try to break through yourself. You know, there is no end, and Supreme has been proven. A few short words, like a blood-stained, made him tremble. Wu Jian Wushuang no longer talked, smiled and turned to keep up. Evening bells and long bells ring between heaven and earth, countless broken avenues circulate in ancient times, and are reflected in each other. With only a glimpse, you can find the splendor of their owners. Zuntiandi did not know if reincarnation, but from the top to the top of Tianjiao, to the death of a trafficker, they all worked in the same galaxy and lake to prove themselves. Chapter 45-84. At this moment, between the vastness of the heavens and the earth, there were only two figures walking slowly. One of them was young and straight, like a sharp sword with Tibetan fronts waiting to be opened. Another old man in white is also thin and straight, like a blunt sword with a sharp edge, converging Tao-Tao-Guang. There is a broken avenue circulating in its entire body, and there are immortal soldiers converging in the thick soil waiting to be hidden, and the vast divine power of the domineering sky fills every inch of space. But Jian Wushuang didn't have half-hearted enthusiasm, but he followed but stopped firmly and moved forward. From time to time, there are still avenues that have not been damaged, and they want to be close to Jian Wushuang, and they are waved away by the front stop. Where is this going? Jian Wushuang secretly said to himself, and at the same time began to look at the environment of Shino. Time is here without any passing value, everything seems to stop at the moment when it died billions of years ago. Why do people like you come here for this reason? He stopped and turned his head and asked. Jian Wushuang was silent, and after a moment, he explained the catastrophe between the two universes. When it comes to the divine power universe has fallen, Jian Wushuang no longer have the mood to continue to talk down. After he stopped listening to his narrative, he didn't make too much statement, but only issued a small sigh. Jian Wushuang no longer felt much sadness in his heart. He had long understood that only the endless breakthrough to the top can protect everything he wanted to guard. Now, it is a great fortune. It's all about the magical universe, and Jian Wushuang dare not relax in the slightest. Before I die, I will be ashamed of everything I do. Jian Wushuang secretly vowed. His eyes became hotter. In the next march, even Jian Wushuang, who was in a state of mind, began to get a little anxious. In such a majestic and mighty divine power, even if it was one day of realization, it was something that I had never dared to imagine before, but there was no sign of stopping at all, which made Jian Wushuang's state of mind slightly shaken. He seemed to be able to see through his mind, and the sound of stoppage came to his ears. Is it too late? Jian was embarrassed and said, ashamed. When he stopped, he raised his head and smiled, and then stretched his fingers forward. Don't worry, your way is just ahead. It is like seeing the moon and seeing the moon, everything changes in Jian Wushuang's eyes. The godless power rose in the wind, and thousands of soldiers rolled on the ground straight into the sky, with billions of gods connecting them. The dazzling and magnificent divine power directly smashed the entire chaotic cloud, and the countless soldiers seemed to reopen their consciousness and roam freely above the sky. The next moment, like a galloping dragon, thousands of magic soldiers fell into the ground like a falling star. The supreme divine power spreads like a lotus flower, sweeping away completely to the ground. Jian Wushuang's heart is terrified. If the divine power is plundered, let alone him, I am afraid that it will be difficult for the top supreme to survive. But the scene envisioned in his heart did not appear, and I saw that the stop was standing there like an épée, and one stroke with one hand was like a curtain, and the vast divine power swept across the ground suddenly surged into the sky like a giant sea gate. Boom! Boom! The supreme divine power collided with the upper sky like the most magnificent picture. The divine power dissipated by itself, and it turned into a star-shaped huamang slowly falling below the heavens and the earth. You are sacred, ancient, and chaotic. That is the charm that blends with the breath of eternity. Jian Wushuang stood in place, holding back his inner shock and catching the falling huamang. When the huamang enters the water, it will naturally melt into the meridians just by sticking to the skin. This is the breath of the avenue? Jian Wushuang was completely shocked. In huamang, almost like a rain curtain, every trace had a different avenue. Follow me. Shi Diao smiled and stepped into the avenue composed of thousands of magic soldiers. Jian Wushuang's strong endured the fiery heart, strode directly to this good fortune. He was only the first step, and his feet were pierced by a powerful gun. Sun Shen's blood dripped down the tip of the gun, but Jian Wushuang's figure just shook slightly, then proceeded firmly. Every step he took, the sharp soldiers would easily tear every inch of his skin. Bian Yingrun's blood was pouring from the soles of his feet and calves. However, Jian Wushuang did not feel as if he did not feel any stagnation. He was like the most devout and firm worshipper, stepping forward step by step. Behind him, on the avenue composed of divine power, a layer of shining blood was left. Qi Jian Wushuang is supporting. The soldier, who can cut even the soul, left deep marks on his feet and calf, and the pain in his body was far less than 1/10 of the pain of his soul being cut. The flesh and blood on the sole of the lame foot was cut, and the deepest part of the skin was exposed. The firm state of mind began to shake, and the figure of the stop was ahead. Jian Wushuang felt so distant. I can't help but persevere. For those seniors who have died, I can live. They are all in exchange. Even if I really want to die, it will surely die on the battlefield. Wu Jianwushuang only felt that his mind was open and clear. The pain of the original spirit being cut seemed to have been reduced a lot. I said to Supreme Master Xie, I will fight to break through. That is an oath to others, but also to myself. He seemed to be in pain, his face paled with a smile. An even more incredible scene appeared. Jian Wushuang began to let go of his feet, and moved from the original to the running. Like a lotus flower blooming on the avenue of divine power, a thin but firm figure was running forward. I do not know how long it took, only to feel that the huamang in the sky had dissipated, and the sky was back to chaos. Only a splendid avenue is immortal in this sad and humble place. The various horror divine powers are like giant pillars, propping up this unknown tragedy. The derived divine powers seem to be attracted by some kind of power, instead of being excluded, but divided into numerous influxes where they are needed. When a pair of feet that have no stick of flesh stick to the end of this immortal avenue, even if they wait for a long time, they can't help it. The hem of the robe was completely cracked, and the blood seemed to be completely drained. Only those eyes that are still as immortal as the stars have stopped. He paused and said, I can feel a stronger force in your body. Why not release it to help you move forward? Qi Jian Wushuang did not speak, and slowly shook his head, then couldn't hold it anymore, and fell to the ground. Chapter 4585. I wonder if it is a dream or an illusion. He reached out to open the avenue of God's understanding in Jian Wushuang's consciousness. At the moment Kai opened, she suddenly woke up. You are awake, little one. Shi stopped and stood on the dojo constructed by divine power, looking at Jian Wushuang with relief. Qi Jian Wushuang stood up with one hand and stood up instantly. What is this place? Looking at the huge square built by the vast divine power under his feet, Jian Wushuang has not yet responded. Here, this is where you should be aware. Shi smirked. Wu Jian Wushuang is not lacking in understanding, but was only mentioned a little bit, and realized instantly that the people who built this doctrine were all the supernatural beings who left behind. Thank you, Mr. Old. Jian Wu doubled his fist, admiring even more when he looked at the stop. Su Shi stopped clapping and said, This is just the best place for you, but the final practice depends on your own creation. Yes. Jian Wushuang promised. When he was about to cross-legged practice, he was stopped. Little guy, this practice has little effect on you. He paused and then raised his right hand and raised it gently. At the time of his ascension, the Tai Luo divine sword hung behind Jian Wushuang rose to the sky, hovering over his head as if possessing a sage. The practice is the process of continuous seeking and preaching. You have touched that level faintly, and I will give you a little insight. Su Shi stopped talking quietly, but every word like a hammer smashed into Jian Wushuang's mind. Since chaos has not opened, when the heavens and the earth are still one, chaos is the Tao. Chaos turns into two turbid airs, and these two airs are two roads. Until the great world is opened, and the poverty is endless, the Tao will increase. The Tao is not extreme, but it is extreme. Some people have a glimpse into the mystery and prove themselves. Some people are so poor that they cannot touch that meaning. Little guy, although you already have a complete Tao, it is not yours, but in your current state, you can realize that trace of meaning, which is rare. All I can do now is to keep you in the way of your heart, and keep your mood. In a few words, Jian Wushuang seemed to feel something, but it was fleeting. He almost blurted out, "Mr. Old, what you say in your mouth, where can I go if I master it? Step?" I didn't care about Jian Wushuang's pride, and stopped and said, "Supreme Existence." Boom! In God's consciousness, it is like blowing up a thunderbolt, and Sword Wushuang can no longer be calm. He directly reached out for a move, starting with the Taro Excalibur, and the irresistible power surged. Holding the Tai Luo Excalibur, Jian Wushuang is like a sharp sword out of the sheath, showing its sharp edge. Yes, the power is sharp, it seems to have some insight into Kendo. Shidiao seemed somewhat satisfied. Jian Wushuang groaned a little, then firmly said, "Old gentleman, I think I have roughly understood the inner mood of my heart, and determined to enter the Tao with a sword." Suddenly, he nodded and motioned for the sword unparalleled. He is in this vast and mighty divine doctrine, and the divine power he has lost can be replenished almost instantly. The old sword Wushuang is no longer reserved, and the chaotic domineering body is directly opened. Yong Yi! Wu Jian Wushuang directly exhibited the first form of Tai Luo's sword code, and the fiery black gas poured from the sword body, transforming into a black ball form and stopping at the time. He has the blessing of immense divine power, which is just the first form of this sword code, and his momentum and power are several times better than before. When the black ball was about to hit the stop, the space was slightly delayed, and then the black ball was divided into two from the center, which turned into black smoke and dissipated. For this situation, Jian Wushuang did not have any accident, and directly brought the third type of sword to dusk. Suddenly, with the time stop as the center, the pits that should have been broken and collapsed did not appear. Instead, a burst of repulsion forced the sword to fly without double-clicking. He walked back dozens of feet, and the sword unparalleled stabbed the ground to stop the receding body, and the blood in his body rolled violently. With a choke sweet in his throat, he slowly got up. Rather than having no effect on the time, Don Jiandian dusk, but the repulsive damage was fed back to Jian Wushuang, which made him extremely depressed. From time to time, he stayed where he was from beginning to end, moving even one step. Looking at his light and light wind, I'm afraid he hasn't even tried hard. Jian Wushuang adjusted his mentality, took a deep breath, and quietly gave birth to the fourth style. 4 seasons. The quiet and silent Hanmang emerged from the soles of Jian Wushuang's feet, with the blessing of the mighty divine power of the dojo, which swept the entire dojo almost instantaneously. In this mode, even the divine power that supports the operation of the dojo has a momentary stagnation. It's now! Wu Jianso suddenly jumped, the divine power was completely poured into the Tai Luo divine sword, and he went down in the air and stopped violently. Jab's cut, which can almost tear the cosmic dome, left only a pale mark in the air of this sad place. By the time this sword mark cut in front of Shizhan, there were almost only inches. After a while, stop and stretch out in the middle of the food, and just gently pinch the sword mark that was cut, directly killing him. The first shot was stopped, and the sword Jianshuang who had fallen to the ground did not stop. When the sole of the foot stepped on the ground, he ran directly to the stop. Suddenly approaching, a free Tailobo shriek in the heavens and the earth emerged from behind Wu Jianshuang. All the previous moves are serving this moment. The huge treasure looks like a mountain. With the sword of Wushuang, it is down. OM. A slight collision sounded quietly. Time seemed to stop. The virtual image of Wu Tailo's Supreme even had time to retreat. The sword Wushuang was still hanging in the air. The sword in his hand stopped at a distance from the palm of his hand, but it was hard to get half an inch. Shizha still stood in place, with the palm of his right hand raised above his head, as if holding a sword generally blocked Jian Wushuang's strongest blow. The person who created this set of swordsmanship has a lot of experience. If he refines it further, he can be regarded as truly mellow. Shi paused quietly, and seemed to be a little sorry, pushing his right hand slightly upwards. In a hurry, as the tide receded, the sword flew out without double-clicking. The stoppage of the strike seemed to be as windy as the wind, but it really grabbed him and almost made him lose the ability to resist directly. Turning swiftly, Jian Wushuang spit out a large mouthful of God's blood directly, and the Taro Excalibur, which had not left his hand, also slanted into the side. An unprecedented sense of powerlessness struck my mind, and the last time this powerlessness belonged to my own virtual who broke the universe to kill. Suddenly, he stopped with his hands on his shoulders and walked slowly towards the sword unparalleled. Who wrote this set of swordsmanship? Wu Jian Wushuang slowly got up, stood with the Tai Luo divine sword. Is the Tianjiao predecessor in my divine universe? It's a heavenly pride to be able to understand this sword technique, but why doesn't he refine this sword technique further? That's because the predecessor who created the sword canon has already disappeared, Jian Wushuang said sadly. Chapter 4586. He paused and nodded. That's it, but it's a blessing that this sword can be passed down. I waited for Sword Wushuang to speak, and stopped and said again and again. Separated from chaos, the heavens and the world were born. Although there are thousands of swords, there is really a sword-like sword that can communicate with you. Qi Jian Wushuang Yi, obviously also thinking about this issue. When he tried to talk about Tai Luo Jiandian, he didn't say anything. Hey, yeah, Tai Luo Jiandian Ba Ju Qiao has the power to easily break the stars, but does it really fit his own mind? Even if the inheritance is immortal in his own hands, even if he can exert the power of Tai Luo Jiandian, but it is only the supreme kendo of Tai Luo. Stop talking and say. You need to be clear about every word I say. Your perception of kendo is far beyond what you think, but even if you can see through every kendo and blend in, they are still not yours. Every kendo will belong only to the person who created them. From the moment you practiced this sword classic, in fact, you left a slight sword mark in your mind, and this sword mark is a gap. All you have to do now is find your own kendo. At the same time, his right hand fluttered in the air, and the invisible but tangible waves could make Jian Wushuang look at him. Although there was nothing in the hand that stopped, the sharp and tangible breath made Jian Wushuang clear. That is an invisible sword, which belongs to the kendo that stops by itself. Wu Jian's unparalleled heart surge, when the Tai Luo divine sword is about to be placed on one side. As time goes by, I will realize the mood that is gradually forming in my heart. There is no glorious sword meaning, some are just the purest one-stroke one. I've been looking for my own kendo, but it's always fleeting, and am afraid that the kendo I realized is incomplete, and it has been put on hold until now. Now I don't run away anymore, even if the sword code would be incomplete, but I don't regret it. Qi Jian Wushuang opened his eyes violently, and Jin Yanhuameng escaped from his eyes. Stars and godliness began to gather around the palms where Hagi originally raised the wind. One frame at a time, slow to the extreme action is like breaking down the sword in mind. The complex and mysterious to the extreme pattern began to appear around the sword Wushuang. Yan Shudian had already left Jian Wushuang far away, and looked at him comfortably from a distance. Melting in all heaven and earth, standing outside. Into the sword! Suddenly, the bright divine patterns floating around the body, all gathered under the palm of the right hand of Jian Wushuang. The invisible sword body, the divine power as the hilt, the long wind condensing the blade, and the pattern in the meantime, a very strange but wanton long sword appeared. This is the sword form of Jian Wushuang. It is very different from the previous one, but it is better than the previous vast sword. Even if he had held the Taro Excalibur in his hand and released the sword to break the might of the sky, he never exudes endless magnificent repression as he does now. The long hair breaks the girdle and dances behind him. The pale golden eyes flow out of the glorious woman, like the presence of God, exuding endless power. For the first time, the magical powers of Wufuyu around the dojo gave birth to agitated breath. The unpowered divine power derived from Sun seems to feel the sword meaning in the gestation, and he is mad from the quartet and wants to be integrated with it. Suddenly, he waved his hand and added a barrier to the outside of the dojo, blocking worship without subjective power. The long sword with the engraved gold pattern is held high above his head. At this moment, the sword Wushuang seems to be turned into a sword, and a hazy treasure phase occupies half of the dojo. I have a sword. I would like to invite Mr. Jean now, let's have a look. Shun roar emanated from his chest, and he took off the shape of the sword. Huge treasures are also in shape. The sword full of sacred ritual is a kendo that belongs to the sword unparalleled. Endless shining golden pattern helps the storm rise, and with that sword's potential, it blooms completely. The next moment, the dojo built by divine power trembled, and the shape of the sword came straight. The almost indestructible dojo suddenly tears long natural marks, and at the same time the remaining dojos fall apart quickly. Suddenly, he stopped at the center of the sword's reach, and the handicapped barrier of magical power was almost immediately swallowed up. When the entire dojo was torn in half by the cracks in the heavens, the disappearing dazzling golden divine pattern suddenly turned into a mongzu rising from the bottom of the dojo and eventually swallowed up the entire dojo. The most magnificent and sacred blast lasted for 10 full breaths, and finally ended in a body shape. The divine power Huamong was scattered, and the dojo that was damaged by such a worldly attack slowly emerged. Countless divine powers turned into silk threads to hold the sword unparalleled, and the damaged dojo spilled everywhere like stars. Thousands of mythical soldiers below the dojo also trembled at the same time, seemingly unable to restrain the display of divine power. Laying on top of the divine power, Jian Wushuang's breath was breathless. Although the lost divine power was filled up instantly, the painful meaning of directing to the soul still made Jian Wu dazzled. He is just this kind of prestige, and he is almost drawn to death. If it is displayed in the universe where the divine power cannot be quickly replenished, I am afraid it is a time of fate. Su Shi's figure reappeared, standing on a shard and heading towards Jian Wushuang. Is this your kendo? Shi paused, asking. Jian Wushuang stunned, then proudly said, This is my way. Su Shi Qingqing's face began to show a smile, only said 4 words. It is absolutely stunning. Mr. Xie Lao advised. Jian Wushuang arched, expressing joy. Suddenly she laughed. My advice is not very useful. Everything is what you think and realize. Wu Jianshou shook his head. It is precisely the teachings of the old gentleman that I can dare to take that step, otherwise I'm afraid I will never stand still. When he paused his head for a moment, Jian Wushuang's sword that was so amazing and brilliant was already fully aware of the dazzling sword issued by his own kendo. Since then, he will surely become more and more fused on his own avenue. What is the extreme state of kendo, do you know? Jian Wushuang groaned for a moment, then said with some uncertainty. Human and sword united? Invisible? Hidden front cover? Su Shi stopped laughing and laughed. He did not refute or agree with Jian Wushuang. Numerous divine powers have sprung away from the foot of the stop, or turned into a butterfly, or chased birds. He slowly extended his palm, a bird chasing at his fingertips, flapping his wings up and down. When the bird is willing to stay at the tip of your sword, everything is done. After saying this sentence, the body of the stop turns into a cloud of smoke, and it naturally disperses. He dissipated with him, and there was endless vast divine power. Old gentleman? Jian Wushuang stood up holding his body, and looked where the disappearance stopped. Chapter 4587. If it wasn't for the broken dojo slowly being constructed, I am afraid that Jian Wushuang would really take all that happened as a dream. After chanting again and again for a few times, Jian Wushuang returned to God. This old man, who is also a teacher and friend, after a period of time together, is deeply imprinted in the heart of Jian Wushuang. What Shi Tzu did is almost equivalent to saving the last fire of the entire magical universe. Facing the direction where the stoppage disappeared, Jian Wushuang bowed deeply. I have proved my own kendo. Jian Wushuang only feels that the sense of powerlessness facing the future is rapidly weakening, and his future is quickly opening. When Jian Wushuang looked at his realm subconsciously, he couldn't help exclaiming. It turned out that, unknowingly, the which belongs to the Middle Supreme, disappeared, as if it was a matter of course, directly promoted to the top of the Supreme. Sui, who even needs thousands of years to break through, has unexpectedly made a breakthrough. Jing Ning shook hands and felt the resurgence of the mighty power. Jian Wushuang swept away the previous tiredness, and quickly sat down and stabilized. I broke through the complete realm directly, which had never happened before, and he had to deal with it carefully. After the Supreme Peak, it is the Supreme. When Wu Hua meditates, the infinite power reappears to float around him like a flood of water. The general cultivation environment of this blissful heaven is just a general tailor-made for Jian Wushuang. While easily stabilizing the realm, it can also distract and consolidate the kendo you just realized. Jian Wushuang, who was extremely sensitive to the meaning of the sword since he was a child, already knew how terrible his first form of kendo was. The power of the first form is the power that the taro of the last form of Taro's sword can be used. The two are comparable, even more than the Tailuo Jiandian. Jian Wushuang has not dared to imagine the upper limit of his kendo. This is my own kendo. Naturally, it should be called Wushuang, but how should Jiani be named? Jian Wushuang thought about it, and then he had an answer. It's called Xingahouhai Jiani. Swordless eyes scorched, setting the name of the supreme sword code that shocked the world in the future. After re-evolving kendo several times, Jian Wushuang fell into a deep sleep with satisfaction. High Supreme is not his goal, even if he did not enter this sad place at the beginning. The minimum requirement set for himself is Top Supreme. In fact, what he said to Bloodwave Supreme was also spoken to himself. He was originally the top and supreme goal he pursued, but now he has set this goal in a state that was almost unthinkable before. Only if you break through yourself can you win. Everything the vain universe will do today will be returned thousands of times. Broken Avenue with the vast divine power flowing around the already asleep Jian Wushuang. From time to time, a little rune hidden into his clothing. In this sorrowful land shrouded by endless divine power, every humble but tenacious breath continued to thrive. Every disciple in the palace of life has fallen asleep for a long time, but from the tight brows, we can see that none of them relax. The humiliation of a bereavement made everyone try their best to break through. From time to time, only a cosmic boat sighed. The short-formed river spirit sat on the railing and looked at the vast place of sadness and glory. His eyes were dazzling, and he didn't know what was thinking. Extremely north of the universe, starry sky. For hundreds of millions of years, there have been no stars in the sky. At this moment, there are nearly 100 extreme divine powers. In front of these powerful supremes, the nine-headed zombie gods opened their pupils together, staring closely at the sight wrapped in chaos and mighty power. This is the forbidden area where the ants in the divine universe fled? The grotesque voice of the murmur resounded from the mouth of the zombie. On the side of the side, the emperor of the god of refining God nodded, and his face looked ugly. Only then did they let them escape. Since their ants can get in, why can't you get in? The zombie looked at 8 Desolation, Yinin said. Did you really get in, or did you let them go through the enemy? At that time, Yao Huangzhen's face was even more ugly, and Shili was released directly. What do you mean? The zombie was furious, and the more horrifying virtual force directly crushed it, as if the realm of the abyss of the heavens almost ran to kill. When the 8 desolate gods were about to burst into a virtual explosion, a figure with a thick smoky body appeared, and they shot directly to suppress the supernatural powers of the 2 snakes and the 8 desolate gods. It's you again, eat one! The zombie was furious, and his 9 heads shouted in unison. Do you really want to oppose this seat? The black smoke dissipated, taking a look at the zombie and smiling coldly. Stupid! You don't deserve to be opposed to me. Now the 2 universes are at war. You privately beheaded the gods and clans of this universe. Really, when the entire virtual universe is you, whatever it takes. You! The zombie was dumb, and was brought into a high hat out of thin air, which made him speechless, and he stopped speaking after a cold hum. One day, I'm going to blast your head into dregs. Zombie secretly resents. Chi Yenny no longer said much, and his eyes changed from the place of sadness to the Emperor's ancestral site on the other side. I want to kill all the possibilities or impossible in the bud, all of them will die in my hands. A glance glanced at the cold, then 2, 3 and so on emerged behind him in turn. If you want great creation, will follow me and go to the Emperor's ancestral site. After uttering this sentence, Yen first took the phagocyte to the Emperor's site. The face of Su Bahuang Su Zun is still ugly. He didn't look at the zombie god, and directly followed him with a group of Su Zuns. The remaining vanity was about to move, but he was afraid of the zombie, and did not dare to leave. Finally, an Erkin Shuzuan dared to step forward, and before he spoke, he was shattered into blood by the snake god. Sooner or later, one day, I will slaughter you up and down, Zombie said fiercely, and then ordered the remaining Shuzuan to go directly to the Emperor's ancestral site. The cataclysmic battle between the two sides of the universe, even if both the of the universe and the of vanity, disappeared, there was no sign of stopping, and the ancient grievances accumulated, as if finally there was a vent, and it was out of control. 25,000 years have passed. The sorrowful land is immutable, the infinite divine power is still vast, and even the derived divine power is more full. Covered by the divine power in the outermost part of this pathetic place, 3,000 figures stand still like a sculpture. Each of them has the same appearance as 5,000 years ago, and even because of the improvement of the realm, he has to become much younger. The lives of these disciples were completely closed, and it was only 10 years before they exhaled a suffocation, and then went back and forth, undergoing a complete transformation. Lying on the railing, it seemed that she had fallen into a sleeping thin figure, and suddenly jumped up. Chapter 45-88. Regarding the breadth of all things, I am afraid that it will be difficult for anyone to compare with this thin and even awkward figure. I was silent for nearly 5,000 years, and the Lord Helling jumped up and fell to the ground like a fish. I was in front of him, the first group of Life Shrine disciples to meditate to this day. Blowing his nose, He Ling's small eyes widened arrogantly. It seems that the enlightenment of these disciples who are closest to them is about to melt. He seems to confirm He Ling's speculation. A long and long breath revolves from the whole body of a disciple, and at the same time, nearly 1,000 long breaths recover at the same time. The character of Luoha Ling shuddered, and ultimately dominated the realm. That is the breath that belongs to the ultimate realm. If it is just the breath of the ultimate dominator, it is naturally difficult to comprehend the magical eyes of the river spirit in the river. But now it belongs to the breath of the ultimate dominator, but it has reached 3,000. What kind of concept is that? Only the disciples of the 3,000 temples who stayed in the outermost layer, only after 5,000 years of enlightenment, they have reached the ultimate dominance, as if they had exhausted their lead. This is just the disciples at the outermost periphery. What about disciples who are one step ahead? Luo Helling turned back from the previous shock, rising from the bottom of his heart with uncontrollable excitement. He knows that the entire divine power universe, the Temple of Life, has been saved. As soon as he thought about this, He Ling could no longer fall asleep, and rushed to the deepest place like a child. He had to take a good look. The little guy who was eternally proud and growing all the time would give him what a surprise. However, just when he was raising his feet and preparing to leave, He Ling realized that enlightenment was ethereal, and he and heaven and earth were one thing. If he disturbed himself, the consequences would be unthinkable. He thought for a second, and He Ling gave up, and said with a lip, "Forget it, don't bother the kid first, it's not too late to talk until he breaks through." After he made up his mind, He Ling jumped into the spacecraft, stared at two small eyes, and observed the disciples who were about to wake up. As the breath of ultimate became richer and purer, the 3,000 disciples on the outermost side woke up at the same time. God, I have reached the ultimate? I actually reached that state. How many years have you cultivated? And it's really terrible to reach such a state. From the beginning, he didn't believe his disciples and fell into ecstasy, and then he wanted to move on. However, At this time, the coughing sound from the spacecraft attracted the attention of 3,000 disciples. Yes, Lord Helling? I won't be dazzled, Lord Heling is not dead yet. Listening to the noise, River Aura almost jumped off the deck. Enough! Who said that your adult Helling is dead? I tell you, even now I can live in feng shui even if I am stuck in a virtual universe, said the insignificant little old man with his hands on his hips and his beard staring. Then he said earnestly again, Okay, you have to shut up, Lord Heling. You do NT want to go forward now, stay here safely, do NT disturb the remaining disciples' practice, you have just been promoted to the ultimate master. Be sure to be stable, don't forget, the realm above you is the realm of clouds and mud. Luo Helling's remarks made the 3,000 disciples instantly hot. How could they not understand that the supremacy was vain? In other words, there is a war between the two universes. At present, they are still at best dead cannon fodder. They have no effect. Only when they are on the Supreme Court can one or two enemies be buried before death. Now in such a great place, even if it is a second of vain, it will never be allowed. The disciple with a good mood immediately sat down again and started a new round of realization. The other disciples also entered the country again after investigating their own situation. The divine power of the universe fell. As the final salary, the expectations and missions they shoulder will force them to grow. I waited for all the disciples to sit down. Heling returned to the previous position, and I stared at the chaos but couldn't see the sky. When will all this happen? When will it be back on track? After another 1,000 years, the second batch of disciples began to recover, and they also reached the ultimate dominant state, and even individual disciples with deep understanding began to touch that level of barriers. After Luo Heling stepped up and conducted some preaching, they continued to enter the perception. Hey, it seems that they are inseparable from me. Heling sighed, raising his hands behind his back and preparing to patrol again. OM! As Heling turned around, a majestic beam of divine power rose up. Although it was particularly inconspicuous in this vast divine power, it made Heling tremble. The concussion that symbolized the achievement of supremacy was raised among the third group of disciples who sat down and realized. Next, the second supreme divine power rose. The third way. The fourth way. Seventh. A total of 7 supreme divine powers rose to the sky and soon returned to peace. He did not cause any thunderous thunder, heaven and earth strange sounds, and some were just symbols of the supreme divine power. The 7 disciples who obtained the supreme avenue first stood up and looked at the supreme divine power that emerged from their bodies in disbelief. Certified supreme. One of the older middle-aged disciples murmured softly, and when he saw the true supreme power rising from the wind, his eyes turned red instantly. It seems that the magical universe has really been saved. He inspired a gratification that was very different from his acting style was revealed from his eyes. The sorrowful land doesn't know how time passes, but the boring river spirit counts the days every day. Then, at this time of 8,000 years, the heavenly supreme regained consciousness. The immense divine power rushed straight up into the dome, the divine supreme divine power became deeper, and finally settled in a half-step invincible supreme. 28,000 years ago, it broke through the real natural divide. The true invincible supreme will only be a matter of time. Immediately following the awakening of the Emperor Tianxian, there is also the Supreme Axe. He also took that step, reaching a half-step invincible supremacy. The two encouraged each other, entrusted Heling a little, and again had a second perception. In the meantime, Jian Wushuang's wife Ling Rushuang had awakened, successfully broke through the barriers of the realm, and stayed in the state of elementary supremacy. So far, there are only 3 people who have not yet awakened from the perception. Bloodwave Supreme, 9 Calamities King, Sword Unparalleled. The unpowered divine power, like the derivation of spiritual wisdom, no longer wanders aimlessly, or hundreds of beams rush to the Supreme, or rush to the King of 9 Calamities like a wave. But more unpowered divine powers are rushing to the center of the entire sad and humble land, with the divine powers remaining in the ancient times of all parties. Chapter 4589. There, it is the dojo that belongs only to Jian Wushuang. It is spontaneously constructed into a dome by various supreme divine powers, and the charm is filled with the whole dojo from top to bottom, shining golden and brilliant. Beneath the dojo, there are thousands of magic soldiers who act as the cornerstones and inject the charm into the dojo together. At the center of the huge dojo, a very thin figure was sitting there, and the wide black robe on the upper body was torn by the mighty divine power, exposing the exquisite figure showing the divine pattern. The tadpoles seem to be scattered with pale golden hair and hang down on the ground, like the Milky Way starfall. Taro's Excalibur stands on one side, the blade clears in the sheath. For 8,000 years, Jian Wushuang has maintained such a posture for 8,000 years. The vast divine power poured into the body from every pore, and nourished every inch of meridians. Every 100 years, Jian Wushuang spit out a cloud of breath, and then went back and forth. Wu Gang's unparalleled kendo was re-exercised for 2,000 years. For the past 2,000 years, he has given out his sword in the consciousness all the time, closed his sword, and perfected the perfect harmony of the swords, rivers, seas, and swords. Until the 3,000 years, Jian Wushuang reluctantly constructed the entire Xinghe Lake, Hai and Jiani into a frame, and the first form of his battle with the time stopped had only one of the simplest star characters. Although the meaning of a single word is simple, they eventually merge together to cover an endless universe. This is the kendo of Jian Wushuang and his ambition. When the whole kendo was sharpened, Jian Wushuang, who was in the chaos consciousness, wanted to start by opening the gift given to him by the predecessor of the palace. I do and know if it's the same breath, or if he shakes his hands. When opening up Dao Yan's spiritual practice, the feeling of the universe also opens at the same time. Two majestic spiritual insights that are so majestic that they can't be added, directly faint them. I passed away for another 2,000 years. Ha ha, happy! A loud laughter trembled in the trembling dome, and a thick and restrained divine power surged like a water dragon, completely spreading in the sky. The great Axe Supreme who reperceives again wakes up. And this time waking up, he has reached the incredible invincible supreme state. Just for 2,000 years, the great Axe Supreme has been invincible from half a step, reaching the true invincible state. Originally required tens of hundreds of chaos, and now it only takes 2,000 years. I am afraid that since the beginning of chaos, it is hard to see an example. The giant axe who invaded the invincible supreme divine realm, swept away the previous fatigue. His eyes were like bright star fields, exuding a glorious huamang from the inside and a solemn treasure. Immediately afterwards, the heavenly supreme regained consciousness and went straight into the invincible supreme God's realm. The two old friends who are not knowing how many chaos periods accompanied each other and smiled, their eyes were wet. Because of insufficient strength, the temple of life has been repeatedly humiliated. Because of insufficient strength, the divine power universe has fallen, and countless days of arrogance have been destroyed. Only by constantly breaking through can we protect what we want to protect. Heaven! The giant axe smiled proudly. You and I are now in the invincible supreme state of God. How about fighting today? That's what it is! Tianyi laughed loudly, and the bow of the that utterly destroyed the sky quietly appeared in his hands. The giant axe retreated hundreds of feet at once, and at the same time countless godless powers began to build a dojo. In the Xiaoxiao dojo, the two statures instantly erupted into an invincible supremacy. The incomparable vast divine power no longer escapes the world like half-step invincible supreme, but emerges in the whole body as if possessing the intellect, and is quite restrained. Two invincible extremes start the most hardy battle. God bowed tightly, using his own divine power as an arrow, and shot out in an instant, like a phoenix tail feather, swept towards the giant axe supreme. The giant axe greeted the storm, and the two hit each other heavily, and the resulting burst directly toward the dojo just constructed. Countless crystals of quiet huamang waited for the bow again, and shot at the giant axe with the laugh of the heavenly supreme. The giant axe is backed by an axe, and his body is transformed, and he is confronted with the supreme power with the potential of opening the sky. crimson divine power against the crystal faint blue mansions, which belongs to the invincible and supreme power, shatters the dojo again and completely disperses in the heavens and the earth. Because the entire place of tragedy is constructed by more ancient and vast divine power, the supernatural powers of the giant axe and the heavenly supreme will be greatly restricted. Maybe it's because of Chongxiu's war intentions that disturbed the silent power. I began to woke up with some disciples with secondary perceptions. The disciple of awakening, at the very least, is the ultimate dominating realm, and at the same time, the new supreme divine power begins to appear. From the original 7 supreme divine realms, it began to increase to double digits, and still has an upward trend. Maybe she felt a certain kind of breath, and the coldness awakened from her perception, and a whole new kind of power rose from her meridian. The magnificent dark blue divine power rushed into the sky and then dissipated. Cold as frost, straight into the supreme divine realm. "It's a bit noisy." A slightly lazy voice sounded, and Jiujia Wang, with white shirt and white hair, awoke from his feelings. There is no wave breaking through the realm, and even the divine power is not exposed for half a minute, so that it usually seems like a good night's sleep. But the more the Jiujia King is, the more horrible it is. Like the magic sword that hides the front cover, it reveals its sharpness and plainness. A deep stream of streamer flowed from his eyes, a slight smile hung from the corner of his mouth. "Is it possible to reach such a level of supreme power? If I am only half a point better." He only knew that the king of the 9 dragons, and it took him only 8,000 years to completely cross a great realm, and touch that more mysterious realm. He is confident that he will be invincible in a chaotic era. And that guy, what kind of Tianjiao attitude will he appear in? Jiujia Wangshin's pure eyes looked at the dojo in the chaos in the distance. Sun Lanlan awoke. She got the Tao under the seed of the cosmos, and she was already indifferent to the realm, and it was because of her mood that she made one jump to the highest peak of Tao. She is not too concerned about her advancement in her realm. From the moment she wakes up, Meimu is full of worries and looks at Jian Shuang's dojo. Unless the realm of divine power reaches the height of the universe, all personal strengths that cannot be weighed on the battlefield will be extremely weak in the face of decision-makers who can save the calamity. Suddenly, Lan Lan has already regarded Jian Wushuang as a decision-maker who can turn the tide. Although the divine power universe has long been occupied, the ever-increasing salary and wages are still growing under the pressure of the virtual universe. Everyone's eyes are converging towards the bright dojo. Together they are looking forward to that guy who has grown up tenaciously and never slacked off half a minute, creating a real miracle. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.